First ball of the final day. Quentin Hull, good morning.
Good morning from the Brisbane Cricket Ground. Two of the superpowers of world cricket playing for the Border Gavaskar Trophy today. Australia and India fans are watching. The world is watching. Let's hope we get a fitting finale to a series that has thrilled us ever since it started back in Adelaide. Plays the call, just one ball from Josh Hazlewood to complete his over, which rain prevented last night, and Gill turns the first ball of the final day on the onside. And a little interesting opening today. Let's finish yesterday's work before we get into today. That's the end of that Hazlewood over that was unable to be completed due to the rain. 2 overs in, none for 4. Dirk Nannes has just had his coffee arrive. We're all looking forward to another twisting, turning, thrilling day of Test cricket after a series that has given more than what we hoped.
The stars have aligned. It rained. It was almost biblical rain last night. It is incredible. There were some parts of Brisbane that received 118 mil of rain in an hour nearby here from the GABBA. And, well, we stayed around the ground last night until after tea, and it was just floods of water, pools of water absolutely everywhere around this area. So it's terrific for the cricket's sake that rain event happened overnight rather than during the day.
Cummins from the Vulture Street end, 3 slips and a short leg, and turned on the onside by Rohit, but straight to Marcus Harris on the bump. So Payne the keeper, Warner at first, Smith at second, Wade at third, Green in the gully, Lyon at point, Labuschagne shining away at mid off, Stark at mid on, Harris under the lid, and Hazlewood just walking beyond the boundary rope down at deep fine leg to put his towel back on an esky there, not far away from an attendant. Not too many fans in as yet, as much as the eyeballs and ears may not be here at the stadium as yet. They are certainly intensely keeping notice around the world as Sharma defends, and Cummins just lets it roll past him. Labuschagne picks up. Blue sky out to the southwest, which is good news.
Nothing on the radar at this stage. It's just so difficult to predict. Again, going over the weather, which is going to have an impact today. 80% chance of rain at some stage. Mind you, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot around. Whilst there's some predicted, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a huge event that hangs around and stays.
Cummins over the wicket to Rohit, who defends. It really did bucket down, and that's the tricky part of this part of the world, as we were talking about yesterday, to try and predict it. Well, weather's pretty hard anywhere, but particularly when you've got patchy storms.
Geez, they get it right in Melbourne.
Just expect everything. But there's a hint of local knowledge to take out of last night. That got most of it out of the atmosphere, I think. I don't think there's heaps of rain for today. But if it's patchy, annoying rain, as Cummins delivers and Sharma defends, yes, we don't want to have that scenario of mizzle and drizzle here and there, and the state of the game waiting for the covers to be peeled back. Let's be optimistic and hope that that's not the case.
As I said in the lead-up, this has been a wonderful Test series, and you would hate that the legacy of the final day is that the rain spoiled the chance to end the Test match on a gripping final day. I think that's what it deserves, and I hope we see it.
Cummins running away from us at the Vulture Street end, and Rohit again standing tall and happy to defend from high on the bat down to Lyon at point. You're part of our day at the cricket, as you have been throughout the series. We've really enjoyed your company. The way to get in touch is through the SMS 0467920222 is the number, 0467920222. And I'd suggest there'd be many listeners today who don't regularly listen just because of the state of the game, the way that this has encapsulated us all. If you want to catch up a bit more on what's been happening through the Test and through the series, search ABC Sport on our socials as Cummins bowls, and Rohit gets the first run of the morning off an inside edge past Harris at short leg, and Stark trots across from mid-on to do the fielding, none for 5, and Rohit has all 5 runs. That's the end of Stark's over. So Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whichever you'd like. Just search ABC Sport to keep across and delve a little deeper into all matters around this enthralling series and the final day.
That last ball's the first ball that misbehaved a little bit. I've been waiting to see one pitched up to see whether the ball's going to swing around. They've all been a fraction short. Not a lot of swing around, but that previous delivery did nip back into Rohit Sharma. That's that crack that's quite a long way outside the off stump. It shouldn't have much of an impact. If anything, it might keep low and come back, but we haven't seen one that did enough to really challenge a batsman yet.
Hazlewood on the straight approach, bowling over the wicket to Rohit, who tends it on the onside. And he looked so comfortable in the first innings of this match before deciding to try and slog Nathan Lyon over the long on rope. Mistimed the shot and was caught by Mitchell Starc in the deep. 44 beautiful runs it was. Just elegant to watch and a brain explosion.
Even that ball there, it's like he's sitting in the car waiting for his wife to come out with the shopping. He's just sitting there waiting forever for this ball to come to him. It's beautiful to watch.
Tapping away, 3 slips go down. Hazlewood lets go and Rohit pushes it in between gully and backward point. They call a quick run. Lyon does the fielding. You hear the stumps break as Harris gathered, whipped off the bails, but Gill was well in to complete a well taken infield single, none for 6.
Might be giving something away about the weight that I have to go through in the car park, isn't it? She'd say the opposite. She's always waiting for me to get out of the house.
Don't be so hard on Aaron so early in the day. Dirk. The magic number for India, well, is either stumps survival or 328 to win the series and the game, as Shubman Gill, standing tall, punches it into the offside field.
I think the Australians would be hoping that there's a little more swing out there than what we've seen so far. Didn't we see at times Thakur be able to swing the ball around? So too Siraj at times. Thakur was able to move that ball. We haven't really seen any of the Australians be able to do it, but that's probably more due to airspeed, a bit quicker through the air.
Hazlewood 5 wickets in the first innings, looking for his first here, but Gill gets a run. Short outside the off stump and he opens the blade to run it down towards third man. Green runs back from the gully to do the fielding, and 2 runs for India, none for 8. What about Cam Green today? Wouldn't that be some scene for him to finally take a first test wicket? And wouldn't he love a couple to play his role with the ball if indeed Australia has a good day and takes the 10 wickets required?
I don't think we'll see him playing a huge role. I don't think we're going to see a long spell out of him. One last effort of the summer.
Gill faces Hazlewood, whips him out through square leg. It was full in the pads. And an aggressive stroke from Gill without the timing required to get the ball to the rope. Cummins trots around from fine leg, picks up 5 metres from the boundary, and they come back for a comfortable 3. Gill to 5, 11 without loss.
I think he'd be used in a role where nothing's happening for a little period. Why not just give him a go? I think you're going to use your best players to try and force the result. And if there's a short niggling spell that you need, maybe Green's the one that comes in and does it.
Now it's Rohit, waiting for Hazlewood, and he defends down to Mitchell Starc at mid-on. End of the over, none for 11. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull and Dirk Nannis with you. That number again, 0467920222 to get in touch on the SMS during the day. And Starc not used with the new ball here. It's Cummins and Hazlewood, and we're not right behind the bowler's arm, but getting a look early on, there doesn't seem to be too much swing with this new Kookaburra.
Almost nothing so far. Didn't Starc slap you down this morning?
We had a nice
the
chat.
declaration.
Yeah, well, the declaration that didn't come. as it turned out.
Yeah.
Here's Cummins. 3 slips behind, and Gill gets a run, turning it through square leg. He'll get a couple, in fact. Harris has got to run all the way from short leg, 2/3 the way to the western boundary rope. And Gill with a couple to move on to 7.
I guess
None for
then,
13.
I guess then they can't blame the declaration, or people can't blame the declaration.
It's okay. It's all good banter. And most of the guys in the Australian cricket team very affable, well trained with the media, and you
To a fault, in summary.
in some regard, yeah. So I don't mind a bit of genuity. It's like, no, butt out, none of your business. Okay, I'm just doing my job. You're doing yours. Here's Cummins bowling, driven by Rohit, but straight to Labuschagne.
I mean, those morning things where they come out and chat, it's more of an obligation for them. I don't think they particularly enjoy coming out and being asked questions that's outside their pay grade about captaincy issues. So I can understand that they want to play a straight bat, but I think the whole idea that no one was discussing it, they had no idea, they had no input, they didn't know what was going on. Come on. When you've got your quicks who have to be ready to bowl at a certain time, at least give them, they'd have at least a heads up of what's going to happen.
Gill waits for Cummins and forward, pushing that ball out to Labuschagne, who runs in from mid-off to pick up the ball and whip it back to Keeper Payne.
I was really interested in talking to Mitchell Stark about gears. You could see Pat Cummins has gears in terms of bowling. There are times when you scale it back a little bit and you hit an area, a line and length, and at a slightly slower speed you can hit that same spot time and time and time again. And then you've got that change of gear that you bowl a bouncer that's quicker, or you bowl a spell that's quicker than normal.
Gill made just 7 in the first innings. He defends Cummins here. He's on 7 at the moment at none for 13.
But I've never actually known in Test cricket the bowlers bowl just flat out 100%. That's sort of in the likes of a T20 game where you've got 4 overs. I would bowl pretty much flat out as fast as I could possibly bowl every single ball I bowled, with the exception of a slower ball. But even then, you still got your arm speed still got to be fast. But in a long form game, it's so incredibly difficult.
Cummins continues over the wicket. Gill punches off the back foot through cover without great timing. Labuschagne scurries across to his left from mid-off to keep the scoring to 1. Gill moves on to 8, and it's none for 14.
It's incredibly difficult to be able to one, have the physical capacity to be able to do it, because it is genuinely hard work, and then also to have the accuracy. So I think when you play that role of being the fast man and bowling absolutely flat out, you will be less accurate. I think it...
Rohit Sharma waits for Pat Cummins, struck on the thigh. That jagged back a little and bounces to Wade in the slips cordon, who does the fielding. So nice little bit of deviation there for Pat Cummins to soften up the Indian opener at the end of that over. None for 15 with Rohit on 6 and Gill on 8.
I think it gives a good little insight as to the comparisons between those bowlers as well. He said that they themselves compare Josh Hazlewood to a Glenn McGrath type, hit the spot, and then Pat Cummins as a hybrid.
Great to have the knowledge, statistics and history at our fingertips through the services of Rick Findlay, who we'll get to in just a moment, to tell us about series deciders in Australia as Josh Hazlewood starts a new over. Gill defends him back to the bowler. Rick, thank you for your efforts throughout the series, under duress at times, not being able to get to the venues, but what have you got for us about the context of this day, the last day of a series which will decide the series? When did that last happen in Australia?
Actually, when India were here last, it was pretty much a dead match, I suppose, but it did go to the 5th day, and the series result was undecided until the result of that match at Sydney became known. It turned out to be a draw, and India won, of course, 2-1. Australia couldn't have won.
Hazlewood bowls, and it's defended in the offside by Gill. So, yes, as you were, Rick.
Yes, so Australia couldn't have won that series, but they could have drawn it had they won at Sydney. But that went to the 5th day. I'm just checking. I believe that the first time a series decider has gone down to day 5 of a test series in Australia, where both sides could have won, was 2003-4 against India again, 17 years ago.
Yes, fantastic that we do have such a great finish to what's been a great series. 14 without loss, India. Gill drives with a bit more expansion this time, but doesn't pierce the infield, hits it straight to Labuschagne at mid-off.
That's an interesting shot that we saw there. That's a very expansive drive. The type of drive that a player with a defensive, let's just stay out here and bat the entire day mindset would not play. I don't think any batsman can come out with that sort of mindset. I think if you come out and just think we're going to defend and we're going to play time, I think you're going to just be a sitting duck in the end and find yourself dismissed.
The right-handed Shubman Gill facing Hazelwood, short pulled with pretty good timing out through mid-wicket. A long chase for Stark from mid-on to run out towards the boundary on that eastern side of the ground. He hauls it in a metre or two from the rope, uses that left arm to fling it back to keeper Payne, and the batsmen complete 3 runs. So Shubman Gill keeps the score ticking along. He moves to 11, 17 without loss. Don't seem certainly unhappy to just play every ball on its merits to start the day. This pair, they haven't been threatened at all by that last ball from the Cummins over, which jagged back a bit to Rohit, who's on strike here and hit on the pad a little high though, and only a stifled appeal.
He's well bowled, just maybe height. Seems straight enough. How's the crowd today?
They're enthusiastic. If you are around Brisbane, it's I will get to this, a bit tricky. COVID times again, making things different than usual. Here's Hazelwood bowling, and here comes Rohit defending. So that's the end of the over, none for 17. Gill on 11 and Rohit on 6. If you are around and wondering, oh, gold coin donation to get in today, but you have to go through the process because there's no handling of tickets. You have to get onto the Ticket Tech website, from what I've been told, and go to a certain page where you can then donate before you then get given your barcode to come into the ground. All of these little things, which...
Really?
That, to the best of my knowledge, I was having a chat with one of the Queensland cricket officials last night about it, and imagine if you're just want to roll up and take it in as the day goes on. There's that preparatory phase you have to go through to actually do that. Cummins starts a new over and Gill defends on the offside.
When you say gold coin donation to me, that to me is like half-time at the footy in bygone eras where they just let the gates open and you just walk in and out and there's a bucket there and you chuck a coin in if you want to.
Yeah, no, that's not happening.
Why would you need
Because you need to have tracking, distancing.
But have the QR code on the door like every restaurant in town. Is that too logical?
You're making too much sense, Dirk. None for 17. Cummins bowling to Gill. Beats him. First time today that the ball beats the outside edge of the bat. Fizzed through with good carry to keeper Payne.
Beautiful length. Stunning length. That's exactly what the Australian bowlers are going to need to do time and time again today. And if they do that, they'll get the rewards. Is that all so that Ticketek can get their cut of the action?
Oh, I don't know the nature of the contracts and so forth, but
they've got a $10 booking fee for a gold coin donation.
I'll tell you what, Pat Cummins is off the long run this morning. I think Dirk Nannis is here as well. If Paddy's going as well as you, Dirk, you'll get a wicket soon. He bowls, and that's defended by Gill down the onside of the pitch.
To be fair, it is worth the hassle, though, to watch this final day of action. I think we're going to see some fascinating cricket. Yeah, just on that, thanks to our team in the studio who are across everything as well, and people on social media already disappointed about that process, that bygone era, just turn up and, put up $5 or $10, whatever, in the
in the bucket and in you come, but it's the world we live in, and have to accept it, I suppose. No change to that chord, and still 3 slips. Defending is Gill, and Cummins picks up in his follow through. So, yeah, when I had that conversation with Steve Gray, the long-term media manager from Queensland Cricket, before leaving last night, I just had that sinking feeling in my stomach. I thought, yeah, people, that's not the way these days generally work. But now that you've got that knowledge, if you are in and around Brisbane, well, I don't think it would take too long to go on your phone and do that, because we'd like to have atmosphere here today for sure, for what should be a thrilling finale. Cummins is in once more, and Gill defends down the onside of the pitch. Stark has to move to his left to do the fielding, and no further addition to the score with that defensive stroke. Gill on 11, Rohit is 6, none for 17.
I think we've had enough time now that these bowlers should be settled. I think by and large they're not encouraging the drive enough. I've seen Shubman Gill there trying to play a big booming drive at a number of times. And that's where he looks his most vulnerable, but it's been forced on the back foot a few too many times. The Australians need to pitch it up a fraction more.
Last ball of the over from Cummins, and again just shuffling back and across. Gill stands tall, defends back to the bowler, and that ends that set of 6 from Patrick Cummins, who has none for 4 from 3 overs. Gill is 11, Rohit is 6. India resuming at none for 4, have added 13 runs this morning. They're 17 without loss. We'll leave you for the time being with Stuart Clark and Jim Maxwell to take up the commentary.
Grandstand Cricket. Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
I can't keep on losing you.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, it's Australia trying to get 10 wickets somehow throughout this day to win the series. India fighting mainly to stay in the game, maybe long shot to win it. You'd think that's unlikely. Anyway, Hazelwood's got the ball, and away from the Stanley Street end, he moves into Rohit. Rohit is defending off his stumps for a single, just wobbling it away into the onside. None for 18. No alarms so far for India's batsmen. Have Australian bowlers got the length right so far, Stuart Clark? Good morning.
Morning, Jim. Morning, everybody. It's, it's hard to haven't bowled a lot of overs. There's been one play and miss. If anything, maybe a fraction short, but I don't want to be critical just yet. The wickets played fairly nicely, evenly at the moment. There's been nothing sort of shooting along the ground or going up and bouncing up around their chest. It's been pretty easy going for the Indians. They've done it quite comfortably at the moment.
Yep. Hazelwood goes into Gill. Gill's forward, playing away on the offside. There's been no unusual bounce or cracking movement from the pitch, and that might be a lottery in terms of that. And so often when it does hit a crack, of course, it can do more than the bowler would like and make a nightmare for the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it certainly can. But, you know, look, I think it's been a good cricket wicket, to be fair. I think there's been a little bit there for the bowlers. If you got the length right, when the ball's new and you've pitched it up, it's been good for batting. You can play your shots and you get full value for money when you hit the gaps. Outfield's nice and quick. So it's been a good test match thus far.
Hazelwood, Gill back. Again, predictable bounce, and he's behind it, and he's playing it well. So what's your crystal baller for the day? Where's this game going?
I actually think India can still win. I know you mentioned that it's unlikely. I think it's the closer India, the more real winning becomes, the more chance Australia have got. Because they will go and they will score quickly. Rohit Sharma, they get through this first hour, get into line. Mitchell Stark with the older type ball. Can't imagine there's not much reverse swing. So my crystal ball is, I still think India are a big show winning this match.
Well, that will be exciting. Hazelwood goes in, bowls to Shubman Gill, and he just shoves his bat into the line and pushes it down towards mid-on. So Australia struggling to make anything happen so far. 1 or 2 have beaten the bat. There's been no suggestion of a chance. So India's settling in quite nicely after 20-odd minutes of play.
They're looking very comfortable, and I've been really impressed with Shubman Gill on this tour. We didn't see him in the first game. We saw him come in Melbourne and he's looked assured at the crease. This is a player that's going to be around in the Indian team for time to come. I think we'll see him out here a few more times.
Hazelwood goes up to him and he leaves just outside the off stump. But that's the thing with this surface. I mean, unless it does hit a crack, there's very little deviation off the surface or in the air.
Yeah, there's been very little movement in the air, and that's something you get in Brisbane, especially when cloud cover about it. It usually can move around, especially when the ball's new, but we've seen throughout the course of this match very, very limited swing from all bowlers, not just the Australians. The Indians as well didn't get a lot. I think Shardul Thakur was the one that probably got the ball to move most. The rest of them been relying on sieve movement. That last delivery from Hazelwood was a little bit fuller and probably a better length.
Hazelwood goes in again, pitching up, drawing another forward press, and a single came from that over. India none for 18, and they've got 98 overs in all today, Australia and India, to get a result other than a draw, which may be a chance if the weather does come, but it looks okay at the moment.
What do you think, Jim? You've watched a lot of test matches. We haven't seen one in Brisbane this time of year, so it's pretty hard to talk about the wicket and the conditions, but what do you think? What's your gut feeling?
I think Australia will get the 10 wickets somewhere, somehow today.
After tea or before tea?
No, whenever it is, I don't know. But I mean, it could take a while. If they crack the top order open, which is unlikely on what we're seeing at the moment, you never know how quickly things can happen. But, as I say, nothing alarming has happened so far. Let's see what Cummins can do. He charges in, and from the Walter Street end, he's defended by Sharma down towards mid-on. I think a large part of the key today for India to survive or even win is Sharma. Rohit Sharma needs to play a long innings.
Yeah, and I think what you're probably getting at there is because he can score, he can take pressure off the other batsmen. We know Pujara will come out and face a lot of balls, but the Australians can build up pressure on the other batsmen and Pujara because they don't score. Sharma, because he is such a natural, free-flowing player, can ease that pressure very quickly.
So Cummins is in again. Sharma's edging and he's caught by Payne. There's the wicket Australia want. Sharma is out. Oh, that was a jinx. Talking about Sharma batting all day. He's been brilliantly caught by Payne, diving away to his right. A good keeper's catch in front of slip, and it's Pat Cummins, of course, who gets the breakthrough. India 1 for 18.
Yeah, good delivery by Pat Cummins, slightly wider, maybe just moved away fractionally off the seam. Sharma played forward, just looking to defend the ball on the offside and got an outside edge on it, and Timmy Payne took a good catch in front of first slip. We did put the mocker on in there, Jim, didn't we? We were talking about batting all day and he can score quickly and he can do... Well, you know what? None of that's going to come to fruition because he's out. Caught Payne, bowled Cummins for 7.
And that is a huge breakthrough for Australia. And it was just a good delivery on the line of the stumps. It didn't do anything untoward. It was just Pat Cummins at his best. He keeps attacking the stumps.
Yeah, and I think it was a good length. I think, Hazelwood, maybe one of the balls in the over before really bounced through. Cummins got the length right, hit the seam. It may have fractionally just moved away from him. But, just a good nagging length around about the top of off stump, as we say, is, no secrets to Test cricket. Nice and patient, ball after ball. And good delivery brings about the dismissal of a good player.
It is a game of patience, and Australia's been pretty good for the most part at playing that game, but unlike Sydney, they've got a surface here that's far more conducive to their bowlers getting edges, creating opportunities to dismiss batsmen. And Payne took that very securely, as we can see, and probably you can on a replay. Now, Rick Finley's going to join us in a moment. He's got some more information about days 5 of a GABBA test match, but we'll just get through the rest of this over with Pujara coming out to take his guard. You can hear him scratching about there, with Australia employing 3 slips on a line through Warner, Smith and Wade, and then away to the right and back a little bit in the gully is the sure-handed Cameron Green. Here's Cummins after a wicket. He runs in and Pujara leaves outside the off stump. Another pinpoint delivery. He's bowling at the third, fourth or fifth stump most of the time, or just above it. And the batsman has to make a quick decision. Do I play? Do I leave?
Exactly right, and that was the McGrath style of bowling, roundabout off stump all the time. Paddy Cummins probably slightly quicker than Glenn, probably not as tall, but just there or thereabouts. It's people talk about Pat Cummins, a lot of time he's had off, and what we've done to him, and what the biggest difference between Pat Cummins of 8 years ago and the Pat Cummins of now.
Here he comes to bowl, and Pujara leaves a ball that goes over the off bail. An excellent delivery, cut back a little bit. And he left it on the length, and he got that right. What's the difference?
He bowls 10 kilometres an hour slower than he used to.
Was this self-preservation?
Well, when he first burst onto the scene, he bowled at 150 kilometres an hour consistently. And he genuinely bowled fast. And he was bowling faster and faster and faster. And he used to pull his hand behind his head, and all the pace came from the rotation in his body. He's just turned that down. And that's giving him... He was one of the lucky ones that could just bowl fast. Didn't take, just naturally was fast.
He runs in, Pujara leaves a ball just outside the off stump, and he's 140 to 144.5 sometimes, but he's consistent with his control and his pace.
Yeah, he doesn't really go, very rarely does he get it up to 145. He just knows if he nags away at about 140. Jason Gillespie, he was a bit the same, wasn't he? He was not 150, he was at 140, bounce and good bowler. Pat Cummins very much like that. Doesn't really go higher, and you don't see his paces, his speeds drop off as he gets later in the day. It's consistent, good bowling.
He's in again. Pujara's back and defending away on the onside. So that was a wicket maiden. And at the end of it, India 1 for 18. Rick Finlay, what have you got?
Hello, Jim. Yes, in the last 21 tests, this is only the 10th to have gone to the 5th day. But looking at the most runs on the 5th day of a GABBA test, 459 in the test against New Zealand in 2001. It was a match blighted by rain, and there was a lot of catch up on the 5th day, and there were declarations, and New Zealand actually got within 10 runs of winning that game, finishing at 6 for 274. So that's the most runs, and also 404 runs 2 years later against India. Again, declarations. Australia made 284 of them in the third innings.
Thank you, Rick. I'll let you get back to the caviar and lobster.
I think the game against New Zealand.
Here comes a ball from Hazelwood that's right on the body, and is awkwardly played by Gill, and it goes ricocheting away.
The game against New Zealand Rick was talking about, there was a sad day for cricket.
Was there a last test?
No, McGrath got 60.
Oh, that day. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Ruined cricket.
Oh, Gillespie and McGrath. Oh, God.
Then he got a bat with 61 or something on it. Remember, he got that.
Oh, that was hilarious. And he did the Happy Gilmore, Gillespie, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, that was quite funny. Now, Hazelwood again, he tries at Gill. Gill leaves the ball outside the off stump. You just sense the dot ball pressure building up here in India. They need to get some momentum into the batting with a new partnership. The risk is here they're going to get strangled if they don't move the ball about the place a bit.
Yeah, and if you think about the Sydney Test match, remember when Rishad Pant walked out to bat, how much the game changed, because he started to score, he started to hit the ball to all parts, and there were fielders diving, and there was no one, it took some players from around the bat, the slips moved out, because he came out and started. The surface is not as easy or as placid as that one, but certainly it changed the momentum of the game very quickly.
More of Hazelwood bowling to Gill, and Gill goes away to the onside. There's a run, maybe two, as he rushes off, and Cummins trots around at fine leg deep backward square, and Gill turns his score over to 13 and the total to 20 in the 10th over of the inning. So a lot of cricket possible today with 98 overs to be bowled, and I think the forecasts are a little bit better than some anticipated. I think the bloke upstairs ran out of juice last night. He dumped it all. He dumped about 100 mils on Brisbane. Well, I don't think he's got anything left in the tank.
The talk was today it was 90% chance. It looks like that's all gone, hasn't it?
Yes, of course it's gone. Now Hazelwood bowls, and that's carved away to the boundary for 4. heave-ho, and away we go outside the off stump, and Gill threw his bat at that, and it whistled away behind point and out to the boundary. He got a nice chunk of that. It was in the air, but absolutely safe. It went a long way in the air, in fact. Where did that bounce? Once before going over the backward point boundary.
He absolutely spanked that, short and wide. Shubman Gill, he's got a lot of Virender Sehwag in him when it ball's outside off stump. Throws his hands at it, likes to stay leg side of the ball. Probably technically slightly more correct.
Hazelwood in again to Gill. That's on the stumps, and he's forward comfortably, pushing away down towards Mitchell Stark. He's out there at mid-on. So India have lost a wicket in the first half hour or so, with Sharma well caught by Payne off the bowling of the irrepressible Pat Cummins. 1 for 24 at the moment, and Australia just working away on the chisel out the batsman. Just concentrate on making them play, having to make decisions. Hazelwood goes up and bowls again, and he's on the back foot. Yes. No, there was a run there. It didn't run. What was going on? He split the gap between extra cover and point, and they could have dawdled a single, and Pujara didn't want to go, and in the end they didn't. So that's the over gone at 1 for 24.
Doesn't want to face Pat Cummins, perhaps. I think the boys would be saying that. The Australians would be saying, oh, we don't want to get down this end. Not sure that's the case, but certainly there was an easy single out there to Shubman Gill, but he chose not to take it. But yeah, he reminds me very much. He's just got a lot of Sehwag about him. Plays the ball really, hits the ball really hard through the offside. We see some of those back foot shots where they crash off his bat with a cut shot in the last over, threw his hands at it, and it flew away over the top of gully.
Now Cummins from the Vulture Street end and wide of the off stump. Pujara is watching very intently. He almost looks at the markings on the ball, which indicate that it's a normal ball. It's not a heavy ball.
He does bowl a heavy ball though.
It's only 156 grams.
He bowls a heavy ball, Jim.
Does he?
Yeah.
Right. Well,
heavy, extra heavy.
This discussion will continue throughout the day.
Can I ask this? If you
and
put,
long into the evening.
If you put moisture in the ball and then shine it, doesn't that make the ball heavier?
It could, but I need to weigh it to find out. Here comes Cummins, and he's bowling to Pujara. He's on the push. He wants a single. Gill doesn't. Gill doesn't want any singles at the moment. That was nudged down behind point. Pujara set off. He said, well, there's my first run, and he got sent back.
Yeah, he did. There was another. It was a quick single.
Gill's become a statue.
It was a quick single, but certainly could have got down the other end if Gill was backing up. But alas, he was not. He was sort of resting on his bat, as he's doing at the moment, as he stands there and just lets the world go past.
Yep, 3 slips gully, short leg. Cummins bounces in once more. Pujara's forward. No, he says this time, as he pushes it out on the offside. So the evidence of stubbornness and Stonewall is all about this at the moment. Neither Gill nor Pujara is too sure about how to judge a single.
Well, they can potentially judge a single, just not very well.
They get run out.
Run
out is really.
That's not. They don't need one of those. India have any chance to win. It's no run outs.
It's firming in the betting, I tell you, the way this is going. There might be a nick too, as Cummins runs in wide of the crease and bowls, and he's forward and playing it away on the onside. So it's good, tight test cricket at the moment. India trying to get re-established after losing Rohit Sharma to some fine bowling from Pat Cummins, strike bowler. 1 for 24. And hello to everyone wherever you are. I know some people going up the highway. Hello, Peter and Marion heading up to Foster. Keep your eye on the road and keep listening to the cricket, because you never know when a wicket's going to fall or a 4 is going to be hit. As Cummins charges in again, and the bouncer is ducked by Pujara. So there's some pace and occasional venom. That's about the first bouncer of the day, I think.
It's the first short one. Pujara went underneath it nicely, but a bit of nastiness. If you remember Natarajan yesterday when he was bowling to Green, he was very wide on the crease. And I think that crack that he was hitting or landing in is a little bit wider. So Pat Cummins and the Australian bowlers may need to just think about where on the crease they're delivering the ball from.
More of Cummins. That straight, strong approach. He goes in. Pujara leaves just outside the off stump. That was good judgment. Boycottian judgment to let that go through outside the off stump. 1 for 24, and we've had 11 overs. Australia on top at the moment with some uncertainty in the batting. Stuart Clark is here, and Andrew Moore with his heavy bowl is coming in to join you.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Another wonderful introduction, Jimmy. Thank you. 1 for 24. India chasing 328. Shubman Gill 17 and Pujara 10 deliveries. No runs, and Pat Cummins 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4. This is interesting. A bowling change at the Stanley Street end. Cameron Green coming on.
Cameron Green, yeah, he can bowl. He does bowl a heavy ball, hits the bat hard. I'll explain to people what I mean by that, because Mr. Chappell will be on shortly and he'll be all over me.
So Cameron Green still in pursuit of his first Test wicket, bowling to Gill with 2 slips and a gully, and this has worked away through mid-wicket beautifully by Gill. Won't be a boundary. They've got a couple of runs. Sean Abbott, the sub-field, tracks it down just inside the rope, and they'll come back for a third. So Shubman Gill moves to 20, and India 1 for 27. A heavy ball means what, Stewie?
It means the ball hits the bat rather than... So if you're a batsman, you're trying to hit the ball. It means the ball comes onto you quicker than you think. So rather than getting forward and playing the shot or getting back and playing the shot, you get forward and the ball hits the bat. And hits high on the bat all the time. So when I say high on the bat, up near the stickers, and the way it is described by some, not by all, is some of us describe it as a heavy ball. Now that's not everyone's cup of tea, the old heavy ball.
It's more deceptively quick, or deceptive bounce. Cameron Green bowls to Pujara, who's forward pushing to cover. Labuschagne quickly to his left. Fields and Pujara still on the globe. And
whilst it doesn't come up on the speed gun as large numbers, 148, 152, 137, I think that one, 38 that one was, but it feels a bit quicker than that because it is hitting the bat hard.
Yeah.
And it feels like he's bowling with a heavier ball than really 156 grams.
I accept your explanation, Stuart Clark. Thank you.
Can you get Mr. Chappell to accept it?
No chance.
And can you get him to describe it?
Here's Cameron Green bowling to Pujara, who's driving. A well-pitched up delivery, but straight to Abbott at mid-on. No run. 1 for 27. Yeah, I think it would be a brief answer like it was the other day when you first decided to throw it in there. 1 for 27. Rohit Sharma out for 7. Good catch. Tim Payne low to his right off Cummins.
You know what I'm disappointed about this morning, just looking at Cameron Green? There's not a lot I'm disappointed with Cameron Green about, to be fair. But surely he's got a clean pair of whites somewhere.
In he comes and bowls to Pujara, short and wide. No shot offered by Pujara. I am going vehemently opposed to that opinion. I like it. It shows like a guy's in day 5 of a Test match.
They get 10
dirty.
pairs of pants every game.
No.
They've got enough for each day, plus if they played 3 tests in a row, they'd have enough. Cricket Australia provide the pants.
This looks like a guy who's in the 5th day.
They provide washing for you. You don't even have to pay for your washing when you're in the Australian cricket team.
Doesn't matter. That's why I admire it even more.
You've lost me.
Green comes in with his dirty pants. Bowls wide of off stump. Pujara shoulders arms. No run.
Mate.
You would have, I can imagine you being a bit of a tough. I've washed these for me. Have it in my room by 7, please. I can imagine every day.
You don't have to talk to anyone. What do you mean?
Oh, that's even more down your alley.
Put it in a bag, leave it out the front, and the next day it comes back.
Yeah, perfect for you.
I don't talk to people, seriously. It's beneath me.
I like if you're in the right job here. 3 slips, a gully, a point. There's a mid-off, mid-on, square leg, fine leg. Cameron Green on to bowl the 12th over of the innings. Bowls to Pujara, who does it off very close to off stump. And through it goes to Tim Payne at 135k an hour. End of the over. And India 1 for 27. Australia needs 9 wickets. India needs another 301. Gill is 20. Pujara yet to score. What did you make of that first over from Cameron Green?
Yeah, nice seam in it. There's a couple of replays here. Seam's in a good spot when he lets the ball go. Nice full length. Got a little bit straight to one of the deliveries, and Gill worked him away off his pads through the vacant mid-wicket area. But he's got a big job to do here, Cameron Green. He's got to just take out of his head, if he has got it in his mind, that he's not a change bowler to give the main quicks a rest. He's there to get up a couple of wickets. He bowls fast enough. He gets the ball to bounce. As I said, he gets the seam in a nice position. Maybe just a slight mental change in, I'm here as I'm a genuine all-rounder. I can bat well and I can also bowl well, and my job is to pick up a couple of wickets.
So Cummins 1 for 4 from 5 overs. Bowls to Gill, who's backing across, defending down the pitch. Cummins picks up no run.
Gill doesn't look anywhere near as assured against Pat Cummins that he did against Hazelwood and even Green. They just looks a fraction late on the ball at different stages, and I don't think he's particularly comfortable.
I'm assuming it's Hazelwood off the field.
Hazelwood, Cummins doesn't bowl a heavy ball though. He bowls just good fast balls.
Yeah, he doesn't need any weight attributed to it.
No.
Colin and Will driving up through WA from Albany to Port Denison and backing postman Pat to get the deliveries right. Let's see if he does here to Shubman Gill, right on target. And it's defended with one hand coming off the bat. Down to Labuschagne at mid-off. Marty from Mulgildy in the North Burnett listening to the cricket while on the tractor planting. As much as I'm hoping for 10 wickets and no rain, the reality is India only need 3.3 runs per over to win the match. They certainly have the firepower, expecting them to have a crack. I think the loss of Rohit, whether for them mentally or not, but for us as watching this game from afar, would diminish their hopes of getting the runs and achieving that run rate.
I'd certainly put a dent in it. He's a quality world-class player that does score very quickly when he wants to.
Cummins bowls and Gill's on the drive, but can't beat Cummins. Just sticks out his left hand and it sticks. No run.
It's been a great spell thus far by Pat Cummins. Just 5.3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4. I'm looking at his average speeds, all about that 140 kilometres an hour mark. Every ball is there or thereabouts, roundabout off stump. He induced the edge from Rohit Sharma. Tim Payne took a nice catch. He's bowled the odd bouncer when need be, so he's certainly asking all the right questions at the moment and certainly making it hard for all batsmen.
3 slips and a gully in place for Pat Cummins, bowling to Gill, a bouncer, and he ducks underneath that comfortably enough as it flies through to Tim Payne. Yeah, 3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, deep square, and a deep backward square. 1 for 27. Tony says clearly Green's dirty white shows he's a man of the people and not some heavy ball lawyer type. Loving the commentary as always.
Who is that bloke?
Tony, on your tone. Well played,
You'd be
Tony.
mates with Tony, wouldn't you? You would be mates with Tony. You're that sort of bloke.
I like
to
be friends with as many listeners as possible.
Tony's a lawyer by the sounds of it.
Here comes Cummins, or an anti-lawyer, bowls and forward defending again, taking the top hand off the bat as he pushes it down towards mid-on. No run as Starkfield's moving to his left. 1 for 27 is the score, having resumed this morning on none for 4.
I may have overlooked one little part. I don't know whether he came out with clean pants or dirty pants. He may have slid in the field chasing a few balls around, but
sure.
That said, I still don't like it. I think he could go and put a clean pair on. They're that dirty.
End of the over too. We'll get an update on how Pat Cummins is tracking in terms of Australian wicket takers with Rick Finlay. What's he having today? Caviar and what? And lobby already. Beautiful. Cummins bowls and on the drive goes Gill, and another. He's fielding off his own bowling is as good as anything else, Cummins. He's a one-handed whiz, and he took that in his right hand to end a maiden over. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 4 with India. 1 for 27. Gill is 20. Pujara yet to score. Rick, good morning to you, mate. What have you got on Pat Cummins?
Hello, Andrew. Yes, by dismissing Sharma today, he moves to 161 wickets, taking 1 past Bill Johnson, Australia's post-war stalwart, famous bowling partnership with Lyndall Miller post-war. So Pat Cummins now 23rd on the Aussie list of wicket takers.
All right, good man. He'll continue to climb, won't he, over the next however many years. Cameron Green into Pujara. Can't get his first run here as he pushes it to Abbott at mid-on. And the score remains 1 for 27.
You see Pat Cummins ending up near the top subject to injury and form and whatnot, but for what he's delivering at the moment, Pat Cummins is good in all conditions. You see him up near the top 5 for Australia at the end of his career.
Well,
I certainly do.
Wayne's got an interesting question. How important was it to rest Pat Cummins from the white ball games? I'm sure he may have run out of petrol if he'd played them. Here's Green into Pajara, doesn't offer outside the off stump, and it goes through to Payne at hip height, 1 for 27.
I don't think anyone had a problem with resting Pat Cummins because he'd played the whole IPL as well. So he'd been in a bubble and IPLing, and what people were worried about is he went into the Test series without having any long form bowling, and whether he did the work in the nets or whatever. When you say they're having a rest, it's not like they go and sit on a beach somewhere for 3 weeks, feet up. He would have had a very strict workload type system that he would have been having to follow.
It's Green to Pajara. The 18th delivery Pajara faces still doesn't yield a run as he pushes it to Abbott at mid-on again. Score remains 1 for 27. Mike's travelling from Pebbly Beach to Canangra Walls. Do you think the Aussies bowl as many slower balls and other variations commonly used in T20 as they could? I feel like there used to be more slower balls bowled in Tests than there are these days. Be interested in your thoughts. That's from Mike.
They do. I think they bowled. Well, they didn't bowl a lot in Sydney, but I did notice a few. Do they bowl as many?
Green to Pajara, forward, defending, no run. Green gets down low to his right and he's follow through to pick up.
Remember Merv Hughes used to bowl the old leg break? He'd come hurtling in and then he'd bowl the leg break. That was one I remember because we all used to try it when we were kids growing up. Well, I was a kid growing up, trying to emulate the big man. McGrath used to bowl the old. Remember, he used to have the old split finger one. He gave it a name after a while too. He called it the trapdoor or McDermott. Craig McDermott had that one, the split finger one.
Green bowls and Pajara struck on the body as the ball rolls away on the offside. The Nathan line at point, no run. You see the knuckleball these days.
You see that. McGrath actually he used to bowl the split finger one, and then occasionally he'd run in, so he'd bowl one, and you'd see this, so the batter would go, the old split finger, and then he'd run in, and as he got to the top of his mark, he'd close his fingers up and bowl a bouncer. He gave it a nickname, the trapdoor.
Trapdoor.
Don't know if it ever got anyone out, but
nice.
It sounded good.
That would have seemed a heavy ball when you're expecting the splitter. Pajara waits for Green. Does he score here? No, he doesn't offer. Outside the off stump, Pajara 21 dot balls. That ends the over 1 for 27.
See, you're just trying to perpetuate this whole thing because you're on in 2 seconds. With
Not at all.
Chappell.
Listen, with Ian here.
With Mr. Chappell.
Stu, I've got your back, mate.
Oh, yeah.
What? See ya. Go. Ian Chappell's here. It's 1 for 27. India still need 301 from here. Australia require 9 wickets. Gill 20. Pajara 0 of 21 deliveries. Green 2 overs are made and none for 3. Good morning, Ian Chappell.
Morning, Andrew. Morning, listeners. I'm a non-heavy ball, front bar drinking journalist.
Yes. Well, it's nice to have you here.
Thank you, Andrew. Nice to be here.
And anything you want to say about it? Anything else from Stewie?
Well, yeah, actually, Craig McDermott, I think, was the first that started the split finger.
Yeah.
And I was actually there when he was showing it. And it was Dave Nilsson, the Milwaukee Brewers catcher, who was also a Queenslander. And it was at Jeff Thompson's benefit match. And they were talking, and Dave Nilsson said to him, "Why don't you guys try a split finger delivery?"
Meanwhile, Mitchell Starc replaces Pat Cummins from the Vulture Street end. His first over of the day, and it's wide outside off stump, taken by Payne.
And I think McDermott bowled it better than anybody else I saw, because he not only did it change pace, but his used to die. And I've seen guys thinking that, whoa, hang on, I'm getting a big full toss here, and they sort of whoop like that, and it would drop on them. The other guy that used to fool a lot of people like that, I don't know how he bowled it, was a guy called Franklin Stevenson, West Indies guy. I think it was Notts, the county that he played. He played a lot of cricket for them, but boy, did he bowl some guys who pulled away thinking.
Starc bowls, and Gill is defending hurriedly on the offside of the pitch, and Starc picks up. He played for Tassie too, didn't he?
I think he might. Yes, I think you're right. Yeah,
that's right.
But he, I saw a lot of guys sort of pull back, thinking that they were getting a hand-to-head, and this thing would just dip on them. And the next thing, there was that the dreaded crashing into the timber.
You still shudder thinking about that sound, don't you?
the death rattle, as we used to call it.
India 1 for 27. Cummins 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 4 his spell. And now it's Stark bowling wide of the crease into Gill, who drives. Beautiful shot and a great save by Matt Wade to mid-off. Show at the throw at the striker's end had Pujara diving at full stretch. It was a brilliant bit of fielding by Wade. His return missed and they do get the run, and their running has been questionable, if not strange, in this partnership so far. Gill 21, 1 for 28, first run in a while.
I mean, they ran for that, but there was about 2.5 runs in one about a few overs back, and they didn't run any.
So now it's Pujara on strike, 21 deliveries yet to score. After Rohit Sharma fell in the 9th over, it was 1 for 18, and now we're in the 15th over.
Did Green face 21 in Sydney for a duck?
He did. It was 21 ball duck. Stark bowls to Pujara, who's forward pushing, and it comes off the inside edge, and that's how he's going to get his first run. Down to deep backward square, and they'll come back for a second run as Hazelwood does the fielding. So he's off the mark with an uncertain 2 from 22, and India 1 for 30.
I don't know how you can face 21 balls without scoring. I couldn't do that. I'm off out of there way before 21. I mean, if I can make it off the first ball, I'm off. But some guys, it doesn't seem to bother them.
Not phased, yeah.
It bothered me being on naught.
I don't think it bothers the Pujara too much. And Cheteshwar Pujara on strike again, averaging under 30 in the 4th innings of Test matches, and this is wide of off stump. And Pujara doesn't offer. Only 3 half-centuries in the 4th innings. Makes sense that averages are a little lower in the 4th innings with wear and tear of wickets and so on.
But no hundreds.
No hundreds in the 4th innings of a Test.
That's a bit of a damning stat, yeah.
298 left for India to win. Mitchell Stark, as we keep seeing on the monitor, well short of the popping crease. He's no chance of bowling a no ball.
He's got the North Sydney socks on too.
He does. The old North Sydney Bears. Bless them.
The Grizzly Bears.
1922 though, Grizzly. Not since. Here's Stark bowls, and it's Pujara defending. Square on the offside to Nathan Lyon. A point to end the over. India 1 for 30. Pujara 2. Shubman Gill 21. The target is 328.
That was the bane of Michael Gibson's life. The fact that he never saw the Bears win one.
I know.
He spent a lot of time up in the Moreton Bay Fig Tree at North Sydney Oval, but never saw them win a flag. No. I think Frank Hyde was playing when they won the
he played for
title, wasn't he?
North and Newtown. Or was Frank a little bit after that? I
Was
think he was
he?
after. I think he played in the 40s, Frank.
Did he? Okay.
So Cameron Green is going to continue from the Stanley Street end. 2 overs of maiden, none for 3. And India 1 for 30. They've added 26 runs so far today in 13 overs and 1 ball. Next in is the captain, Ajinkya Rahane. He'd love to have his lunch before he's got to worry about coming out, but lunch is a long way away. Still an hour and a half away. Here's Green bowling, and he's played away backward of point to Nathan Lyon, and there's no run. Chappelli, you spoke earlier in the Test about the importance of the captain's discretion in a declaration in your time. Perhaps Stark and Smith's media comments around having nothing to do with the declaration are warranted. Particularly the bowling unit have a lot more to focus on here, because twice we haven't been able to bowl India out this series. That much so they forgot to wash their whites, says Franksy in Albury Wodonga.
Albury Wodonga, eh? Boundary.
As a drive here from Gill, misdirected. He's aiming offside. It ends up down at mid onto Hazelwood.
Not a boundary, a border city, should I say?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't surprised at all to hear that neither Smith nor Stark knew anything about the declaration. I mean, to me as a captain, asking about the declaration is about the same as asking about the toss. I mean, why do you go and ask the players about the toss? You speak to the bowlers, they'll say bat. Speak to the batsman, they'll say bowl. So why ask them?
Here's Green moving into Gill, who's driving through the covers. Brilliant shot. A chase here for Labuschagne from mid-off. The ball heading towards the boundary. They have a couple of runs. The dive by Labuschagne. No, it's going to be 4. He tried his darndest, Labuschagne, but the ball ends up over the rope. Beautiful shot from Shubman Gill. Gosh, he's got some talent, hasn't he? He's 25. That's the only second boundary of the innings as India move along to 1 for 34. They still need a further 294 to win.
A glorious shot from Shubman Gill. The only thing I'd say about his batting is there are times when he leaves off stump open, and as a bowler, I think most of the bowlers would be thinking, I got a real chance here, round off stump, getting a nick.
Green on his way, and Gill leaves this one outside off stump. Also on the SMS, 0467 920 222. What a sensational job you guys have done this summer. Andrew, you are so lucky to be working with some of the finest cricketers and commentators ever. I appreciate that every day, I promise you. And how lucky are they to be working with arguably the... Okay, thank you for that. Joy to listen to ABC Cricket. Dutchie from the Southern Highlands. Very kind of you, Dutchie.
I guess the point I'm making about both the toss and the declaration is all that's going to happen is you're going to get confused if you start talking to a whole lot of guys.
It's Green bowling, and Gill plays off the back foot. There's that jab, that punch shot off stump. They've got one, they'll get a couple. Nathan Lyon picks the ball up now with a slide about 10 metres in from the rope at backward point, in fact forward point, and they'll get 3. So Shubman Gill to 28, 1 for 37.
I mean, you might have a chat to your vice captain, or maybe you might include your senior player if he's not the vice captain, but no more. I mean,
how often were you confused about what to do by looking at the pitch or the conditions?
No. I mean, look at the pitch. I never looked at the pitch until the morning of the game because I didn't want to make a mistake with the pitch.
Here's Green to end the over to Pujara. He leaves the ball that's rising over off stump, and that will end the over. India is 1 for 37. The target is 328. Pujara 2 off 25, and Shubman Gill is 28. Cameron Green 3 overs are made and none for 10. I'll leave you, Ian Chappell, in the hands of the voice of summer coming up for the last day of the Grandstand summer cricket season. Jim Maxwell.
Is that the singing voice of summer?
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Golden brown, texture like sun, lays me down with my mind, she runs.
And I hope Hugh Cornwall's listening to the coverage. The harpsichord. That was the special effect in that wonderful song, Golden Brown, from way back. You know what Golden Brown is, don't you? I won't go on about that. It's probably inappropriate, but here comes Stark around the wicket, and it's short, and it's played by Gill off the back foot out to backward point, and it's 1 for 37. Good morning, Chappelli.
Good morning, James. Good to hear that you're in excellent voice. Yeah, just going on with that, with Andrew's question about being confused by the pitch. As I say, the morning of the game, that would be the first time I'd look at the pitch because I wanted to see the pitch as it was when we're going to play on it. And I relied pretty well entirely on my information from the curator. I would ask him what the pitch was going to do.
Stark again around the wicket. He bowls the ball wide of the off stump. So Australia getting 1 wicket so far in just over an hour of play. Sharma caught behind by Payne from Cummins. But it's been hard yakky here. They've looked to get another wicket a couple of times more on a run out than anything else with these two.
And the good curators knew exactly what their pitch was going to do, and that stands to reason because they're the ones who prepared it. Other than that, I didn't look at the pitch too. I figured, well, I was hoping that I'd get a good long look at the pitch while I was batting. Didn't always happen, mind you.
Stark's in again, down the line of the pads. It's squirted away for a run, just 1 run. 2 men back on the onside, and Harris picks up. And we've got Gill on 29, Pujara 2, India 1 for 38. A quiet start to the day, and a small crowd here because the business of getting in is a bit more complicated than just turning up at the gate and throwing a coin into the fountain. So you need to explore that on Ticketek if you want to get in because of the COVID rules and regulations. They need to be able to track you.
Bit easier in Rome, is it, James, to throw it in the fountain?
It is. Not so easy to watch the cricket. Stark bowls just wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Mind you, they've got a Coliseum, and I think if you're watching the Big Bash, this is what I call Coliseum cricket.
The other thing about the pitch is you're watching. You're watching the game when you're in the field. In my case, I was at first slip. I got Rodney to talk to next to me about, pace of the pitch and things like that. So, that's part of your job as a captain, is to observe things. And you're not just observing your players and the opposition players, you're observing what's going on with the pitch.
Stark comes up and is turned off the glove awkwardly. There's no short leg in, and that was prodded in the air from Stark. Whether that was Stark's bounce or something on the pitch. Pujara, like a lot of subcontinental batsmen, plays with lower hands, I suppose, but that did bounce a bit more than he anticipated and whacked him on the glove.
Who was it? You, Andrew, I think, was asking me about the difference in the gloves, the modern gloves compared with the... I tell you what, that whacked him pretty solidly on the glove with the hand on the bat. That would have been a problem, I reckon, with our gloves.
Stark goes in, Pujara forward, pushing away. Why not bring a short leg in? He's played a couple uppishly in that direction there. So that's the over gone. 1 run from it. It's 1 for 38. Now, I've got something special here for you. Do you remember the days when kids used to come up to you?
Please, Mr. Chappell, can I have your autograph?
Well, I want you to autograph this book for me, please. Chappelli, The Cutting Edge.
Well, I do remember some of that, and I dread nowadays when some guy comes up and say, "Oh, I was a kid and I ran out onto the ground," and I say, "Oh, I didn't, did I?" and they say, "Oh, no, you were very kind to me." I say, "Oh, thank heavens for that." So I sort of remember some of those days, James. Yes.
Yeah, I found that at home, and it's unvarnished, as it were. It hasn't got your moniker in it, so if you'd be kind enough to sign that book, it's a fairly recent copy. I think 1992.
It's bloody brand new. You haven't even opened it, Jim.
I don't think I've even read it yet.
Exactly the point. Is this to the voice of summer, is it?
Yes. The budgies won't read it. Definitely not. Now, the line's on, and he's coming in and he's pitching up outside the off stump. And there's a bloke out there, Michael H. I'm backing the Aussies to get the job done with Nathan Lyon to take a fiver. Shout out to Scott Purcell, working hard out in Narrabri today. Good on you. Well, let's see. He needs 3 for 400. If he can get a break here, that'll be great, but he can't because Gill's on the back foot, playing with the spin. He didn't get much variation from the surface in the first innings, and it'll be interesting to see if he's as cracked up to be the off spinner we know he can be. Looking for that crack. He comes in and bowls him down the pitch with a stride. Goes Shubman Gill and plonks him away.
I'll be interested to see how Pujara plays Nathan Lyon. First innings in Sydney, he wasn't proactive at all. Didn't use his feet much. Second innings, he used them a lot.
Lyon comes up, slip and short leg, and a pull shot goes past mid-wicket despite a dive out there, and they get a single with Cummins around from the deep to collect on the onside. 1 for 39, Gill's 30, Pujara's 2.
That might look like a dangerous shot, the pull shot on a fifth-day pitch when the odd one is staying down. But it's amazing how quickly, particularly if you're playing an aggressive shot, if you're back to play the pull shot aggressively and the ball stays low, it's amazing because you're in a positive frame of mind. It's amazing how quickly you can get down and stop the one that stays low. So it's not as dangerous as it looks.
Leg slip, short leg for Pujara and a short mid-wicket. So he can get a bit in between on the crease there. Let's see how positive he'll be against Lyon as he comes in towards him, and he is forward and watching and pushing, and they don't get a single with Smith chasing back from slip.
I'm going to have a look at his footwork here, if I can, because he tends to get stuck. I think he makes too big a first stride, and that gets him stuck in no man's land.
Lyon over the wicket to him, and he's hit on the pad and a bill for LBW. Now Lyon will be reckoning he didn't play a shot at that. He came down the pitch and he pushed at it. They're going for the DRS here. I think this is pretty optimistic. He said not out, and he was half paced down. It was bouncing. It hit him out the line. And the question for a start is, did he play a shot or not?
For LBW.
I think they asked Paul Wilson. I think you'll find this is pretty close, Jim.
Right? No shot is played.
He didn't get that far down.
So we can go.
No shot is played. So that's the indication by the umpire.
Well, this will be interesting. The bounce will be the factor, I think.
This is dangerous. He needs to stop doing this. And why you jump down the track and then kick the ball, I've got no idea.
The Australians seem quite confident that they may get this.
Red decision not out.
Now we're seeing the ball
Impact
turn.
is outside.
Oh, it's umpire's call.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call. It's hitting the top of the leg stump.
Oh.
It's almost hitting it flush on that replay, isn't it?
You stick with original decision not out.
The bulk of the ball's hitting the stumps. So how can that be umpire's call? Nathan Lyon is not happy at all.
It is. It's the old story. If he'd given it out, that'd be out, because it's clearly whacking the top of the leg stump. It's not just flicking the bail.
Pujara's got to stop doing that. And it's a silly shot. I mean, why do you jump out of your crease and then kick the ball? That's why they give you that wooden thing before you go out to bat.
Well, he was a bit lucky there, because clearly on the evidence of ball tracking, that ball was hitting, not shaving, hitting the stump.
That's more than 50% of the ball hitting the stumps. How the hell? I mean, I've never trusted the DRS, and that's even more reason not to trust it.
So you wouldn't have it?
Well, I mean, you're not going to turn back time now, but I'd certainly make a lot of changes to it.
You mean if it's hitting the stumps, that's good enough?
Oh, I'd make a multitude of changes. I mean, for starters, put it in the umpire's hands.
Here's Stark around the wicket, off the back foot. Gill plays it through the offside and collects a run. No. There's a little bit of indecision again. One or two. No, one will do. It's 1 for 40. Pujara back on strike. Has made 2 from 30 balls. So what would you do if you changed it?
Oh, as I say, a multitude. But
you're master of the universe. What would you do?
I'd put it. First thing I'd do is put it in the hands of the umpires. You know, it's the decision-making process has got nothing to do with the players in the game that I played, and I think it still should be that way. It's up to the umpires to make decisions. Now,
the 3 umpires.
Yeah, the bloke upstairs, if he sees a howler, he gets the batsman to stop, as they do now, and wait and checks it out and says, no, mate, it's wrong decision.
Now Stark rolls right on the stumps. Pujara pushes away. But just, you think about the protocol that would be involved in that decision then. The umpire said not out. The players...
That's it. It's all over.
That's it, the end of it. Even if the third umpire comes on the willy wally and says, I think we need to look at that.
Well, that's not a howler. That's a... Well, it was not quite 50-50, I don't think. But, you know, where I'm talking about where the guy gets a big inside edge onto the pad and he's given out LBW, the umpire steps in, and the third umpire steps in and says, no, mate, you've got to change that.
Stark in around the wicket again. Pujara leaves a ball. That did hit something. That bounced and went sideways to Payne from outside the line of the off stump. I fancied that was more than the skill of the bowler. That looked like it hit the crack, but it didn't do any damage.
Yeah, so, I mean, that was what we were told, we being the Channel 9 commentators years back. We were told that it was brought in, the DRS was brought in to get rid of the howler and to get the correct decision. How can it give you the correct decision when you've got a finite number of reviews?
Around the wicket, Stark bowls, prodded forward, away it goes on the offside. So you'd take it out of the player's hands completely.
Totally, yeah. Now, you will remember the game. I think it was actually at the GABBA. Brendan McCullum was the New Zealand captain, and I think he must have been batting at the time. And he took a review. Remember, they used to give you your reviews back after the first new ball was finished, 80 overs? Right, so you got... They were renewed. So because it was 79.1 or something, Brendan took the review, thinking, oh, we'll get him back in a few balls' time.
More of Stark around the wicket to Pujara, and he gets out of the way of a lifter. That was sharp. 142 clicks and he kept his gloves away from it.
Very well played by Pujara. Yeah, and blow me down 2 balls later or something. Anyhow, before the 80 overs is up, he gets an absolute howler, and he's got no reviews left. Because there's another thing about it. It should never be a tactic in the game of cricket, but it is definitely a tactic now, which is rubbish. Umpiring decisions should never be a tactic in the game of cricket.
Yep, that's what it's become, alas, a lot of the time, in this search for perfection in the game. Stark bowls, forward goes Pujara, blocks it away on the offside, and they'll be wondering how they can create an opportunity again against Pujara. So we will see, because Lyon will continue, and India bogged down here. They've gone from none for 4 to 1 for 40 with Rohit Sharma caught by pain of Cummins.
He's a very fine player, Pujara, but my problem with him is that he just does not rotate the strike enough. He's a poor runner between wickets. He's a slow runner between wickets is probably a better phrase. But he doesn't use his hands to manipulate the ball, and he's got enough skill to be able to do that.
Now Nathan Lyon starts up, and Gill forward has gone in the air around the corner, down to fine leg, and it's going to run down towards the boundary for 4. Well, it might have been 1 for leg slip, but there's no leg slip there, and he played it neatly around the corner. It's got the leg slip for Pujara, but not for Gill, and he moves to 35 out of 1 for 44.
Tell you what, we might have had 118 millimetres overnight in Brisbane, but hasn't slowed the outfield any. David Warner didn't even bother chasing that.
Yes, they've got a drainage system you can only dream about.
Bit like your garden, James?
Yes, it goes straight through to God. Absolutely. Gives the birds and the chickens nothing to peck at. Dry as a bone. Now there is a leg slip in, a leg slip, a short leg. And here comes Lyon, and forward he pushes away down the offside. So
that's a hell of a lot, isn't it? That's about 1.25 inches in the old money.
Oh,
118 millimetres.
As I say, the bloke upstairs has run out of juice. There's no more for today. Lyon bowls, and back he goes into his stumps and plays it down on the onside. Or like old Jeff Marnie at the races. He poured with rain, and then it stopped. And he said, as they lined up for the next, he said, just have to wait a little moment here as Lyon bowls down the leg side. Well taken by Payne. He said, we've had a lot of rain, but I think God's just gone away for a refill. We're going to get more.
So what, you think there's somebody up there with a watering can or something, do you, Jim?
Definitely, yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
Not just coming out of the sky by any chance?
It's the Holy Spirit.
Oh.
Here comes Lyon, bowling down the pitch. He drives it into the covers, and they think of a run, but they don't go.
With Gill, another one with a lot of skill, just he hits a few too many really good shots straight to fielders. If he could work on his placement, it'd even be better.
Here's Lyon going in, probing away in a push with a little lunge down the pitch, a half step, and away it went. So that is the end of the over. It's time for drinks on the field, not from above. Let's get the latest headlines from ABC News.
Hello, this is Anna Pikett with your latest news update. For the second consecutive day, there have been no new locally acquired cases of coronavirus in New South Wales. 3 more cases have been detected among international arrivals who've arrived in Melbourne for the Australian Open. Senior members of the Trump administration have called Australia's Prime Minister before their term comes to an end. It comes ahead of the inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden, who will become the 46th leader of the United States. And the Weather Bureau says far north Queensland should still be prepared for heavy rain, despite the downgrading of ex-tropical cyclone Kimi. ABC News.
It must be love, love, love.
I don't know what I'd do without my ABC.
I love it every day, mate. I listen to you every morning.
It's how I stay in touch.
Triple J means my life.
Congratulations to the ABC. Once again, outstanding reporting.
Absolutely vital that you're there providing this service to our community. So thank you so very much.
Must be love, love.
ABC.
What you do for all of it, it's unreal.
Connecting Australians.
Must be love, love, love.
Hi, this is Steve Smith.
Here is the last 60 minutes in 60 seconds on ABC Grandstand.
So Cummins is in again. Sharma's edging and he's caught by Payne. There's the wicket Australia want. Sharma is out. He's been brilliantly caught by Payne. Diving away to his right. A good keeper's catch in front of slip. And it's Pat Cummins, of course, who gets the breakthrough. India 1 for 18. Now Hazlewood bowls, and that's carved away to the boundary for 4. Heave-ho, and away we go outside the off stump, and Gill threw his bat at that. Line over the wicket to him, and he's hit on the pad and appeal for LBW. Now Lyon will be reckoning he didn't play a shot at that. He came down the pitch and he pushed at it. They're going for the DRS here. Now we're seeing the ball turn. Oh, it's umpire's call. It's hitting the top of the leg stump. It's almost hitting it flush on that replay, isn't it?
You stick your original decision not out.
The bulk of the ball's hitting the stumps. So how can that be umpire's call?
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
And welcome back to the Test match. Last day at the Gabba. It's been dry so far. It was a bit wet for Rohit Sharma. He nicked off, caught by Payne in front of slip-off Cummins. But since then, we've had some interesting batting, I think you could say, from these two. They've been a bit indecisive with their running between the wickets. And Pujara survived a DRS when he padded up to Lyon. And now there's a change down at the far end, at the Vulture Street end. Or is Stark? No, Stark's going to continue. And Pujara's just taking fresh guard here from umpire Oxenford. And he's waiting for a cue from the floor manager or someone to get the game going again. 2 slips gully. Short leg is there, and he should have been there before. Stark comes in around the wicket to Pujara, and he leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. Someone was roaring. I don't know why. That was wide of the off stump.
So how many, what was it, about 4,000 at the last day of the Tide Test?
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah, but there's about 440,000 reckon they were there.
Yes, that's true. And a lot of them probably reckon they were there because of the commentary on the radio.
Exactly.
Everyone had the old hot point radio in the kitchen, or they were in a pub listening on the wireless to that dramatic finish to the game. Stark around the wicket, forward, Pujara playing down the onside. And of course, as everyone knows who's followed the story of that Tide Test 60 years ago, that unfortunately, and Alan McGilvray told the story against himself, he wasn't there because he jumped on a plane at tea time with Keith Miller and they missed it. And Clive Harburg and Johnny Moyes with Michael Charlton were there at the end. And there was a bit of confusion, I think, in the box when the game ended with that dramatic run out. Stark goes around the wicket and bowls a ball. It's driven nicely through the covers from Pujara. They've got a couple. They'll get 3. Will they get 4? It's touch and go. It's just knocked back inside the rope, and Wade completes the 1-2. The tic-tac boys with Lyon out there doing the chasing and the recovering, and Wade getting rid of the ball as they took 3. So the score moves to 47. 1 for 47 in the 21st over of the innings.
On that occasion, it was Pujara who wanted the 4th, and Shubman Gill turned him down. Shubman Gill's, Pujara's a slow runner. I'm not quite sure how good a judge he is of a run, but Shubman Gill's a faster runner, but don't think his judgment of a run is that good.
Short cover in here alongside 2 slips in the gully. No short leg now. As Stark moves in, and on the line of the stumps, it's pushed away by the tall and mainly elegant Gill. And he has moved to 35 out of 1 for 47. Rohit Sharma caught by Payne off Cummins for 7 when the score was 18.
Well, I don't think we're going to get a tie here today at the Gabba, but let's hope we get plenty of excitement like that must have been around on that day. What is it? Nearly 60 years ago. Oh,
just over.
Would be 60 years. Yeah.
60. Stark in, pushed away by Gill on the offside. Yes,
that would have been. That would have been in the 60 part of 60-61, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Being at the GABBA, it would have been before Christmas.
I'm sure a lot of you have heard the story of Alan McGilvray and Keith Miller decided to leave at tea. I think Australia was 6 for 92, and they thought, it's all over. We'll get out of here early. And they got off the plane, and Mac was met by his wife at the airport and saw, well, what happened? Did we lose? Stark charges in and bowls right on the stumps. No, didn't lose. Oh, it was a draw. No, the man didn't say, well, we won. No. So what was the result? Oh, it was some other result. I think the guy said it was a tie. A tie? What?
the first ever.
First ever tie in Test history. And the great man missed it along with his mate Keith Miller. So that's the end of the over. We're going to go north to the commentary box at the GABBA. 1 for 47. It's time for Quentin Hull and Dirk Naddis with coffee in hand.
ABC Sport. Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Everybody say hi, look who's finally arrived.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Ian. Nathan Lyon to continue from the Stanley Street end. Pujara works him through the onside. He'll get a run just wide of Warner at mid-wicket. Cummins does the fielding, so Pujara ticks the score along to 1 for 48. He's 6, Gill is 35. Rowe hit the man out for 7 with the score on 18. Caught behind by Payne off the bowling of Cummins. The sky's getting ever bluer as the cloud breaks up and the crowd tries to make its way in here, with Lyon delivering and turned on the onside by Shubman Gill. Now, can you please look after your coffee today, Dirk? I'm a little concerned you haven't got a lid on that one.
Oh, it's stayed upright so far.
328 the target for victory. 9 more wickets for Australia as Gill whacks it along the ground straight to Labuschagne at mid-wicket. And the reason we say that, you're actually very good to be able to spill the same cup of coffee twice yesterday, and then you got another one late in the afternoon which you dropped as well.
I haven't been strong.
35 for Shubman Gill. Slip leg, slip short leg around the bat. Line over the wicket. Gill dead batting in defence.
Almost don't need it. Once again, this cricket has been outstanding, this battle. I've loved Mitchell Stark bowling around the wicket and asking questions. I think it's a really good tactic.
Lyon whirs away. Gill leans forward and drives just to the left of mid-off. He'll get a run despite the tumbling efforts of Josh Hazlewood to prevent the single. Gill to 36, 1 for 49.
Particularly from the Vulture Street end, because that's the end where we saw the pitch misbehaving yesterday. And I think with Mitchell Stark bowling very wide of the crease, he's almost on the return crease. And
Pujara's on 6, and he turns Lyon on the bump to Wade, who uses his left hand to knock it down. That's the end of the over.
And that just brings that area of undulating bounce into play.
Thank you to Tim from Bridgewater on the SMS, which is 0467 920 222. I hope Dirk has a sippy cup today. I did some investigating about this scenario of tickets and how you can actually get into the ground while I was off commentary there for a moment. You can still get into the ground. There were some technical issues with the ticket website apparently this morning, which has caused all manner of trouble. They have capped the capacity today at 9,700, and apparently there's already 6,000 so-called pre-sold, i.e. Tickets that have been picked up by people by donation today. So already 2/3 of the allocation exhausted. There's no way there's 6,000 people in here at the moment, but Here's Stark, left arm around the wicket, bowling from the Vulture Street end, and it's crunched through cover for 4 by Shubman Gill. No footwork, see ball, hit ball, whack out to the boundary. Didn't that fire out of his blade? He moves to 40 and it's 1 for 53.
Euphonious. The way this ball cracked off the bat. What an extraordinary shot. It's the type of shot that, to be fair, if he managed to nick this one and get caught at slip, you'd be sitting there saying, what are you doing? You don't need to play that shot. It's a long way outside off, but there's so much to love about the way this young man goes about his batting.
The reply from Stark is in at the hip, turned on the onside by Gill. He gets off strike with a single down to mid-on, moves to 41, 1 for 54. So just to finish that story about the tickets, you can physically get them at the ground by turning up to gate 2, which is the Brisbane Lions officers gate around there. And there have been issues with the website. We were getting some texts earlier on about wanting to try and come down and be a part of the day, but that website issue was frustrating. So there's still plenty of cricket left here if you do want to come down, and I think those issues have been sorted out. Stark around the wicket, let go.
The frustration was that it said that tickets were exhausted.
Yes, but they're not. So we got a text message a short time ago from a listener, Pauline, who was at Belmont. Okay, Q, I'm sitting at my kitchen table listening to the call. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to get a ticket and go to the GABBA. I only live 9 k's away. And then she followed up with a message short time after that. Well, that excitement didn't last long. Tickets from Ticketek, their site is a joke. Can't get a ticket. Okay, excitement, slow down and just listen to it all unfold on the radio. Have a good day, Australia. So, sorry, Pauline, that you've had a frustrating experience trying to get here today, but that's been the nature of the technical issue. As Stark bowls and forward comes Pujara defending on the offside. But I think that's been sorted out, but unlike the old days where gates are open, bucket at the gate, chuck your corn in, sit where you want. I can't do that because there has to be COVID tracing and all those types of things. And essentially what we've been told is that there's only really about 3,500 more tickets available if people want to come, because there'd been 6,000 taken up of a maximum capacity of 9,700 today. So I hope that clears a little bit of that up. Sun's beating down at the GABBA, 2 slips, short leg, bouncer from Stark round the wicket. That went well over Pujara's head. That should be a wide, but won't be. Current crowds around 2,500. We've just got some updated numbers.
Different tactic here being used to Pujara than to Shubman Gill. With Shubman Gill, they have 2 men out on the pull shot and no one really in on that sort of catching area just on the leg side of the batsman. Shubman Gill, they're thinking he's going to play a shot.
Pujara is defending Stark. End of the over, 1 for 54.
But I think if we look at the back side of the Australian innings and we saw the way the ball was leaping off a length every now and then, I think it's fair to say that at some stage today that's going to happen to the Indian batsman as well. And I think with Shubman Gill at the crease, if he is playing one of those back foot defence or front foot defence, if that ball does leap off and catch the glove, it's going to fall somewhere in that area. So even though you're backing yourself that he's going to play a shot out in the deep, I'd almost be inclined to forego that man at deep square and have him catching just for that time that ball misbehaves. You need someone there.
Lyon has 3 overs, none for 7. Starts his 4th over down the leg side, and Payne has a little fumble but knocks it down. No offer from Gill. Nathan Lyon now in his 11th test at the GABBA has 36 wickets at this venue at an average of around 30. 397 in all in his career, playing test 100. What a stage it would be to get to 400 today as forward comes Gill, and off inside edge and pad it rolls back to the bowler.
Eerily similar to the shot that Pujara played at that LBW review we saw a few overs ago.
Line unfurls, Gill defends.
Spinning it, Goaty. Keep spinning it, Goaty.
Now, you were an angry man about the DRS and what happened there.
I wouldn't go with angry. Forthright, perhaps. Line over the wicket. Gill deep in his crease, punches to mid-off, straight to Hazelwood.
Great job your end here, Gaz. Opening up for you here, Gary.
You're trying to give me enough rope here, aren't you, Dirk? Here comes Lyon. Gill in the back foot, punches, but straight there to Green, who does the fielding at cover point.
That's a 3 months pregnant pause.
Well, it's very hard to go into these discussions while the spinner's on. I'm trying to wait for the right moment of commentary craft to get into this discussion because you're ready to go. You're off the long run. Lyon's off a short run, gets through his work quickly. That's why we're talking about the cricket. It's defended by Gill, back to the bowler. End of the over, 1 for 54. Gill 41 and Pujara 6. Quentin Hull and Dirk Nannis with you on ABC Sports Grandstand Test Cricket. So off you go. Did you think that Pujara should have been out?
I thought it was an excellent review.
You've dodged the question already.
No, my gripe with the way the DRS is, you have a gripe thinking that you don't think the technology is accurate enough, and therefore like that there's
grey area.
Well,
yeah. There has to be grey area when there's a predictive portion of the technology. I trust the tracking portion of the technology, but I think the game has probably done its best for a predictive path of a cricket ball. And we know, those of us that have been around the game, played the game, cricket ball can do some pretty weird things.
Yeah.
After it pitches.
My criticism of that, of the system, the way it is at the moment, height is, after the ball bounces.
Hazelwood comes into the attack from the Vulture Street end. Gee, that was exciting from Marnus at short leg. Wasn't all that exciting from my eyes. He lifted his hands and it went through to the keeper. but Labuschagne's doing his best to keep the energy going.
Channeling his Matthew Wade. The height. Why are we saying that the bail is not part of the stumps? Because probably 3/4 of that ball was hitting the stumps, but because 50% of the ball was above the top of the stump line, that was given not out.
Yeah, because that's the design to tell you this is an inexact science. The tracking portion won't tell us exactly where the ball hits. We can't do that. Hazelwood has Pujara defending.
So the decision,
no matter how good the technology is, it can't predict where the ball's going to go exactly. It's not like a Hawkeye in tennis, which tracks the ball all the way to on the line, inside the line. The technology is only guessing using very sophisticated means, but still, it is a guess as to where the ball will end up.
I think on line, yes. I think on height,
yeah,
it's more accurate.
You've got a good point there too as well about how much of the ball needs to hit the stumps. Outside the off stump from Hazelwood, Payne gathers, and again, Marnus liked it at short leg, keeping the energy going. Yeah, and only the smallest portion of the ball needs to hit the stumps to break the stumps. We know that.
Batsmen nick the ball based on the ball deviating. You know, those deviations are difficult to predict. Understand that. Height is easily predictable.
You think?
Absolutely. When it strikes someone on a knee roll, for example, and the ball's had 4 metres of travel.
Hazelwood bowls, and Pujara, who did survive that controversial LBW decision, defends down the onside of the pitch.
And you have the side-on vision of the ball coming and where it strikes him. You're not suddenly going to get the ball taking off like a jet plane before the stumps.
So given not out by umpire Paul Wilson, and I think the other part of that which has generated debate, Pujara was deemed not to be playing a shot, despite advancing at the bowling and having his bat right next to the pad and not far away from the ball at all. Sun beating down at the Gabba now as Hazelwood pours in and Pujara lets go.
Did he have any intention of hitting the ball? No.
I'm flat out knowing what's going on in my mind half the time, yeah. Dirk, so I don't know what's going on in Chet Pujara's mind.
Yeah, but it was irrelevant to that because it struck him in line anyway, so whether he was playing a shot or not.
I thought it was outside off.
No, it struck him in line. 2 reds and then an umpire's call on the third one.
Well, they gave him a red because there was no shot, so it didn't matter that it struck him outside. We'll double check that. I'm pretty sure it struck him outside. Hazelwood is running away from us.
I just saw the red.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it struck him outside the line, Dirk. That's a bouncer. Pajara weaves underneath it. And that's the end of the over. 1 for 54, the scoreline at the Gabba, with Gill on 41 and Pajara on 6. 9 more wickets for Australia. The target for India to win is 328, or to draw to survive the rest of the day. So, an assessment or two, Dirk, while I quickly scurry through and double check that was hitting outside the off stump in that review, and the only reason that the ball tracking was required because the call of no shot was deemed a part of that appeal.
I am at the point now, I trust the technology enough to think that 50-50, it should be more than, you should give the bowler a bit more benefit of the doubt than 50-50. And an easy change in the rules is...
Just to double check that. Yeah, it was outside off. Here's Lyon starting a new over, defended by Gill.
Easy change in the rules is to say that the bails are part of the stumps rather than say the bails is completely separate like they are now, which I think is just it's just silly, really. There's no reason not to change it.
Leg slip, short leg in close. Gill defends Lyon. He was a long way down the pitch as well.
Straight to Wadey.
I think you would have had a very disappointed group of Indian supporters had that been given out. And we've got a very disappointed group of Australian supporters because it wasn't given out, because there is so much at stake today. Here's Gill turning it on the bunt to short leg, no run. But that's what we want, the theatre of the game.
Get the lawyers in.
Controversy.
You and Hoff here, guys, you and Hoff.
Tim Payne trying to keep Nathan Lyon's energy up and the energy up in the field. He's in his 5th over. It's none for 7 for he. And bowling to number 77. He gets a run. Gill defending down the onside of the pitch. Lyon dive to his right. Couldn't stop it. Rolls down to long on and Cummins picks up. They get a single.
That seemed to happen in slow motion. Nathan Lyon ran across to time and stop it, and Marnus Labuschagne just stood there and watched the ball go past. So I think it was more his ball.
It's looking less and less like the rain's going to be a factor today. During the cricket, at least. Might get some rain tonight, but signs are good in the skies here. The clouds breaking up. Sun's beating down on this 5th day wicket as Lyon's bowling here. Pajara leaves his crease, drives along the ground, but won't beat mid-on. A tumbling Stark does the fielding.
Catch it, Marnie, catch it, Marnie.
These two are looking quite comfortable now. It's the nature of the way Pajara bats. He just seems so comfortable so often.
Lyon unfurls. Forward comes Pajara. Bat next to Pat. There was a shot in that. He blocked it. That's the end of the over. 1 for 55. Rohit Sharma, the man, out for 7. 1 for 18 when he departed. If you want to get in touch, 0467 920 222. That's 0467 920 222. Steve sent us a message back about the tickets. Spent 4 days sitting in the upper sections at $80 a ticket. Can't get the same section today. Told they are not open for allocation. Have to sit down in the sun. Have come from North Queensland with flights, accommodation, etc., but feel annoyed I can't get to sit where I've sat for 4 days at premium cost on the Gold Coin Day. Not happy, CA. Won't bother coming next summer. From Steve. There are a lot of different circumstances around seating and so forth at the moment, but he seems to have a point there, Steve. Hazelwood starts a new over and down the onside of the pitch. We've got time to talk about these things at the moment because India's top order's doing a pretty good job in the first session of this vital deciding day.
Yeah, I'm really curious about a point that you made off air about ticketing and to try and encourage people to come, and you had the idea of a 5-day ticket.
Yep. I used to have one long time ago, but essentially you've got portions. There's the premium seats behind the arm. That's okay if you want to pay a premium to get that really good view. We've got the great view of Hazelwood behind his arm at the Stanley Street end, bowling, and it's punched in the offside but fielded there by Labuschagne. Gill remains on 42. Yeah, why not get a section square of the wicket? And this can be done at a number of venues. Not those premium seats and the members or behind the arm, but cordon off a section and say, hey, okay, here's 2,000 tickets. To get in square of the wicket on day one might be $60. You can have that seat for 1.5 price of the day. $90 for the entire 5 days, 2,500 for the 5 days. First in, first serve. You can sit anywhere in that section throughout the test match. Why not?
I think it's a great idea.
Hazelwood bowls 2 slips in behind, but full blade in defence.
That encourages people around just to drop in and out.
Oh, and creates a bit of demand. Oh, wow, I can get the entire test for the price of day 1.5. And, yeah, whether I come to 2 days, at least it might encourage people to at least come to a second day. Because a lot of people these days just come to 1 day, unless you're the hardened types like Steve who've made the trip. And there's still a lot of those people about.
Obviously couldn't do it for an Ashes, but because the stadium would be full.
And you've got to know supply and demand, don't you? Hazelwood right arm over, still pressing away. Turned on the onside by Gill. Yes is the call. They take a single to Cummins at mid-on. He hits middle stump at the striker's end. Pujara was in, but yet another piece of athletic and skillful brilliance from Patrick Cummins.
Athleticism, after you've been bowling, to be able to bend down and almost the way as well. He was a little bit wrong-footed with coming in to pick up the ball, so he almost put in a little hop step before he bent down to pick up the ball, so he knew he could get rid of it quickly. Then to throw middle stump down, batsman was in by 2 metres.
Yeah, so just to finish on that, it's again, there's been a lot of change to the way that test matches have been run in this country over the last decade, because they were essentially run by the state associations until the last 10 years or so. Cricket Australia took control of that at every venue as Hazelwood delivers high on the splice. A bit of extra bounce there as Pujara defends on the offside. Not quite that spitting cobra, but a little of extra lift there off the GABBA surface.
So is that a nationwide thing?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge. Yep.
I think it's a terrific idea. I don't really see a downside. Unless you think that you're getting your wings clipped because people who would come for 2 days are getting it for 1.5 days price. But I think that's a small price to pay for someone who comes in and out, and you get people coming for all 5 days.
2 slips and short legs still there. Hazelwood outside the off stump, left alone by Pujara. End of the over, 1 for 56.
A test match is a carnival almost. It's like having a ticket to the carnival that you can come in and out, and it's an event.
Well, and we know that England and India are the premium brands. It's like anywhere you go, you want to buy a really good shirt, you buy a premium brand, you've got to pay more. You go to a cheaper place, you can get the same shirt, but doesn't have the brand, doesn't have the same luster, you don't pay as much for it. If you have to pay a third of the price to come and see Pakistan, New Zealand, Sri Lanka, no offence, to what you do to come to pay to watch India or England. Well, I'm no great economics whiz, but that's sort of a bit about supply and demand, isn't it? Lyon starts a new over, driven beautifully through the covers by Gill. He left his crease to make that a half volley, and he thumps it out to the western boundary rope for 4. He's not far away from a half 100, Shubman Gill. He is 47 not out, and India is 1 for 60.
The ease with which he plays these shots is brilliant. Free flowing bat swing, unencumbered by pressure, match pressure, any sort of pressure.
Lyon's response is flighted and defended by Gill. Down the onside of the pitch, he'll get a run because no one's there at mid-on. Lyon tried to scurry across in his follow-through to stop it, but it rolls down to long on and they get a run.
Come on, Gary boy. Yep.
Smith's at slip. Warner's at leg slip.
Boys, come on, bang, bang.
Wade under the lid at short leg. Labuschagne, close catcher at short mid-wicket. Yeah, the Vultures waiting for an opportunity. Pujara leaves his crease, drives off an inside edge past Labuschagne, but Pat Cummins comes across from square leg to do the fielding. Brisbane Sun beating down on Nathan Lyon. Over the wicket he delivers, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Payne whips off the bails. Wade appeals. Not out.
Appeals from nowhere near a position that he could see what was actually going on. So it was just an appeal for a good ball from short leg.
While they're fixing the stumps, Emily from Fernie Hills, thanks for your text. Sat above the bowler's arm on the Vulture Street end as I listen to you now. $110 yesterday, today only $2. Couldn't choose my seats, but I'm very happy with the allocation, having spent Friday in the sun. Thank you, Emily. 1 for 61. Pujara facing line and doesn't offer. Kicks it away with his pad well outside the line. Big shout, not out.
Pujara seems to be changing his tact. Sometimes he's aggressive, sometimes now that type of ball he would be coming forward to or running down the pitch. Now he's content to stay at home and try and fend it away.
Last ball of the over, and Pujara turns it on the onside, won't get a run. And Pat Hamilton, one of the long-standing photographers, asked me for the text message number this morning. I gave it to him. He's selling, I'm buying. Shout out to all the photographers who are sitting out in the GABBA heat and humidity on day 5 from Patrick H. There you go, mate. Those images you send to us and around the world from you guys are always well appreciated. 1 for 61 at the end of the over. Andrew Moore and Kristen Beams are next.
ABC Sport. Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
India doing well, 1 for 61. It'll be Josh Hazlewood to continue from the Vulture Street end. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17. Bowling to Gill, who's 48. He clubs this away through cover on the offside. Will he get a second for a 50? He will. And in back-to-back tests, this 21-year-old makes a half-century. Well played, Shubman Gill. He gives a thumbs up to Pujara. Perhaps it should have been the other way. 90 deliveries, 5 boundaries. Wonderful knock with his team under pressure to retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy. 1 for 63 India, 265 required from here. Kristen Beams, good afternoon. Oh, where are we? Good afternoon. Some parts, good morning in others. But what a wonderful knock by Gill.
Good afternoon, Andrew, and it's a great knock.
Can he go on with it? Hazlewood bowls, and he's defending back down the pitch, no run.
I think with the exception of some of the running between wickets that we've seen between these two, I think it's been a really important 50 for India, and it's probably allowed Pujara to play the sort of innings that he wants to play, even though I think he probably needs to try and move the game a little bit more, just to ensure that Gill doesn't get stuck on his bat at the other end. And what they don't want, India, is for him to throw his wicket away.
He's played beautifully. 50. His second in just his 3rd test match. Hazlewood in, and Shubman Gill gets the ball well pitched up, and he whips it off his pads wide of mid-on. They have 1. They'll come back for a second, possibly a 3rd here. The sliding save by Cummins. They're coming back for 3 as the return ends up with Josh Hazlewood. And Shubman Gill, now his highest test score. He's 53. India 1 for 66.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of full deliveries, and I think that's because he's been willing to attack, and it's a fine line for the Australian bowlers. You want to get the ball up and full, but at the same time you don't want to give him too much of a look, and that's slightly too full. But that's a nice clip off the pads there, and the good thing for Australia is that he's going to play his shots, and I think that will help the longer the game goes.
Seems to have a lot of time, Beams. He's one of those players that just has a lot of time for everything. Now it's Pujara on strike, and he's defending a straight delivery. Just got up on him a little bit higher on the bat than he anticipated, but it just dribbles down the onside of the pitch. And in fact, Shubman Gill does the fielding. He picks it up. 1 for 66, no run there.
It's nearly about the intent, isn't it? Pujara doesn't have as much intent from a batting point of view, and it feels like there's more and more good balls, whereas I'd question, because Gill's been a little bit more attacking and been willing to play shots, whether that's also played a role. It doesn't look like the bowling has challenged Gill as much, but it definitely looks like it's challenging Pujara.
India 1 for 66, having resumed on no wicket for 4. Hazlewood bowls wide of off stump. Pujara just lifts the bat above his head. and watches it sail through to Tim Payne. Hazelwood in his 8th over, none for 22. Nathan Lyon still 3 wickets short of 400. He has 198 test wickets here in Australia. So it could be a day of immense joy for Nathan Lyon, where he passes 400 wickets, 200 in his own country, and part of a winning test team, or a day of enormous frustration.
Yeah, I think so. And I think when you see the cracks and you see the work that the Quicks are doing on a dry wicket, we all just assume he's going to take wickets, and that could be very frustrating for him if he can't.
Hazelwood into Pujara short, just a little down leg side, and Pujara has no difficulties ducking underneath. And through it goes to the keeper. End of the over, 5 runs off. India is 1 for 66. Their target 328. Gill 53, Pujara 6.
I think it's a bit of a spinner's dilemma. Like, I always found it challenging playing in India because you're talking about turning wickets, and everyone just assumes that as a spinner you'll bowl really well. And I think because Nathan Lyon's been so successful on all different types of surfaces, we just get into this mindset of saying, well, if it gets to the last day, then he's going to clean up. And it's nearly a little bit unfair on him in that regard. We haven't seen big turn out of the wicket. We've just seen the cracks and a bit of variable bounce. I still think he's going to be effective the longer this goes. And it allows the shorter spells from the Quicks. And Mitchell Starc spoke about some of that short pitch stuff, which I think is probably a place they'll go to at some point today.
Haven't been too many terrors in the pitch so far. Jim was calling when Mitchell Starc hit right in the middle of a crack at one point to Pujara, but there haven't been too many so far.
No, and it's not what we're used to. And I think sometimes when if just looking at the pitch now and you can see the wear and tear in and around where the bowler's footmarks are, and you expect that there's going to be a bit more, but it's been few and far between.
Now it's Gill waiting for Lyon, who's coming in around the wicket, slip, short leg, and he pads up to a ball pitched outside leg stump. He can't be given out when that happens.
So Gill, he's going to bowl down to every ball. We'll go 2 out, square leg, short leg, third man, every ball.
Interesting. Tim Payne playing the mental game. Here's Lyon around the wicket and well down leg side and missed. Well, Gill didn't offer. Payne takes it. So this innings can go for 100 overs minimum. We're in the 30th now. So just over 70 overs remaining in the series. And India 1 for 66. Nathan Lyon in his 7th over has none for 13 bowls, and Gill has to play now off the stump. Straight to short leg, no run.
I quite like the little bit of banter that happens around you. I always remember that. Joe Dawes, a great fast bowler for Queensland, said to me that was the most effective way. He said it's never personal then if it's going around them.
Gill cuts off leg stump here towards cover. Hazelwood, who was feeling it mid-off, darts to his left, no run. Open the door for Camo, says Tim Payne, who had just said that we're going to bounce Gill every ball. Here comes Lyon. He's in and Gill is forward defending. Lyon will do the fielding. No, he won't. He'll let it go to Hazelwood at mid-off. Score remains
Right set first, guys.
1 for 66. The slip and the leg slip. Wait patiently. Smith at slip. Warner at leg slip. Wade at short leg. Line in. And this one just taken on the body by Gill. Didn't need to offer because the ball pitches outside leg stump from around the wicket. So, end of the over, a maiden from Nathan Lyon. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13. India 1 for 66.
It sort of tests the patience a little bit, doesn't it, when there's that sort of banter happening. It's sort of happening around you. There's multiple fielders around the bat. They're all talking. None of them are talking directly to you. You know it's about you. But it's not a bad tactic, especially against a young player, although...
And you're hearing your name mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been so calm, though, Gill. You wouldn't... It looks like it's not phasing him whatsoever, but... I think that's a little bit of gamesmanship that I think is important.
It's very different. There's a contrast to that than what we heard late on day 5 in Sydney.
Agree. I think this is very tactical, light-hearted and enjoyable for everyone, probably except for the batter in that context. But I agree with you. I think there is a line and it's maintaining the right side of that line that's important, and it is a tactic.
Well, Tim Payne was telling the truth. Camo's back on. Pat Cummins to bowl from the Bolcher Street end. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 4 this morning. And he's bowling to Pujara with 2 slips in the gully, and he struck as he tried to duck underneath a bouncer. And he gets struck on the left shoulder. Pajara, whose emotions don't change. He doesn't grimace. Nothing of the sort. The Rock just stands there, waits for the next one. But that was a very good first up delivery by Pat Cummins as he tried to duck underneath and whack on the left shoulder.
Well, Tim Payne didn't lie, did he? He said this is exactly what's going to happen, and it did happen, and it's hit him sort of in the upper arm. But I love it. He's not flinched, Pajara, at all.
Two slips gully point mid-off. Wide mid-on, nearly a mid-wicket, short leg, and a backward square as pushing is Pajara down to mid-on. And mid-wicket Hazelwood moves to his left of field. No run. Pajara 6 off 63.
But even that intent for Pajara to look for that single, I think, is important. I think at times he gets sort of into his own head a little bit and he's not even looking to take off for a single. So I think you can still have that sense of intent to defend. And I think sometimes he loses that, Pajara. So he's been whacked on the arm, he's played down the ground, but even just taking a couple of steps and saying, I've got an intent to score, is going to keep him in good stead.
Cummins to Pajara, forward defending down the wicket. Well, while you were talking, you could hear the banter in the field again saying he wants to get off the strike. Camo. But he's still there, Pajara. It's a 48-run stand from 133 deliveries. The entire series coming down to these last 70 overs at the GABBA in Brisbane. Bright sunshine, warm day. Rain shouldn't be an issue, thank goodness, on this final day. And there's a leg gully in place. There's a fine leg on the onside as Cummins comes in again to Pajara, who's leaving a ball not all that wide of off stump. And through it goes to Tim Payne.
And they have had a few balls that have really taken off. And I think it's still missing on length, that delivery, but there's been quite a few to Pajara that he hasn't wanted to play at that's in and around. And that's what they'll be trying to expose, is can they get it slightly fuller or can they get a bit of variable bounce? One just keeps a bit lower. If you're leaving that and it does keep low, that is going to take you, that's taking middle to off. So it's about persisting with that sort of line and that sort of movement and hoping he either says, well, I need to start playing at those, or he lets one go.
It's Cummins on his way. Pajara doesn't need to offer. This is a little wider of off stump. Through it goes to Tim Payne. Kristen Beams and Andrew Moore with you on Grandstand Cricket. Text coming through via 0467 920 222. Eddie's driving his truck from Bendigo to Mildura, loving the commentary. Good on you, Eddie. Guys, just wondering what your thoughts are on Pajara conversion rates from 50s to 100s. That's a question from Dale, listening in Wagga Wagga. Well, having a look, he's scored 27 50s and 18 100s, which is not too bad.
It's not too bad, is it?
Pajara, long way from any of those milestones. He's 6 from 66 and he's forward defending. Cummins picks up one-handed in his follow-through to end a maiden over. 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 4 for Pat Cummins. 1 for 66 India. Victory for them, 262 runs away. For Australia, 9 wickets away. Or if India's to hold on for a draw, that's 69 overs away. And Rick, you've got some more details about Pajara and his conversion rates?
Yes, as you said, he converts from 50 to 100 40% of the time. Bradman was 69%. He's top of the list of those who have scored at least 18 centuries. Kohli is actually second with 54%. Nazaruddin, another Indian, 51%. So Pajara's a little way off those.
Line bowls around the wicket. Doesn't play the ball. Pitched outside off stump, Gill. It goes away down to the boundary, but dead ball, says umpire Paul Wilson. So no run. 1 for 66. He just padded up to that one. Yeah, thanks for that, Rick. So, yeah, no surprise that Sir Donald Bradman's at the top of that chart. And Virat Kohli, number 2. That's anything over 50% is pretty fair conversion rate.
You take that any day of the week.
Shubman Gill looking to convert for the first time in a young career. Lyon bowls to him, and this time he draws a shot from outside off stump. And he pushes it down to Sean Abbott at mid-off. No run. Tony's in WA working hard, but here glued to the ABC Grandstand. What a great finish to a great match. If the wicket-keeper attempts a stumping and the batsman is in when the stumps are taken off, he pauses, Lyon bowls it on the sweep. Gill picks out backward square, much to the joy of Dave Warner, and Marcus Harris feels no run. If the wicketkeeper attempts a stumping and the batsman is in when the stumps are off, but due to being unbalanced, he steps out, can the wicketkeeper stump him out a second time? Here's Lyon. Comes into Shubman Gill, who goes back and with a flick of the wrist plays it straight into Matt Wade's body, and that's hurt him. Despite the cheers of well done Wadey, the ball hit him rather than the other way around, and he's on his haunches, clutching at his right arm. Yes, so if you attempt to stump and knock the bail out and then the guy falls out of his crease, in that case you'd then have to hold the ball in your hand and pull the stump out.
Yeah, it's a bit more difficult. You'd actually have to fall a long way out to sort of coordinate the ball pulling the stump out. But yes, it is possible. Oh, that's got him right in the collarbone.
Here's Line, bowls, and Shubman Gill works this away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot, lovely flick of the wrist. They get one, and the fielding done by Cummins as they come back for a second run. So Gill goes to 55 and India 1 for 68. And that's the 50 partnership, incidentally, between this pair from 141 deliveries. You're just seeing a replay. That's what Beamsy's reacting to, of that ball going smashed straight into Wade's collarbone. But he's down again as Line bowls and Gill's forward defending. Back down the onside straight. Line picks up, end of the over, 1 for 68 India with Pujara 6. Shubman Gill 55, and the 50 partnership came off 141 deliveries.
Just in that over as well, Nathan Lyon asking the question of Paul Wilson around how far he was outside of the line of that leg stump, and I think that's a good question. I think he's just trying to make sure that he wants to try and pitch in line, even though he's coming around the wicket. Gill's and Pujara are both going to try and kick away anything outside of the leg stump, and that's a bit of working over of the umpire. Spinners are generally pretty good at that, of saying, well, hang on a second, how far am I out? And he sort of indicated it was about sort of 15 centimetres, but trying to get that line tighter and tighter. We've actually seen him outside of the off stump a little bit in terms of line in that over as well. So there's obviously a very good plan in place to say if they can just get one to pitch and straighten on that leg stump, is probably how he's looking to get him out.
Cummins to start his 8th over of the day from the Vulture Street end, and he's bowling to Pujara, who's forward, knocking it. Thought of a run, but I don't know why. He sent it straight really to line at point. No run. It's a pleasure to listen to commentary on ABC Grandstand. The storytelling between deliveries simply wonderful. I'm glued to the fair early morning with my dog and cat beside me from Sumeet in Delhi. Thank you, Sumeet. Big home series coming up for India after this. 4 tests against England, who beat Sri Lanka yesterday by 7 wickets in the first test at Galle, and the second one to start in a few days. And then they're off to India for an eagerly anticipated series. Now Cummins, past umpire Oxenford. Pujara, shock horror, defence to mid-wicket. Sean Abbott fields. No run, 6 for 69. 6 off 69 for Pujara.
I didn't mind the short ball used to Pujara, and it's maybe about mixing some of that short stuff with the fuller stuff outside of the off stump a little bit. But I think that when they are able to do that, if he can play lots of balls like that, he's pretty content to do that for most of the day. But just those changes of length, I think, are going to be important just to bring in the 2 slips in the gully that's in place at the moment.
Coming to the top of his mark, turns. Sees the rock, Pujara. And it's short ball, and that gets high on the blade as it's defended away to line at point. Good delivery by Cummins again, straight at the batsman. 1 for 68. You can hear the jibes about the up and down crack, and that might have even taken Pujara on the gloves. He played it really well, though, you've got to say.
He did play it really well, but it nearly feels like a bit of a victory for Australia, that it's bit off the wicket a little bit and hit him high. Yeah, he's taken the bottom hand off just to make sure he didn't hit the glove and balloon up. But yeah, pretty well played, and it's what Cummins is trying to do, and it's a good plan.
Pujara taps the bat, waits for his 71st delivery. Cummins in, and this one at the stumps. Pushing one, says Pujara. 2-2-2 is the call. The chase is on for the mid on Abbott. He slides into it. They come back for a second run, and they get there comfortably. That was well run, and Pujara moves to 8 with a flourish. India 1 for 70. Josh at Lillypilly in New South Wales. Regardless of the match outcome this afternoon, India's efforts this summer can't be overstated despite quarantines, countless injuries and the loss of Kohli early. They've fought hard and played with heart. Well done to India, although I still hope we can knock them over before the end of play today. Loved every moment of Grandstand's coverage too. Good on you, Josh, and yes, that can't be understated or overstated. It's been amazing from India as Cummins bowls and strikes. Pujara again, but where? Now, there's an easy run to be had because he's taking evasive action, but he doesn't take it. And he's been struck on the helmet, I think you'll find. And the umpire, Oxenford, is calling for the medic man to come out and have a look. Pujara, he just took his eyes off that one and wore it in the back of the helmet. Again, he looks okay. And Tim Payne goes over to inquire. And Pujara just waved him off, said, yeah, I'm good. But now he's got to go through the concussion protocol.
Well, I'm with Stuart Clark on this. I think if you're going to come out, it has to be done properly. And I think, from what I understand, you should actually swap the helmet straight away. So once they're sort of only made for one blow, and if you get that one blow, then you have to change it over. And I think as part of the protocol, that should be stock standard. I know that players don't particularly like it because there's you get used to the same helmet and the padding that you've got in it. And as far as I'm concerned, just make sure you've got 2 or 3 helmets that all have the same padding that you're comfortable in to make sure that you can just swap that over. But they're just feeling away at it.
It's the only thing that makes sense, isn't it?
Yeah.
The only thing that makes sense. And just onto Josh's text, if you'd said or discovered, Beamsy, that India would lose Kohli, which we knew after the first test, but though Ishant Sharma, who'd been bowling really well over the last year or two for India, not here, that Mohammad Shami would last 1 test, that Umesh Yadav would last 2 test matches, that then they'd lose Jasprit Bumrah for the series decider, Ravi Ashwin and Ravi Jadeja not available, Rohit Sharma misses the first 2 tests, Jadeja can only play 2. You would have thought Australia wins this 4 blot.
Oh, 100%.
And Australia has no injury problems.
Definitely, and especially when you consider the 36 all out. You throw that into the equation as well to say that they could get rolled for such a small total. It would be... You would assume it's just going to be a whitewash to Australia. So I agree with that text. I think it's been a very, very good showing by India, and probably has a lot of other countries going, wow, okay, and sitting up and having a think about if there are injury concerns, because people are sort of saying no Kohli, no India.
Yeah.
And it's been no 5-10 different people and still India.
20 players in the series. Pujara's okay, and he's got 1 ball to face off Cummins. Will it be short again? In he comes, and Pujara gets a bouncer, but he sways out of the way of this one as it sails past his nostrils at 139k an hour. End of the over. India 1 for 70. Pujara is 8. Gill 55. India need another 258 from here. Cummins 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 6. And it's now time, Beamsy, for you and I to have a breather. And Stuart Clark's going to be joined by Jim, the autograph hunter, Maxwell.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Legendary saxophonist there is it pushed away off the pad, stuck out his pad going down the leg side. I think he got paid $25 or something for that session on Baker Street. Extraordinary. Great number, wasn't it, folks? 1 for 70. Lyons around the wicket. Gill's back and playing away easily on the offside. Well, Lyons not making a lot happen on this surface, is he? It's bouncing with some regulations, Stuart.
It is, Jim. There's no good afternoon, everybody. It's very true, the bounce from Nathan Lyon and all bowlers. Pat Cummins roughing up Pujara last over, but we've seen no tricks thus far.
Lyon in, Gill forward, playing it well enough. A leg slip and a short leg. And yes, you often wonder when you watch Nathan Lyon, why doesn't he bowl more every now and then with an offside bias in the field and outside the off stump as he's bowling down the leg side? Well, that's useless. He's not going to play at that. So he's now going back over the wicket. I think it's a better line.
Yeah, I think it is better. There seems to be turn. There's a nice even sort of bounce down where the ball lands. If he gets a little bit wider, there seems to be more vicious turn, certainly down the leg side. And you'd assume that's because the batsmen have been running up and down the sides of the wicket, because you're not allowed to run on the wicket. There's a little bit more roughage for Nathan to bowl into.
So here's Lyon back over the wicket, down the pitch goes Shubman Gill and plays it easily away. He's made most of the runs here, 55 out of 70. Pujara has been typically obdurate, 8 from 73 balls. Lyon 1, 2, 3, up and over, and that's down the leg side. Nope, he's not going to have a swipe at it. He's going to let it go. So Australia's struggling here since they got Rohit Sharma caught by Payne off Cummins when he'd made 7. And that was a long time ago, about hour and a quarter, something like that. So where's Australia going to get a wicket and a bucket of wickets to win this game?
Well, Pat Cummins he's looked the most likely. He's bowled beautifully this morning. 8 overs, 1 for 6, 5 maidens. He's been fast, he's been vicious when he needs to be, he's been steady at top of off stump on other occasions. He looks the most threatening out of all the bowlers. Probably fair to say India have just shut up shop for the time being, and the actual Indian win is out of the question, even though we've talked a lot about they can score quickly if need be.
Here's Cummins for a new over. He runs in and Pujara defends away on the offside. As he charges up from the Vulture Street end. He's certainly bowling with great economy in his 9th over, 5 maidens, 1 for 6. But it's producing those hand grenades, the wicket-taking balls, that is proving difficult.
Yeah, and it's funny because we saw balls yesterday afternoon start to really rear, keep low.
Yep.
Deviate significantly. I think Cummins got one when he was batting that, seemed, it was like an off break, but we haven't seen anything this morning of that nature.
Cummins tries again. He runs in. Pujara's defending easily enough on the onside. Yes, you'd think sooner or later, if Cummins keeps gnawing away here, banging most of his deliveries into the pitch at the batsman, at the stumps, that he will produce a wicket-taking delivery. But how long will that take?
Well, that's how long's a piece of string type question.
Yeah.
But I think I like the fact he's bowling a bit wider on the crease. This is where Natarajan had some success with the variable bounce. He's running in, he's charging in Pat Cummins, giving everything he's got, but gone to a different tactic, wider at the crease, trying to angle the ball back into Pujara. When you've watched him nick him in this series, it's from wide on the crease.
Cummins bowls a bouncer, and it's not taken cleanly by Payne, but he recovers quickly. He tried to duck. Did it flick his helmet on the way through?
I think might have hit him off the back shoulder or something like that. But certainly he's not picking up the short ball very well from Pat Cummins at the moment. Just looking at a replay here.
Well, he's taking his eye off it.
Yeah, he's looking for it. It's not particularly short, but because he doesn't want to fend at it with Marnus Labuschagne sitting under the back, just at forward short square leg, and also the man around the corner at 45 in a catch, he doesn't really want to play at it, so he's happy to wear them for the time being, which is silly.
Cummins will test him again, no doubt, as he bowls short now, and he takes it on the body. He's gloved it. He's gloved it through, or has he? They think he has behind the wicket. The umpire, Bruce Oxenford, doesn't. Are they going for DRS? It must have glanced off his body.
I don't think he caught it either. I'm not sure it quite carried through to Tim Payne. It seems to me it looked like it half volleyed. I'm not sure he hit it either, but we'll see a replay in a second.
Yeah.
And looking here, he takes his eye off the ball again, and it's hit his shirt. It hasn't hit his hands, so.
Just above his gloves.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's flick the hands on the way back.
It's hit his gloves
and then
deflected low to Payne. I think he took it on the full.
Yeah, it's hard to see with the sort of camber in the field, but certainly really struggling with that short ball at the moment, Pujara.
He's getting pummeled by Cummins, who charges up and bowls another short ball. He plays one hand just wide of short leg, and he's surviving just. It's a very tenuous performance at the moment against the bouncing ball, and you keep looking at some players and you think these helmets are a phony in terms of protection, and they think they're safe, and they don't watch the ball a lot of the time.
Well, they've really changed. It's really changed batting techniques, helmets.
Well, it's made them worse.
Well,
to a large extent.
Players
don't watch the ball.
Well, Pujara's certainly not at the moment.
Turn their head. Cummins charges up, and that's a well played. He's outside the off stump and lifting, and it went through to the keeper. So Pujara under the pump, but he is surviving. He's now looking for some assistance from the dressing room, coming out to look at his gloves from this. Yes, new gloves. So India limping along a bit here at 1 for 70, and at one end Gill's got 55 from 110 balls, and at the other, Pujara 8 off 79 and a few bruises.
It's certainly a gutsy performance by Pujara at the moment. There's two doctors out there. There's a physio out there. Your mate, the physio, Jim. And there's
a few retainers.
Yeah, and the doctor's out there as well. So he's worn a few. He keeps wearing them, and he keeps just getting on. If you give Pujara one thing, he's not going to chuck it in.
No.
There's nothing about...
I admire his bravery, but the technique's questionable.
Can I ask, back in the day, did they have short leg fielders as close as what they stand now?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Sometimes they did. Alan Turner used to field in there to Tomo and Lilly. He was pretty close.
Because it allows those fielders to actually stand, potentially a lot closer than they may have done. Helmets, whilst yes, they take their eye off the ball when they're batting, it also allows the man in close to stand a lot closer than maybe he once did. And I can't say that with any kind. That's why I asked the question. And I'm sure someone will correct us on the text line to say that, no, people used to stand close all the time, but he's very close there at short forward square leg.
Now Stark back into the attack. He bowls around the wicket, a bouncer, but it goes harmlessly by in the end, down the leg side as Gill got out of the way of it. So Australia back on the bounce attack here. They're finding that the defence of the Indian batsmen is frustrating them, and they're going to try a bit of short pitch stuff to loosen them up and perhaps create a chance.
And it's not particularly the short pitch bowling. It's not bounces they're trying to bowl. It's sort of neck, shoulder, throat height. No higher than that. They want to be forcing Shubman Gill and Pujara to actually be trying to play the ball rather than just evade.
Just one slip in the gully. Around the wicket, Stark goes up again and he walks across and plays a forcing shot to cover where Nathan Lyon is fielding.
Got an interesting field here, Jim. They've got a third man in place down in front of the
fly.
Yeah, the fly, the catch. So he's a catching man. They've only got one slip in a gully. They've got a deep forward square leg. I think they've got a deep backward square leg and a deep fine leg. So they've got three men out in the deep on the onside and the short leg for the one that he rides. And they've got catching men in the deep on the offside as well. So they're trying to take away the scoring options and forcing him to fend and evade at the moment.
More of Stark. Around the wicket, charges up. Short ball, he's after that and he hits it well. Along the ground, a backward square. There are two men out and Harris picks up and tosses back. So Pujara's back on the strike here at 1 for 71. Will this tactic work? Coming up to a lunch break in a couple of overs. Australia only one wicket in this session.
And it's physically very hard for the bowlers to run in and bowl halfway down the wicket. It takes a lot out of the bowlers, and when you've got only three who have had a huge workload now, it'll take a little bit of sting out, especially if they don't pick up a wicket during this spell or this period of play in these next two overs. And I'm not saying they're not fit and strong and can't keep doing it, but certainly will take a bit of bite out of the Australian fast bowling cartel.
Now Pujara with a leg gully and Stark has him back and beaten by a ball that didn't bounce as much as it usually does. It kept a little bit low and went on the second hop to Payne, who tidied up very expertly behind the stumps.
But noticeably he was sitting on the back foot there, Pujara. He was not willing to come forward. I know he sort of pressed forward, but he was really stuck on the crease then, and Pujara at his best gets forward and covers any variable bounce. That time there, both feet still straddling the crease line, so he's certainly thinking about it. Can he put it out of his head and get through this little spell?
Get down the other end. Stark goes in around the wicket and Pujara is back and tentatively playing at that ball away on the offside, playing a long way from his body. And Australia trying to work on the field placing with the support of Stark's missiles to land in the right spot to create the catch.
They've got the catching short forward square leg, short mid wicket, the leg gully, and also the man at forward square leg standing to the ump. You can potentially take that forward square leg and put him on the offside if you're going to bowl this length. Who cares if he hits it there?
Stark coming in, bowling to Pujara. Pujara back, plays that well enough. Regulation bounce in behind it. And they see off another Australian over in the threat of this bouncy bowling. 1 for 71. The scoreboard's dawdling along, but so is the wicket column, which hasn't got past 1. So frustration for Australia as India dig in with some courage and resolve. Gill 56, Pujara 8.
You know the scary part for Australian fans is with this, Jim, is this is the tactic they went to in Sydney, and it didn't pay off. Different wicket, I might add, and a bit more pace and a bit more daunting maybe for the Indian batsmen, but certainly it was a bit of a one-trick type style attack without any luck.
Cummins is the man. You would think he starts another over and he bowls a short ball that's hit in the air on the bounce to backward square. Shubman Gill got most of that, but it was in the air on the pull shot and it landed in front of Harris and they got 1.
Whilst not timed to perfection, his hands were high. Look at a replay here. His hands were, as you know, they were slightly above, but he's trying to get his hands over the top of the ball. He looks far more comfortable against the short ball than Pujara does at the moment. Willing to take it on, but willing to try and get it into the ground.
So Pujara's back on strike. Cummins charging in, and he's hit on the bodies. He pushed forward. He wants a run. He won't get it. That nipped back and bounced and hit him high on the front leg as he tried to keep it out. He's in the wars here, Chiteshwar Pujara. 8 from 83 balls.
He certainly is.
He's wearing a few.
That one's hit something and just decked back and hit him sort of back in a thigh guard on the back leg, but high, not hitting the stumps, almost midriff. It was. You got it right. He's in the wars here, but very, very important session these next 2 overs for India.
From the Vulture Street end, Cummins draws him forward, a little push up the offside. That was a happier length for Pujara to play. It was fuller.
It's a very Indian wicket length, nice and full. Get forward. Don't worry about the bounce. Head over the ball. Let it come to you.
So that's what's fascinating about watching the game. You don't have to have.
That's the nicking length, though, Jim. That's the neck. That's the length he's going to nick it, rather than he's going to look ugly. And yes, you may fend one away, but if he's going to nick one, slightly wider of off stump will be the ball he nicks.
Cummins goes in, it gets a bouncer, and up and away it goes for 4 byes, I think. Yeah, Payne couldn't haul that in. It bounced too much, went well over Pujara, and it kept going up and away, soaring above the outstretched glove of Payne.
Surely that's a wide.
You would think so.
Remember late last night when the game was, all of a sudden the umpire started calling them wides.
Yeah.
Well, what's the difference? It's either above where it needs to be or not. It can't be because it really doesn't matter. We're not calling it a wide.
Well, he called it byes, and so that's a dot against Cummins. He runs in and off the glove. Well played by Pujara in the end. He went back and over it and half turned his back and dropped his hand off the bat, and it took him high up and went to short leg where Wade is positioned.
Now, where's this one
wasn't
hit?
a catch.
Where's this one hit?
On the body.
Oh,
it's Labuschagne in it, short leg.
It hit him in the roof.
1 for 76.
That's got to hurt.
Battered and bruised. That was fair in the ribs, wasn't it?
Oh, that's got to hurt. He hasn't flinched at all.
No.
I like him. I like that sort of stuff.
Bulldog Drummond. Away goes Cummins. Forward Pujara. True grit this. And he survives, and it'll be 1 more over before lunch. India 1 for 76. They're limping along against this bouncy pace attack, but they've kept this partnership intact.
You've got to give him credit, Pujara. That is cannoned into his ribs, low down, but he did not flinch, did not move, just stood there and said, bring it on. A bit like Matthew Wade to Neil Wagner, bring it on, big boy.
And we're coming up to the lunch break. Some listeners will be taking the World Today, others the Country Hour, and on ABC Sport Digital and the Listen app you'll be joined by Quentin Hull and the session of Grandstand at lunch. So we'll get 1 more over before the break, and Australia had a promising start to the day with Rohit Sharma's dismissal for 7, but since then, zip, nothing. Stark around the wicket, He's running in and across and leaving goes Shubman Gill. He got right across watching, and the ball was bang on the stumps, but short, and he let it go over his head.
Mitchell Starc's bouncer isn't as vicious as Pat Cummins, so by looking at Mitchell Starc likes to really dig it in. Maybe he doesn't get as high when he lets the ball go, and he's a bit more round arm, so he has to actually dig it right into the wicket to make it bounce. Whereas Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, because they're higher with their actions, they can get the ball to rise off a fullerish length rather than Mitchell Starc, because neither batsman's looked overly uncomfortable against Mitchell Starc's short ball.
So Starc down at the Stanley Street end of the Gabba in the sunshine. It's nice to say that. And Starc goes around the wicket. A short ball is uppercut down to third man. That might go all the way. It's gone for 6. Nowhere near the fly third man. Well caught by a spectator in a spectacular summer shirt. Very colourful, and he's very happy, having taken the catch on the uppercut that cleared the boundary. And Gill is now 63 with that counter-attacking blow.
Well, he's not the shot you would think 4 balls 4 lunch, but it was short, it was wide. The man's down there, but it's flown away, and the gentleman in Andrew Moore's shirt has caught a magnificent catch, two-handed, stole it out the grasp of the other man standing next to him. There was no calling down there, was there? It was pretty much every man for himself. Actually, probably bounced off the other man's hands to some extent. Well, what a catch. Richie would be very excited. What a catch.
High fives. Starc goes in again, and that's short and hit around the corner in the air. Again, it falls into no man's land between Cummins and Harris out there. He didn't have control of that short ball, but Australia not having the slice of good fortune that they require, it seems, at the moment, as India probe their way along here a bit tentatively. And again, that was not controlled on the pull shot, but Gill is 64 out of 83.
Yeah, he just sort of paddled in really, you're right. Didn't have control, didn't try to overhit it, just tried to paddle it around the corner away from the fielder who's come in a few paces. But Pujara's back on for the bouncer barrage.
Starc flies in, bowls short, he goes back, gets in behind it, plays it off the bat into the ground and away to Labuschagne. So we've got a leg gully, a square leg, a mid-wicket, and a short leg, and then a deep backward square with 2 slips and a gully. Starc just struggling to get that wicket-taking ball at the moment. And certainly it's more likely something's going to happen off a bouncing delivery than a screaming Yorker.
Well, I was going to say, this might be the time to actually throw in the full, fast, top of, or base of off-stump type delivery here.
Starc coming in, and Pujara goes back and defends away on the offside. So the much vaunted Australian quartet of bowlers, blunted in Sydney and being blunted again in Brisbane. And it makes you wonder what they need to do to get batsmen out. Is it time for a bit of the Labuschagne or Smith, or Cameron Green?
I'd be bowling Labuschagne around the wicket, potentially into the footmarks for a little bit, to see if that can cause some sort of grief. And we saw Shane Warne over the years bowl into the footmarks at different stages to pick up a wicket.
Last ball before lunch, Starc bowls it. It's short down the leg side. Has he gloved it? No. There was a thought from Payne that perhaps, but that's as close as you'll get, brushing the body. And they're considering whether or not to review that, but time will be up in a moment. That's not going to happen. And fairly dejected, deflated, I think, Australia going off the field here, having been unable to get more than 1 wicket. It brushed his shirt going down the leg side on the replay.
In fairness to Starc there, he didn't.
No.
He was the one. So Payne really interested. Marnus,
close to the gloves.
Overly interested Marnus. Marnus was trying to really get him to go upstairs. I'm not sure Marnus would be in my top 3 or 4 blokes where I'd be asking for reviews. He wouldn't be.
I don't think he's got a career as an umpire after.
No, Marnus is always out when he's fielding and never out when he's batting. So he'd be, Marnus, calm down, bro. But I would, Mitchell Starc, to his credit, said, look, I don't really know. And he's the one that really, if he'd said, yes, I think this is out, well, I think Tim Payne would have gone upstairs. So give Mitchell Stark some credit. They're not blowing a review.
Okay, we're coming up to time in a moment. 1 for 83, Gill 64, Pujara 8, Cummins 10 over 6 maidens, 1 for 7. Rohit Sharma caught by Payne off Cummins 4-7. So if you're listening to us on ABC Radio in most of the country, you'll be heading off to the latest in news and current affairs with the world today. Those in the regional areas will join the Country Hour. But if you are listening on ABC Sport Digital and via the Listen app, you will join Grandstand at Lunch with Quentin Hull and Mike Hussey as they look back at the Adelaide Test of 2006-7. Okay, that's it. See you next time. And welcome back to coverage of this Test match at the GABBA, with Australia securing just 1 wicket. Just 1 wicket, and India hanging in courageously in the last half hour, with Pujara in particular getting pummeled by some short stuff from Pat Cummins. But he is 8 from 90 balls. He's worn a few on the helmet, on the body, on the gloves. And at the other end, Gill has made his way to 64. That's a lot of runs out of 1 for 83. And the only success for Australia in that first session, which was 2.5 hours long, was Rohit Sharma, caught by Payne off Cummins. Cummins figures, well, not unusual, but they're still extraordinary. 10 over 6 maidens, 1 for 7. But Australia can't create a wicket anywhere else, it seems, at the moment. And India have dug in. Australia with a huge challenge ahead of them this afternoon from the look of it. And the weather's not going to intervene. It's bright and sunny, and Ian Chappell's alongside me. So, where's this game heading at the moment? And how can Australia get any more wickets? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, James, and to all of our listeners. Yeah, good session for India, although Pujara, again, you'd have to say, particularly for the guy batting down the other end, that yeah, he makes it hard work for the guy at the other end. He just does not manipulate the ball as well as he should. And he got into a lot of trouble with the short stuff. It's taking his eye off the ball, turning his back on it, cop one on the back of the helmet. I really think he would do himself a favour. And I remember in his early days, in fact, when he made his debut against Australia in 2010, he played the pull shot really well. Okay, it was India, not in Australia, but you know, he can play the shot. I know he can, because I've seen him play the shot. And I think he would do himself a favour if he played a couple. Perhaps he could abstain against Pat Cummins, because Pat's certainly got the most accurate bouncer, but I think he needs to get a couple away just to get them out of that awkward area, because he has got into trouble. He's been hit on the gloves a few times. So what can Australia do? Well, Nathan Lyon's been a bit disappointing in this session. I thought way too many deliveries at leg stump and outside, and why the batsmen are letting balls go when they're pitching outside leg and turning further away. I always thought that was a free hit, and I think most batsmen thought it was a free hit, but they're letting them go. But you know, he's got to get more over onto the off stump, get them playing, trying to hit the ball through the offside. That'd be one thing they could do.
Labuschagne, is that an option that should be considered?
Yeah, definitely. Any spinner that can go both ways as a wrist spinner, it always puts a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. Not so much the Indians, but if you're playing England, New Zealand, South Africa, those teams, they get bamboozled by the fact that the guy can bowl a leg break and a wrong un. So, but he's worth a go, because the other thing that Labuschagne would do is he probably gets them playing a few shots. You bowl a few loose balls, play a few shots, and you suddenly, if you've got it in your mind, as Pujara has, that we're here to save this game, and then you suddenly get him playing a few shots, it changes his mentality, and that's when he could perhaps make a mistake. I wouldn't bring Labuschagne on straight away, but if they they get started again and they go for 20, 25 minutes and nothing much is happening, then I'd think seriously about Labuschagne or Smith, either one.
Well, there's no doubt that India have dug themselves in, and Shubman Gill continues to make a fine impression as a rising star of Indian cricket. 64 with 5 fours and an uppercut for 6 from 117 balls. I mean, he's dominating the scoring like Bannerman did in the very first test. 64 out of 83. What do you think of his performance so far?
Terrific player, terrific young player. I think he'll get trouble to rip a bit around off stump. He doesn't cover off stump, and you get away with it in India, not so much overseas. Pat Cummins, does he ever get tired?
No. He's a machine, a persevering, relentless machine. He's running in again, and he's bowling a bouncer, which goes down the leg side to Shubman Gill. So have Australia missed out on a strategy, a tactic here to try and get a wicket? They seem to be either bouncing the batsmen or just waiting for them to nick off.
Yeah, I think they've got a bit in this series. I think they've got a bit carried away with the short stuff. I mean, it works as a surprise. That was a rare one from Pat Cummins, because in general his bounces have been right at the batsman, made the batsman do something. That one was wayward.
A slip in the gully and a short leg. Cummins runs in, bowls another bouncer, and it goes a long way above the batsman, and Payne has to leap high to take it. You get the feeling that it is Australia a bit of a two-trick pony, or maybe one trick to get the batsman out with their pace bowling now, that they're getting frustrated.
It's usually a sign of frustration when, more so when it's the top order batsmen rather than the lower order guys. They seem to cop a hammering these days. But hang on, no ball called.
A late one of the posthumous DRS reviews.
Should be dead and buried, you reckon, Jim?
Yes. Don't like it.
That's crazy.
So Cummins is rushing up once more. It's short, and he's after that, and he hits it around the corner to deep backward square where Stark is picking up, and they get a single. They got 2 men back. They're trying to set the game up on the short ball, but it's not happening either when the batsmen take it on or when they bowl in at the body and they wear it or bump it away. And now Pujara is a bit more of a target, it seems, than Shubman Gill to the short ball. He's going to parry and duck and weave, whereas Shubman Gill's taking it on occasionally.
Makes you wonder, Jim, what sort of effect it had on that last day in Sydney. That did they expend so much energy with the short pitch stuff that they didn't have enough petrol left in the tank?
Now Cummins charges in and Pujara pushes forward as he's been doing throughout this innings. This is turning into a very courageous and vigilant batting performance from Pujara. 91 balls, just 8 runs.
I don't know how you can do that. That would drive me mad as a batsman. And I think it's not helpful for Shubman Gill. And he's got the skill to just use his hands a little bit and manoeuvre the ball.
Cummins charges up once more, and he's forward and playing it firmly down towards mid-on, and he can't get past Lyon. What should Lyon be doing differently to get batsmen out on a surface that's clearly playing pretty well? There's no rough or cracks for him to exploit, it seems.
Well, he's got to get. I think he's got to get more outside off stump, because there's enough turn there and there's bounce outside off stump, and encourage the batsman to try and hit him through the cover area.
More of Cummins and Pujara, who defends. He's good at that across his stumps, and you'd have to say there have been very few balls that have misbehaved off a crack or off an apparent wearing surface. I mean, the surface looks pretty good end to end on the 5th day, doesn't it?
Looks very good, yeah. I mean, I consider Ashley Mallett to have been a terrific off-spin bowler, and I was fortunate to have him as a captain. And he bowled with a mid-off and a very straight cover fields and left a big gap between cover and point.
Cummins in again at Pajara. Back he goes and defends away on the onside to short leg. So a no ball and a single. India 1 for 85, and Australia wondering where on earth can they get a wicket. They're rushing from end to end to keep moving here with another 65 overs available today.
So the idea with Ashley Mallett was that he was trying to get the batsman to drive him square on the offside rather than straight. And in doing that, he was hoping, particularly if he got the ball to curve away then spin back, he was hoping to open up that gap between bat and pad and get through. Either get the inside edge onto the pad, get a bat pad, the odd straight one would go through, catch the edge, or he'd go right through the gate and get a bowled or perhaps a stumping. I don't think Nathan Lyon does enough of that. So that'd be one area where I think he could improve. He also doesn't tend to curve the ball away from the right-handers so much.
Okay, Stark is down at the Stanley Street end, and on the back foot, Shubman Gill plays him away into the covers. You get the feeling that this next hour or so is a bit of a last gasp for Australia. If they don't get a wicket or two, the game you would imagine, peter out.
Yeah, you would. If it's still 1 down when they take drinks, you would think Australia are in a bit of trouble trying to win it. The other thing with Lyon, he seems to, a lot of balls seem to be going from his hand heading towards middle and leg, which means as a right-hander, you can be playing those on the onside.
A slip and a gully, a short leg. Stark charges in short, and he pulls him, and he pulls him well out through mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket. That's an excellent stroke for 4. That is a brilliant counter-attacking shot. Stark a fraction short, and he took that from just outside the line of the off stump and smashed it for 4.
Even more brilliant, Jim, because he's realised he's hit some really good pull hook shots that have gone behind square, but there are 2 men there. So he's thought, okay, I'm not getting a lot of value behind square. Let's hit one in front, and that was more wide mid-on than mid-wicket. But he did it with the way he positioned himself, so he could hit the ball there rather than hit it behind square.
There's no mid-on, and Stark tries again, and it's short, and he's after this. He's hit it in the air, it falls safely, and it goes away for 4. No, just knocked back by Cummins to Harris, who thought for a moment he was going to get underneath that and catch it, but it went over his head. So Gill riding his luck a little bit there. He didn't have control, and he got away with it, and they picked up 2 runs, and he's 71 out of 91.
That's the thing about trying to bounce guys out with a lot of bounces. One, it takes a lot of effort from the bowler, but it's a big paddock out there, and you've got to be fairly lucky. And they got 3 there now. They got 1 just in front of square,
but no mid-on.
Yeah.
No one between mid-wicket and mid-on. Stark's running in, and this delivery is short. He says, no thanks. I've had a 4 and I've had a 2 there. Maybe that's too risky over the off stump, and he let it go. But you reckon if they didn't run out of gas in Sydney, they're certainly going to run out of it in the next hour.
Well, I think that was good batting. I was delighted to see him just duck out of the way of that one because it was quite high, and if he'd have tried to hit that one, more towards square leg, there's a chance. With 3 guys out there, there's a chance you'll get caught. So wait for one to be outside off stump, bang it towards mid-on, and you'll get 4, and it'll be safe.
Stark around the wicket again, goes in and bowls down the leg side, and it's helped on its way down to fine leg and to Cummins, and they get a single. So Gill is 72. Pujara's on strike, but there's only 1 left in this over, and Stark struggling to come up with that wicket-taking ball, and I can't remember him even attempting a Yorker in these spells.
Well, forget about the Yorker even, but go back to hitting the top of off stump. Okay, the occasional bouncer hit the top of off stump, particularly from round the wicket, because if he can get the odd one to just tail away, chance of getting a nick.
2 slips are there. Stark goes in, Pujara pushes away, and he gets a run. He's looking a bit busier out there to turn the strike over. He's going to keep the strike, in fact, and he's moved to 9. He's moved off 8 at last. And India 1 for 93. They're doing a pretty good job at the moment of making sure they don't lose this test match at the end of another Stark over.
The other thing about it, with top order players, I think they'd be pretty happy for the ball to be banged in halfway down, because the areas where, like Smith had a problem last night with the ball kicking up, they were much fuller in length than where Stark is pitching, and around about that off stump, a dangerous spot.
Cummins starts a new over, and it's a bouncer, and Pujara has no problem in ducking underneath that. So Australia is struggling to come up with a wicket. In fact, a wicket-taking opportunity. The closest they've gone was probably a DRS review from Lyon on an LB.
I think they've gone about it the wrong way here. I mean, I think you come out straight after lunch when the batsmen are starting again and you bowl pretty normally to them. Then if that doesn't work, perhaps then you go with a spray of bouncers.
Well, it's certainly not working so far. Cummins runs in once more. Pujara back, plays it down and around the corner, and he gets a run wide of leg gully to backward square, and he comes back for a second because he's placed it quite well. He watched the ball and he played the bounce down around the corner, and he moves into double figures. 11 from 97 balls. It's 1 for 95. Sharma, the only batsman dismissed early in the day, for 7. But since then, these two have got in, despite a bit of sketchy running between the wickets at the start, and they're plodding along with some tenacity here. Cummins runs in again from the Bolter Street end, and he's back and pushing at a ball that surprised him. I think it took him on the glove of the handle, and it lobbed back down towards the bowler. But he was able to prevent it going to hand.
I think that huge round of applause that we heard when Pujara scored the 2 was because his strike rate got into double figures. 11.2 now it is. He's got to do something, I think, to get them out of that awkward area up under the armpit, particularly Pat Cummins.
Cummins is in again at Pujara. Pujara back, and that was regulation height, and he pushed it away off the back foot down towards mid-on. So the Australian attack, which looked to be all over India, and it was in Adelaide, is now being blunted in 2 test matches in a row, with a huge expectation in both games that Australia would bring off a victory. And maybe that was still the case at lunch, but it's looking less and less as this partnership continues to do its business. Cummins is in again, and Pujara's forward. He plays with the wrists to the onside, and it's Lyon who's out there to stop it.
Problem is, he flicked with his wrists on that occasion and flicked it. By doing that, he hit it wider on the onside straight to the fielder. If he pushes it dead straight, he gets a couple at least. The other thing about these tactics is that you're doing it from both ends. I mean, if you're going to do it from one end, I'm not so sure, but you might be able to mount an argument for doing it from one end, but not from both ends.
Cummins charging in again. He's relentless, isn't he? And he's got Pujara defending out there on the onside. Another over goes by. India 1 for 95. Rick Finlay, now you're going to liven us up. You've got some modelling about possible Indian win here involving Rishabh Pant. What have you got there, Rick?
Just some speculative thinking, Jim. You'd think that if India were to win this, it would involve Pant, thinking back to his innings of 97 at Sydney. I note in the last 33 overs of that innings, India scored at a rate of 4.04, which is actually more than what's required at the moment. So, provided he can get in above Rahane and Agarwal, there is still a chance.
Thanks, Rick. So, yes, they need another 233 to win, and they've got about 61 overs. Stark starts a new over. Down the leg side, he almost gloved that as it flew past him, and Payne took it. He may have just pulled out of the shot at the last moment, but there was bounce threatening his gloves as it went down the leg side.
So we've seen 39 overs today, haven't we, roughly? 39 and
last night.
Couple of balls, yeah.
Yeah.
So 39, and we've got to have 98 in the day. So we've got to have 83 and 15, is it?
Yeah.
That how? Yeah. 15 in the last hour. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not out of the question, I suppose. There's a Stark around the wicket from the Stanley Street end. He's bowling here, and it's short, and it's played down on the ground past Labuschagne at short leg for another run, and Wade is there to field it. So just keep that in the back of your mind. If India keep motoring along here, 3 or 4 and over, 2 and over, whatever, there's still a lot of overs left in the game.
Yeah, so we're looking at about 58 from here.
It'll be 6 plus 98, 104 overs in total. So that means another 64 overs, if my math is any good. Now Pujara back on strike around the wicket. It's pushed away on the onside. Oh, it's 1.5 overs last night.
Yeah.
So 2 plus 98 is 100. Yeah, I'm with you.
100.
Well, 58 overs to score 232.
Yeah. Which is what, about
4 and over.
4 and over, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Run rate 3.95. You want to be fancy? Just say 4 and over. Keep it simple. Get rid of that decimal point. Gee. 1 for 96. Stark, 2 slips gully, leg gully, around the wicket short, and he's chasing that, and he's walloped it out to the boundary, deep at cover, and that's going away for 4. The 100 comes up for India, and Pujara's on his way. All he had to do was get to double figures, and now he's going to sprint.
The blood will go rushing to his head, Jim.
Well,
good shot, that one.
I'm starting to think with, punt to come at some point. If, India not losing wickets, and they're 1 for 180.
Well, that's, again, what happens when you're banging the ball in short constantly. It is tiring, and you're going to get a few loose ones.
That was loose, and it was dispatched. He's on 15. Stark again, back into his stumps, defending straight down the pitch. So the game moving along against Australia very much at the moment. They cannot find a way to get a wicket, and they'd really be annoyed because they were talking about cracks in the pitch, a bit of variable bounce. But I reckon 2, 3 balls today, if that, have done something untoward.
Well, I don't think they're pitching him up in the length where the cracks are.
Yep, that's true. They're bowling short most of the time. Stark goes in now. That's a bouncer, and it's wasted down the leg side. So it's 1 for 100. Pujara's 15. Gill's 73. And it's time for more of more. Andrew's going to join Chappelli.
Can't get enough cricket analysis? Subscribe to the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Ed Cowan and Corbin Middlemass break down the biggest issues in the game. Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
The questions grow about how this day may unfold. An 82-run partnership between Gill and Pujara. Pujara 15 off 105 deliveries. His first boundary coming from the 103rd ball he faced. In the first innings, it came from the 66th ball he's faced. Now Gill ducking under another bouncer from Pat Cummins. Through it goes to Tim Payne. 1 for 100 in the 43rd of 100 overs to be bowled in this Indian innings.
Good afternoon, Andrew.
Ian, good to see you.
I remember I captained a benefit match in India, and in the side that I had was Imran Khan. And Imran at the end of the day was bemoaning the fact that the ball wasn't swinging. And I said, Imran, it usually doesn't swing when it lands 10 feet from where you let it go.
Here's Shubman Gill on 73, waiting for Cummins, and it's short. Ducks under it, through to Tim Payne. Not going to get swing there.
And I think that's exactly what I'd be saying to Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc at the moment. It's, you know, you're not going to get a lot of movement from that length. But having said that, you know, you've got to, who's come up with these tactics? Yeah, I mean, and here's another thing about having coaches and all these hangers on providing information. You know, that's why it's better to just have one bloke, perhaps with his vice captain, working out what you're going to do along with the bowlers.
Cummins to Gill, another bouncer. Well, surely that's 3 in the over. And just hearing someone chirping out, that's on the cash. 1 for 100. Gill not troubled though by any of those 3.
So, you know, that, I mean, as you probably have worked out by now, I do have major problems with coaches at international level.
I'd pick that up.
Yeah. You're a very perceptive man, Andrew. I've always known that. And, you know, there's too much. You can have too much input sometimes. As Richie Beno told me when I was 19, this is a simple game, Ian.
Here's Cummins to Gill, well wide of off stump. He pitched that one up and lost the radar completely as it sails through again harmlessly to Tim Payne. 1 for 100 the score.
I think I was about 19 and he said, Ian, this is a very simple game. The simpler you keep it, the better off you'll be. The other thing I'd say, Andrew, is if it's going to swing, you want it to be pitched within 2 feet of the stumps. And that one was outside the 2 feet. Oh, sorry, whatever 2 feet is in centimetres.
I'm with you. Cummins back to the top of his mark, bowling from the Vulture Street end. He's in his 13th over and has 1 for 11. Into Gill short, and this time does he get a glove? No, there was a noise as he allowed that to go through in the end. He just swayed out of the way of it, Shubman Gill. Through it goes to Tim Payne. On the SMS, 0467 920 222. Hi, my name is Josh. I'm 11 and camping at Mini Water with my dad. What do you boys think about having Uzi open again with Warner? We always listen to the cricket. Thank you. Good on you, Josh. Hope you're having fun camping with your old man. Usman Khawaja is one of the more forgotten players of cricket. I suppose they're just banking on Will Pukovsky being right. We'll get Chappelli's thoughts after this delivery from Cummins, who's into Shubman Gill, another bouncer. And this one over the head of Tim Payne. It's heading towards the fine leg boundary. There's a sliding save in the outfield, but they'll come back for 2 byes. So that's 4 bounces in the over at least. And 2 byes. 1 for 102 India. The only 2 runs off that over. Cummins 13 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 111. India needs another 226 from 57 overs.
Just reinforcing your point earlier in the test match, Andrew, that there's a lot of young kids out there listening and sending in messages, which is good.
Josh should be watching Uzi strut his stuff for Sydney Thunder and the BBL, I'm sure.
Well, isn't it funny how you become better after you die, and you become better after you retire, and you become better after you get dropped? Because, I mean, there's a reason why Usman Khawaja got dropped, because he wasn't playing very well. Now he hasn't played for a while. Suddenly, oh, well, what? He's got better, has he, suddenly? Everybody wants him in the team now.
Here's Mitchell Starc, who has none for 38. Bowls to Pajara, and oh, this hits him on the glove, the right glove. He took it away quickly as he defended along the ground towards Marcus Harris there in that leak slip position. No run, and Pajara, as per normal, doesn't show much carry on. He's just ready to get on with the next delivery.
He's either got metal fingers or those gloves are very, very good.
They're mattresses.
He's been hit a number of times and doesn't seem to have any effect.
He gave it 1/2 of a shake after he immediately taking the glove off the bat. He's down over his bat again. He's on 15 from 106 deliveries. Starc bowls wide of the crease. Pajara pushes to cover. No run, straight to Nathan Lyon. And he remains there on 15. Aaron on the Gold Coast says, what's wrong with making them play every ball at top of off stump all day long? Any thoughts?
I'm agreeing with you, Aaron. Well, certainly that's how I would have started after lunch. Not banging bounces in from both ends. And then, if trying to hit the top of off, if you do that for an hour and it doesn't work, well, then maybe then you could let a few bounces fly, but not every ball.
It's Stark coming in, bowling to Pujara, wide of off stump. No shot offered. Nice as the call, but Pujara wasn't drawn anywhere near the stroke.
The problem with that tactic, you're banging it in short constantly and then you throw one full and wide. That might work with some players, but Pujara, I don't think that's a workable tactic with Pujara because he's got the patience to just watch it go by. Even if he hasn't scored for an hour, I don't think that's going to suck him in.
2 slips of gully, cover. Mid-on is now coming away to the offside. There's a square leg, short leg, leg slip and a fine leg. So Nathan Lyon goes back from cover to point. And there's a fielder in the covers now as well, Labuschagne. In fact, it's Wade.
Wade, yep. Going over the wicket as well.
Here's Mitchell Stark. Not having the greatest series, Mitchell Stark. He'd love to finish with a bang here, obviously. Beautiful, bright sunshine at the GABBA in Brisbane. Final day of the summer in terms of Test cricket. And it's Stark coming into Pujara. Short outside off stump. A lofted cut shot by Pujara. Heading out towards the point boundary. And it's 4 runs. Too short, too wide as he mixed up the angle. And Pujara gets his second boundary in rapid succession. He's 19, 1 for 106.
Well, I tell you what, Rick's comments early, straight after the lunch break, are really, they're starting to take a bit of an effect, because I reckon if India see themselves, going along, not losing a wicket for quite a while yet, I think they might sense the chance to have a crack at a win.
Stark to Pujara, this one straighter. And he goes back and defends with a dead bat. No run as Labuschagne under the helmet at short leg picks up the field. Damo in Tassie says, feel the game has become out of reach for the Aussies. Too much short stuff, not enough line and length. The Yorker, if they can get it to move a bit in the air, maybe give Smith a couple of overs just to change things up a bit. Thank you, Damo. Well, as Steve Smith told us at the SCG, obviously used to be a very capable leg spin bowler. If you see me bowling, we're in trouble. That's what he said. Although he was campaigning to bowl at the end of that final day in Sydney. Stark to end the over to Pujara. Short ball very close to the gloves as he rocks out of the way of it. Through it goes to Tim Payne. End of the over, India 1 for 106. Victory for them, still 222 runs away. And we've got another 56 overs of this test match to go. Pujara 19 off 111 deliveries. Shubman Gill is 73 off 133. And the partnership 88 so far between this pair. Ian Chappell makes way for former Australian fast bowler Stuart Clark. Stuart, it's interesting, isn't it, what's going on at the moment with India not only hanging in there, but, a victory is not the most bizarre possibility that you can imagine right now.
Yeah, good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon, everybody. It's not. I didn't think they were going to get anywhere near it after the way Pujara before lunch, but watching now, they're playing some extravagant stroke. Mind you, the last one he hit for 4 was I described someone else bowling a ball as fruit. That was fruit as well. It was a mango or something like that, I think. It was way outside off stump and short. Interestingly, I was sitting down the back watching, listening to you and Ian talk, and if you look at all the dismissals of Pujara throughout the series, other than the first innings, I think, in Adelaide, he's been caught behind the wicket. If you look at Shubman Gill, he gets caught behind the wicket. And whilst we've roughed up Pujara and we've roughed up Gill and we've done all that, the reality is that hasn't worked throughout the course of this series. I'm just not sure why it's going to work. Ian was right. If you start with, top of off stump, caught behind the wicket, and that doesn't work, well, at least you got somewhere to go. What do you do now? Go back to top of off stump. Shouldn't we have started with that? Hazelwood's your man to do that. He's got Pujara numerous times.
Josh,
top of off stump.
Hazelwood back into the attack, and he's in. Forward comes Gill and gets a run just wide of mid-on. Sean Abbott comes into field, but a comfortable single for the Indians. Shubman Gill is 74, and India 1 for 107.
And they look like they're trying to score now. India before lunch, they really just, it was an onslaught of short pitch bowling. They really couldn't hit most of it. They were flying over the top of their head. Now that Hazelwood's on and he'll bowl that fuller length, that nagging sort of length, well, maybe there's some runs on offer through the offside or through the onside or whatever it may be.
What's been, in your view, the most important moment or moments of this test so far? Is it Rahane dropping Labuschagne on 38? He went on to score 108. Is it the partnership between Thakur and Sundar as Hazelwood bowls and defending his Pujara at a short mid-wicket, picked up there by Labuschagne? Is it a declaration coming a little later than some would have hoped for? What's the number one moment?
No, it's the partnership, I think. I've got, the drop catch by Rahane on the first day gave Australia the slight advantage, but the partnership yesterday, the game would have had a whole different context if they'd lost a wicket there, India.
Was it 6 for 186, being bowled out for 220 wasn't beyond the realms of possibility?
Australia would have bowled, a lot earlier yesterday, so, probably even pre-tea potentially, if they'd gone through the bottom order very quickly like they did.
Hazelwood bowls for Pujara. He's hit on the body again as he turns his head away from his short ball. Didn't get up quite as much as he thought it was going to, and just whack it around the shoulder again. They're trying to put a hole through him and they're nearly succeeding.
I think it might hit him on the arm guard, did it? This one didn't really bounce.
No, just between the shoulder and the elbow.
Up on the, just above his bicep. So it's hit him hard. He hasn't showed any pain. He started to wince before that ball hit him. That length there is the length that he has the most trouble with. The one that's not really bouncing. You're going to get a little bit of treatment here, I think. That's hit him quite hard.
That's the first sign of pain he's shown. He showed outwardly anyway. While Pujara gets treatment on the SMS, guys. Gary here, great commentating. Listening to the cricket from the tractor while spraying pineapples in Maryborough Wide Bay. In Maryborough. Thank you, Gary. Enjoying your commentary of the cricket. Question, if you take the new ball and then don't like it, can you return to using the old ball later? Is there a rule against it? Ask Marcus. No, you can't, Marcus. Once it's gone, she's out of the game.
You can change the new ball you get, and I don't like that one. Like what happens now is the umpire brings around the box of balls, and the bowlers sit there and they throw them up, and it's a hole here, because in the old days the umpire just brought one out and said, there you go, that's for you.
They try to approximate how much use the ball has had, or the similar.
No. What I'm saying is, like, when you pick your new ball, the team actually pick the new ball, so they'll come around. And in our team, I think I can't remember who used to do it. Brett, they'd spin it. Oh, that one feels good, and I was a bit like, whatever, I'll just bowl with it when it gets to my stage.
Ian Chappell told me off air at lunch that Bob Massey, when he took his 16 wickets on debut, he picked the ball. He just said, because Chappelli said I didn't care, but Bob Massey, and he picked the darker coloured ball.
Well, that was always the theory. Pick the dark one because it swung more. But the kookaburras that you get out of the box these days really don't have much colour difference in them. They're all very similar now. So I did hear someone that the ball is slightly different this year. Maybe Marnus post-match spoke to us at Grandstand at Stump, saying there is a different sort of feel about the balls, or they've done something to get them to hold and stay in shape a bit longer. But they're really very much the same colour now. So you pick your new ball, you pick your second new ball. You don't really worry about the third one because it doesn't really matter by that stage. Who cares at that point? You've been in the field for a long period of time and you're usually getting pounded. But if you don't like it, too bad, you picked it, unless it goes out of shape.
Yeah, that's when they can change it with a ball of some equivalence to how.
Now, the Duke balls, sometimes you can get some colour changes, a bit of colour disfiguration in the actual ball, but the kookaburras are usually generally the same colour.
Well, I reckon if you want to know what a cricket ball looks like, you would just currently look at Pujara's arm. Because he wore one. He's all right now. The trainer's just going off.
We don't lose overs either, do we?
Not for this. No, not today.
No, not today. You just play and
today
play.
Could finish, if the light's good, it could finish at 8 o'clock at night. Doesn't matter. They've got to get through the...
It'll be dark at that stage in Brisbane.
So 4 p.m. Brisbane time, or 83.1 overs in the day. That's when the last 15 starts.
A lot of overs.
98.1 officially in the day today. So we're back. Hazelwood bowling to a broken, or bent but not broken, Pujara as he turns this off his hip towards Harris at leg slip, and there's no run. 1 for 107. Batesy at Tenterfield. Team question, if every man and his dog can see that the bouncing tactic doesn't work, why can't the Australian team see it? I can tense Batesy throwing his pen down in frustration at this tactic.
I think they've worked it out now. I think they've gone to Hazelwood. They've really, yes, they're a bit at the body, but I think Hazelwood will start to employ a fairly fuller type delivery outside off stump, trying to get Pujara to hit the ball through cover.
Hazelwood on his way to Pujara, 2 slips in the gully and a short leg, and he's forward defending, and Hazelwood picks up left-handed in his follow-through. 1 for 107. Cameron at Bendigo says it feels like the Australians are lacking that killer instinct to win a test match that we have seen in teams of the past. Best Australia can hope for is a draw, which is not good enough. Have you given up on Australia taking 9 wickets in 55 overs?
No, I still think they're a real chance to do it. You can pick 1 or 2 up quickly and the pressure will revert back onto the Indians. They've got a good partnership, the Indians, going at the moment, and they're working well together, Gill and Pujara, but that changes. Games of cricket can change very, very quickly.
The partnership with 89, Hazelwood to Pujara short, ill-directed down leg side, taken by Payne to end the over. India 1 for 107. The target is 328. Pujara 19 off 116 deliveries, and Shubman Gill 74 off 134 with 6 fours and a 6, and he's batted magnificently.
Now, Andy, there's been a bit of a brouhaha on social media between...
there has been too.
People suggesting that me and you came to blows a bit earlier.
Well, Fletcher Doherty, who... No, this is you, Fletcher.
Just before you get to the real story, I took you out back, gave you a good old-fashioned flogging.
Yeah, I don't know why you needed to get physical with me, but anyway. Yeah, Fletcher Doherty, our digital social media guru, at least in Sydney town, put out a thing that we had a heated debate after you were unhappy that Cameron Green's pants had dirt on them.
Wash your pants.
And I said, to me, that indicates a guy's been in the trenches in this game.
Having a dig.
Having a dig.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I'm not sure it was all that heated, but people on Twitter are really concerned about us.
I'm worried that we were out the back. We took it off air out the back and really sorted it out.
Here's Shubman Gill, 1 for 107. India, and it's Mitchell Starc. Only 1 slip in a gully and a short leg as he bowls, and Gill tucks it off his pads. No run, though, because he picks out Cummins at mid-wicket, and the score remains 1 for 107. The amusing thing to me was you and I were having lunch and chatting while I dug up Twitter and like, oh, we're having a blue. All good in the hood.
It's all good fun that happens here.
It's a shame Chappelli and Jim were at it, share the other sides out there.
Chappelli doesn't argue with anyone. What are you talking about? Chappelli's just as nice as pie.
Yeah, Kristen Beams was getting the better of him too. Very feisty. This has been great fun. Covering the last couple of tests as a group. Couldn't ask for better peeps. Here's Starc, bowls, pull shot from Gill. Bit top edgy or middle of the bat. It's high, it's far at 6. What a shot from Gill. It went very high off the bat. That's why I wondered whether there was any top edge in it. He smashed it. He's 80. He met that. And it's his second 6. 1 for 113 India. Victory for them. 215 runs away.
Well, short again by Mitchell Starc, and Shubman Gill was just sort of sitting back. It was about chest height, and he just threw his hands at it and got it right out of the middle, and it went sailing away. The man down at deep backward square leg, who's about 15 metres in off the boundary, well, it wouldn't have mattered if he was standing in the stands. He wouldn't have caught it. It's gone down one of those little races that they bring the tractors out of. It's gone that far. He's certainly, and that's the problem with the short pitch bowling tactic, is he's got used to it now. And if he gets one where he thinks he can hit it, he's going to take it on, Shubman Gill, and he's moved on to 80, and it doesn't appear to be worrying. They've got 3 men out there, the Australians. They've got a guy in front of square, backward square, and a deep fine leg, and a short leg, and he's just sort of said, well, you know what, I'm just going to keep taking it on, and you can hear through the stump mics, the crowd seem to enjoy it as well.
And a mid-wicket. Gill raises the bat, looks on, here comes Starc. Short, cut, over the top of gully, heading towards the backward point boundary. 1 bounce, 4 more. Shubman is 84. The partnership is 99. The Indian flags are a-waving with India 1 for 117.
Well, old Shubman, he's decided he's going for this. It was short. It was, again, it was like a back cut. There's a man down a deep third man, so if he gets it too fine, he's out caught, but he just guided it over the top of gully. 1 bounce, 4. He's just got used to it. He's just got the pace of the wicket, and he's just looking. Yeah, you see guys coming in. We talk about Cameron Green. He looks like a test player.
Oh.
You see this in state. He looks like an origin player. Well, you know what Shubman Gill looks like? He looks like a world-class test player.
21 years of age. That was a very intelligent shot. Here comes Starc. Bowls to him again. Short, pulled away by Shubman Gill. He gets it into the gap that's been created with extra cover on the offside, and it's another boundary through square leg. Shubbers is up to 88. 8 4s, 2 6s. 1 for 121. What a wonderful counterpunch, and 3 short balls again from Mitchell Starc. They've been punished. The 100 partnership, Stewie, from 225 deliveries, and to rub salt in the Mitchell Starc wound. It's a no ball called by the third umpire, Paul Pistol Rifle.
Well, they actually moved the fielder from deep forward square leg to deep backward point for the catch, and he just hit it to where he was. Now they've taken the mid-on out, or the mid-wicket out, and he's gone out to deep backward square leg. So there's actually, other than the mid-off, I don't think there's a man in front of square other than the mid-off. Yeah, I'm right.
1 for 122. Starc to Gill down the leg side, turned off his hip along the ground the whole way to deep backward square. Harris comes in off the rope, and there's a single. Good batting again. Shubman Gill 89. India 1 for 123. They need another 205 from a little over 54 overs.
So we were all worried Shubman Gill, new bloke, hasn't played a lot around the world, never been to Australian conditions. You know, he grew up on Indian subcontinental pitches where they're low and slow and they spin a bit. And, well, he's proven us all wrong because he plays the short ball really, really well. He can duck, he can pull, he can go over the top of the offside. So this guy, when you actually put all of that into context, and he plays the spinners really well.
Yeah.
There's not a lot that can go wrong technically with him, and he's certainly very confident.
Now it's Pujara on strike. 2 slips now for Pujara down the leg side, and Pujara tried to leg glance it, and Tim Payne hurt a finger again there, or some part of his right hand as he took that. No run, 1 for 123. 1 ball to come in Mitchell Starc's over that so far realised 16 runs.
It's been a very productive over for the Indians. 6-4, no ball, and a nice single there. Pujara went to leg glance that. I think he pulled out of it at the last moment. Doesn't want to really fend the ball away to that man just behind square. So the short ball stuff's just not working to Pujara at the moment. He's getting more and more comfortable, and yes, he's wearing a few, but it's not working.
Certainly not working to Gill. Starc bowl, short, cut away, upper sleeve by Pujara. 4 more. Cop that, Mitchell, says Cheteshwar. That's 20 off the over. India's coming, ladies and gentlemen. They're 1 for 127. The target is 328. They need 201 to win off 54 overs. Pujara 23, Gill 89 to continue the excitement with Stuart Clark. Jimmy Maxwell.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
I could feel at the time there was no way knowing for the reason I.
Don't you love that? What a great segue. Thank you, Dennis. India, all of a sudden, rampant. Here's Hazelwood starting a new over, and it's driven on a check drive down towards mid-on. I mean, if you were playing in a Sheffield Shield game and you had 53, 54 overs to score 200 with 1 wicket down, you'd think you're a chance.
Well, you'd be certainly having a lash. A lot of Sheffield Shield games come down to games like this because sometimes with only 4 days you can't get teams out. You know, it's a bit of a declaration game and they set up a target on the final day, but you'd certainly be having a crack. But knowing, it also can go the other way very quickly. So Australia by no means out of this yet.
Now Hazelwood bowls. That's the spot just outside the off stump. This is what happens, as you suggest, with the short ball tactic. I mean, how did India get most of the wickets yesterday? By bowling mainly a length around the off stump and getting edges.
Bowling it into that crack.
Yeah. And how did Starc get those wickets in the first innings? Off the outside edge. Well, there was no way he was going to get a wicket off the outside edge there other than caught at third man.
It used to be the old trap with Steve Waugh. Remember Steve Waugh? He'd come out and everyone would just bomb him with short balls. He actually nicked him really well early on. If you just pitched it up, he was as good as anyone would nick him. England used to bomb him. The West Indies used to bomb him with short stuff and nothing.
Hazelwood bowls tight, nudged away on the onside for a single, and the score goes up to 128. Gill's moving towards a magic moment. A century beckons. He's 90 out of 128. Talk about dominating the scorecard. And this was all after, in the first half hour, India lost the wicket of Rohit Sharma for 7, caught by Payne off Cummins. And since then, not a wicket.
we talked about it earlier, that the short pitch stuff looks threatening. It's a bit nasty, hitting a few of the blokes and hurt them, rough them up.
Hazelwood pitches up and Pajara is full of defiance coming forward and playing it away on the offside. So the required run rate has dropped from just over 4 to 3.7 for those that like that stat. I mean, there's still a lot of cricket to come in this game. We've got to bowl the overs. Maybe the light will come into it if it's too slow a rate, but it's 98 overs for the day, 83 plus 15 in the last hour, so potentially a pretty long day. Hazelwood once more comes in from the Vulture Street end. Forward goes Pajara. Another blunting defence stroke, and Pajara showing the advantage of killing the bowling off, taking the puff out of it completely. And whilst at the other end, Gill plays his shots. 8 fours, 2 sixes in his 90. Pajara 120 balls for 23.
And maybe the other thing to think about is, we talked a little bit about Australia and the World Test Championship and wanting to not lose so they could make sure they'd get some point. Does it affect India's chances if they win this Test match? Does it get them higher up the pecking order?
Hazelwood goes in again. Pajara once more on the forward defence to the length delivery. Another over goes by. Where can Australia get a wicket? It's 1 for 128, and the Indian supporters, there are not a lot of them, but they're making a lot of noise.
Yeah, you can hear them through the effects microphone. We're going to get a change Nathan Lyon, but if India win this Test match, that obviously they get all the points from the ranking, the point system. So that goes, other than the Adelaide Test, which they were in a good position, just lost a lot of wickets in that one session. It just might change that. But as we were talking about with the fast bowling, that once you've gone and you've used up, you've expended all your energy bowling halfway down, the other thing that happens is the ball goes soft. And whilst the wicket's still got a bit of life and bounce in it, it isn't that hard, crisp ball, because for the last hour and a half, you've been banging it halfway down. The shine goes, it's a bit like an orange, and it's not as easy to hit.
So Nathan Lyon hasn't got a wicket in this innings, and he's being turned away for a single to the onside. Bowling at the line of the stumps, turning towards leg, and that was an easy pick-off for Shubman Gill, who's 91. So how can Lyon be effective here? He's been pretty ineffective in this game, other than Sharma giving a wicket away, and he's really had an ordinary series by the standards that he's set so highly for such a long time, averaging over 50 for the 7 wickets that he's taken. So we've got a slipper leg, slipper short leg, short mid wicket. Pajara down the pitch, defending back down the pitch.
I'd like to see him employ a tactic outside off stump. I think he's a bit too straight. You've got a leg slip in. But the catching, I'd leave the catching man at short mid wicket there. I don't think that's if he might drive one and it might spin, he'll chip it up to that fella there.
Lyon goes to Pajara. Pajara back and whips it away. Behind square, a good stroke. There are going to be runs here. Cummins chases back. They go for 2 and they turn for 3. As between them, Cummins and Harris get the ball back. But that is easy pickings there. It's predictable turn. He just went with it and he picked the gap, and he's 26, and it's 132 for the loss of just 1 wicket.
And he's just so strong through that part of the ground, Pajara. That's easy batting for him. There's no pressure. There's no issue. Full of confidence.
Lyon bowls forward. Shannon Gill, Shubman Gill pushed that away off a thick inside edge. Just a hint of a bat pad in the way he played it, but it went along the ground. It didn't go to hand.
And Shane Warne talks about it. If he's aiming his line is Tim Payne's right foot, where he's in his crouch position.
That's good ball played away to the onside. That turned and bounced a bit, and Wade picked it up at short leg.
Yeah. So if you think about when Tim Payne goes into his crouch, if he aims at his right foot, he challenges the outside edge of the bat. If the ball doesn't spin and you play at it, you're a chance to nick it to Smith at slip. And if it spins, you can go through the gate.
And he bowls out there now, and that is out. He's caught it slip, just as you forecast. He pitched it up. Shubman Gill played a loose shot, and he sneaked it to the left of Smith, who took the catch. Lyon gets a wicket at last. He's up to 398. Outside edge, clear, straightforward catch. At last a wicket. Gill out for 91. Caught Smith, bowled Lyon. It's 2 for 132.
And it's a good piece of bowling by Nathan Lyon. He threw it up outside off stump. He's been two straight. Go with the line outside off stump. The ball drifted a little bit. Shubman Gill went to drive through the vacant cover point type area and nicked it, and Steve Smith took a pretty simple catch to his left. But it's a good piece of bowling, and it's a prototype for where he should bowl. If they let a few go, well, so be it. But if he's bowling out there, he then becomes a more effective bowler, especially if the ball before Jim, it actually spun a bit. And Shubman Gill was thinking this is going to spin as well and ended up nicking it.
Yep, he should bowl a lot more out there and bowl, shall I say, straighter, not always turning it. But he's got a wicket, and that'll be a relief for him because he's had a tough game here, a tough couple of weeks, and he moves closer to the milestone. I'm sure he's not thinking about that at the moment, but about how to get more wickets. So, is that the break that opens the game up for Australia?
Well, the Indians were going along, only 196 to win. They were going along very nicely indeed. And Nathan Lyon has got the crucial breakthrough. Ajinkya Rahane's come to the middle now, 69 matches. 4,000 odd runs, 42 is his average. We all know Rahane's a quality player, can score quickly, but now it's up to Pujara to work with Rahane for a period of time and try and ensure they get the Australians in, keep them in the field, don't let the Australians back in.
Hazelwood comes up and he beats the outside edge. That's the spot. Get back in the zone, fellas, and bowl where you normally take wickets. And that's attacking the stump, the fourth stump, the fifth stump on the outside edge, and that just missed the edge of Pujara's bat. He's 26. Gill out for a very good 91, it has to be said. A thrilling over from Stark, where he took most of the 20 runs that came in that over.
It was a great innings by Shubman Gill. He's a quality player. He'll be disappointed he's thrown his first Test 100 away, but I've got a feeling you might see him get a few more over the course of his career.
Hazelwood bowls and it hits the glove. Ouch! That hurt Pujara. He's ripping off his right glove. That whacked him on the fingers, and he'll be getting some attention from the rooms. That really hurt, and he's taken a number of blows, and that was a stunning whack on his fingers. He's down on the ground. He's in a lot of pain, and he's waiting for the magic sponge, the magic spray, the Mortine, the whole lot as the physio comes out and nurses him, sitting on the ground after copping one on the fingers.
I think that one reared off a length, that one there. It's amazing you get a wicket and all of a sudden there's balls darting around everywhere, but he looks like he's in a bit of pain here. Is Pujara. Bottom hand, I think it is, on the bat, probably the ring finger on his right hand. He seems to be in quite a bit of discomfort. You don't show him, it must have hurt because he doesn't show a lot of pain usually, but that one hit hard, it reared off a length. He was in behind it, but it copped right in an uncomfortable position. I think they'll take drinks here just because there is going to be a stoppage in play for a period of time. I don't think they can use the magic sponge anymore, Jim. I think that's been outlawed out of the game. I think the health department didn't really think that was a useful...
what about the Mortine, though?
The Mortine's allowed. You can spray the Mortine on and the magic spray, but I think the sponge is a medical treatment of yesteryear.
So drinks are coming onto the field, and we might take this opportunity with Pujara sitting on the ground receiving attention to give you a news update. It's 2 for 132. Pujara's 26. Rahane's just arrived. Gill out for 91, and all the players are assembling over there for a drinks break. They've caught the various attendants unawares, not quite ready for that break. So I think we'll be able to go to the news headlines in a moment, but not yet. So we'll just keep chatting away here until we see what's going on, because if you add the overs up, there's still 51.4 overs left in the day's play. India need less than 200, but a wicket has fallen. And is that going to inspire Australia to get back into their mojo back and the rest of it and start bowling for wickets? Okay, we are ready for news. Sorry about that, Stu. Let's get the latest from ABC News.
Hello, Anna Pikett with your latest headlines. New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian says COVID-19 restrictions won't be eased until testing rates are much higher in the state. The Weather Bureau is warning of more rain for far north Queensland over the coming days as the southeast of the state mops up after flash flooding overnight. Incoming US President Joe Biden's team says he will not be lifting travel restrictions on the EU, UK and Brazil, as has been announced by the Trump administration. And the US has asked Australia to scrap proposed laws that would make it the first country in the world to force Facebook and Google to pay for news sourced from local media outlets. ABC News.
If you're not going through an emergency situation right now, it might be the perfect time to explore the all-new ABC Emergency website. ABC Emergency lets you search for incidents near you, or you can check on other locations around the country. There's also a handy button that lets you listen to the local ABC radio station closest to the emergency. abc.net.au/emergency. Save it in your favourites now and keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster. Grandstand Cricket, 60 minutes in 60 seconds.
Here's Stark bowls, full shot from Gill. Bit top edgy or middle of the bat, a tie, it's far at 6. What a shot from Gill. Gill raises the bat, looks on, here comes Stark. Short, cut, over the top of Gully, heading towards the backward point boundary. One bounce, 4 more. Shubman. Here comes Stark. Bowls to him again, short, pulled away by Shubman Gill. He gets it into the gap that's been created with extra cover on the offside, and it's another boundary through square leg.
He bowls out there now, and that is out. He's caught it slip. He pitched it up. Shubman Gill played a loose shot, and he sneaked it to the left of Smith.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Well, I won't say order has been restored during the drinks break, but Pujara is going to continue his innings. He'll have a sore finger or two, and he's going to take up the cudgels against this bouncy attack. He's been hit on the body, the helmet, the fingers, everywhere. And courageously, he goes on. He's 26. Hazelwood runs in towards him, and he goes forward and plays the ball away down the onside. So what attention would he have received? Do you go as far as painkillers now after all those whacks on the fingers?
I dare say he would have had some pain, he'd had a painkiller at lunch, more so for the one he wore in the ribs. I don't think the helmet one was anything of any great note. I think it was a glancing blow. I don't think he would have had a headache or anything. It just dealt with it as per normal, but I don't really know. Certainly the one that hit him in the ribs hit him hard, and he was in that awkward sort of position where he was rising and it was a bit stretched. So I dare say he's had one there. He would have had one after getting hit in the finger. That looked quite sore.
Hazelwood goes up and bowls Pujara, lets it go. He was a little offline, bouncing through down the leg side. So Australia should be a little re-energised if they weren't before the wicket fell. And hello to Phil, driving from Dover in South Tassie back home to Sydney and loving the cricket. You must be in an aqua cab. Aussie's really lacking a good fourth bowler, really. Cummins, Hazelwood and Lyon are world-class. Stark not making the grade, I'm afraid. Speaking of selectors' amnesia, Shaun Marsh. Well, it's wonderful to have these opinions, and that's a lot of what the game is about for the pundits. Here comes Hazelwood again, pitching up, driven out into the covers. There's no run there, and it's picked up on the offside.
I'm not sure they've forgotten about Shaun Marsh. I think they've just sort of said, look, Shaun, you're a good quality player. I think they'll go with a younger type player. But Shaun Marsh was certainly a quality player for Australia across the course of his career, still playing in the BBL. I think he just had his third child. He missed a couple of games, and so I don't think he's forgotten about it. I think everyone knows he's there, and unless there's a middle order and they need some experience, they probably won't be going down that path. And he's not in the bubble anyway.
Hazelwood, last ball of the over, and Pujara lets it go. It's a maiden over. Pujara remains on 26. Rahani's just arrived, and Australia dashing from wicket to get on with the game. 2 for 132. Jane has got in touch, loving the commentary. Great fun listening to the Indians taunting the Aussie attack. Just hope the entertainment will turn our way if we bowl line and length. Great to have it while ducking in and out of the hot sun over here in the west. Whether you're in the west, east, north or south, anywhere around the world. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Nathan Lyon's just got a wicket. Can he get 2 more?
Well, I think he can. He's just got to be patient and get his line right outside off stump. The extra bounce and pace in the wicket. Shane Warne always liked bowling up here because of the bounce. Nathan Lyon's got a good record up because of the bounce. But if you bowl too straight, it's too easy.
He bowls now, and he's driven by Rahani down to mid-on. And I never understand with a new batsman, why would you have a bloke halfway in no man's land when he's wanting to get off the mark? And that was the easiest single.
Well, as soon as he hit it, he just said yes, and there was no risk of any sort of run out. So he could have been in 5 to 10 paces there and at least made it a challenge for Rahane.
So line it is. Pujara's down, and he's banging the ball away to the onside. It's fielded by Cummins. Pujara, I think, determined to get down to line if he can with men around the bat. Slip, leg, short, mid-wicket. Good battle here. 2 for 133. Line comes in. Pujara down and driving back. Line grabs it.
It's a good line to Pujara. Outside off stump. Don't let him hit the ball through the onside. That's what he wants to do. He wants to get down the wicket and work the ball through the onside. He's unbelievably talented. What he doesn't want to do is hit the ball through the offside.
So Lyon comes up and Pujara pushes forward, sends the ball straight back down the pitch. But the line is improved here. He's out on and outside the off stump.
It was like, and he's throwing it up. Looks like it's dropping a little bit as well. So that wicket's given him a little bit of confidence to push harder.
He comes up and Pujara is forward. That's taking the body. Clive catch it, but as soon as Pujara realised he wasn't to the pitch of it, he kicked it away and it got caught up in his top pad.
Yeah, and getting it up and over the top of the ball now is Nathan Lyon, and with a bit of overspin, getting the ball to bounce and drop, which is really important. Beating, you hear people talk about beating him in the flight. Well, you need the rotations on the ball to make that happen.
Lyon bowls and he's down, and again there's an appeal for LBW, not out. Did he play a shot at that or not? And where was it hitting him in relation to the stumps? They're having a chat, Payne and Lyon, about whether or not to review this. I think it'll be a very optimistic review on the bounce. Whether or not he played his shot is another matter, but they are going for it.
I think this one's closer. Well, I think this will be really close. The only trouble is it might be just outside the line of off stump.
So we're saying quite definitely that he didn't play a shot. Otherwise, there's no point in reviewing that.
Not out.
Oh, I thought he tried to hit that one.
Did he? Well, where did it hit him, though? It looked to be outside the line.
That's what I mean.
Front on.
So
the umpire said no shot played.
Oh, okay. There you go. All right.
No shot. He was skipping forward, not a long way. Now, the thing is, where did it hit him? Remembering that he got away with one earlier on umpire's call. This is also not out at the moment. It's taking the front pad around the knee roll. No shot played. Now, where's the ball going? It's got to be hitting absolutely flush, not even near the top of the stump to overturn the decision.
Okay.
He's been hit in line. Where's it going? Over.
It's missing.
See, too much bounce. It's going way over according to the technology. So I'm afraid Tim Payne's record on reviews continues. It's a very poor record. In fact, one of the worst of all the international captains. And I can give you some numbers on that later, but it's the end of the over. Time to go to Brisbane because it's 2 for 133, and in the box at the Gabba, Quentin Hull and Dirk Nannis.
If you're enjoying the radio coverage, you'll love our social content. Follow us wherever you scroll. ABC Sport is on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
Wonderful fifth day hum at the Gabba. with the Border Gavaskar Trophy still to be decided. Sun's beating down. The thought of rain interrupting this day seems to be pushed further and further from our thoughts as the hours go by here on this intriguing final day of this thrilling series. And Josh Hazlewood's going to run away from us at the Vulture Street end, bowling to the Indian captain, who pulls, gets a glove or a fine sliver on it down towards fine leg for 4. And the Indian fans are making plenty of noise here. Dirk Nannis as Rahane hits his first boundary to move to 5, and it's 2 for 137.
Hasn't this match come alive? We've seen everything. Seen some mind-boggling tactics earlier. And as soon as Josh Hazlewood's come into the attack and he started to try and bowl and hit the top of the stumps, there's been a challenge. I like this, that they haven't got men out in the deep everywhere, and so when the short ball's bowled, Rahane is obliged to try and play.
Hazlewood fuller this time and turned on the bump to short leg. 2 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on. That man at short leg, it's Labuschagne there at the moment. Harris is backward of square, not far from the square leg umpire. And there's that deep fine leg as well. India resuming today at none for 4, having lost Rohit Sharma for 7 with a score on 18. Early in the day, he nicked Cummins behind to keep a Payne. And then a terrific stand broken a short time ago with Shubman Gill. Well caught by Steve Smith at first slip offline for 91. Hazlewood full, Rahane defends.
Just like that is perfect. I mean, that period of short bowling from Australia, and it's been a few seasons that I'm critical that sometimes they go to that way too early, this short stuff, and put men in the deep and try and bounce people out. And sometimes it has success, but it doesn't have as much success as exactly what Josh Hazlewood's doing here and targeting the stumps. Trying to get that nick. We've seen numerous balls going past the outside edge since he's been in the attack.
12th over has none for 28 Hazlewood. Again, Rahane forward to a full delivery, runs it just behind point. Green scurries from the gully to keep the scoring to 1.
And again, there a false shot. Edge of the bat. It's exciting Test cricket. In that short pitch period, it's so obvious that the tactic isn't working. I'm receiving text messages from a 12-year-old who's my nephew sitting above us here in the stand saying that the tactics are garbage.
Pitch it up, Uncle Dirk. Yeah, why aren't they pitching it up? Now Pujara just aborts. There's movement as Hazlewood was halfway down the runway, and interestingly, Josh Hazlewood just opens his arms, he stares at Cheteshwar Pujara, and there's some byplay here. And the Indian fans can see what's unfolding in front of their eyes here, and well, Pujara has the right to walk away, but Hazlewood didn't like it. Hoff's a little hot under the collar. This is just building beautifully, isn't it? He's on the approach this time. Pujara gets a bouncer in his head in the helmet, and something came from his helmet there and almost hit the stumps. He's okay. He's not dismissed. He's taken off his helmet. The attendants are running out to check him yet again. Wow, what byplay. What Test cricket.
Pujara is being used as a battering ram. It's extraordinary, the barrage that he's copped today.
And I think it was the
protector on the back of that helmet.
At the back has come off, which it's designed to do so. To the best of my knowledge, that's now not out if that comes off and hits the stumps, because of essentially this piece of equipment which has been used in the wake of the horrible death of Philip Hughes. But the laws are, if you lose your helmet and it goes onto the stumps, you are out, but amended with this piece of equipment, as it essentially is designed to do so, and wanting all batsmen to have that afforded to them, it's decided to change the law that if that comes free and hits the stumps, you won't be dismissed.
He's copped that ball flush on the grill. So it's kind of hit the front of the grill as he's turning his face away from the delivery. Stunning bouncer. I mean, that's coming at shoulder height.
There are 2 or 3 attendants around Chereshwa Pujara at the moment, and Josh Hazlewood is standing at the top of his mark with steam coming out of his ears, toweling himself down. He is just almost impatiently waiting to get at him again, while this Indian batsman, who keeps fronting up after getting pummeled by this ball, is taking another moment just to gather his thoughts.
Oh, what an innings this is.
The umpires are just having a chat mid-pitch, affording Pujara some time to have a drink here, and again just making sure he's okay. He's shaking his head, not in the manner of suggesting that he's no good, just in the manner of that way of his country, as he chats to the physios there, shaking it off, and looks like he is going to continue. I think you need to put a bazooka in the Australians' hands to get rid of Chet Pujara. They've done everything else to pummel him with the missile that they've got.
And the change from when Josh Hazlewood pulled out the ball before, he was just waiting for a little butterfly to go past. It was a butterfly that put him off.
Was it?
And next comes that vicious short ball from Josh Hazlewood. And I think this is when short balls can be effective, when the batsman doesn't necessarily know that they're coming every single time. I think that's the error with what Australia do sometimes when they go to the short ball, is they bowl at every single delivery. And it's not as effective. If the batsman knows every ball is going to be short, they set up for it. But here, he's setting up for the one that's going to hit the top of the stumps, that he needs to cover the stumps, he needs to leave when he wants to. He's thinking about his wicket. Then suddenly you've got a ball that's that accurate. Oh, good luck playing it. And suddenly you've got your man around the corner and your short leg in the game.
He is like the Terminator, Chet Pujara. You just can't get rid of him. He's fronting up again. He's had a moment to take a drink, assess himself. Tapping now, and play will resume with Hazlewood charging in. Bowling to Pujara. He's standing tall, defending on the offside. That is the end of the over from Josh Hazlewood. India 2 for 138, needing 328 to win the test or to survive the day to retain the trophy. 8 more wickets required by Australia. Rahane is 6, and Pujara 136 balls of persistence and pain for 26 runs.
Just curious about that DRS referral in the previous over. When, just before they went and asked for the review, Nathan Lyon turned to speak to Wilson.
Lyon starts a new over. Rahane gives himself room, cuts but straight to green at point.
Spoke to umpire Wilson. I'm not quite sure. Are you allowed to turn around to the umpire and say, did he play a shot?
It's a good question. I'm not sure.
Because that will determine whether you go upstairs or not. So it was clearly outside the line. Are you allowed to?
Rahane is back, trying to cut. That spun fiercely back towards him. He didn't hit it. It doesn't hit the stumps. But Lyon's starting to get this ball to talk. Oh. That spun a mile.
That has come from... That would have been his leg stump, but it's come from a foot inside the return crease. That's remarkable how much this ball's turned.
Slip, leg slip, short leg of the 3 close catching men. For Lyon over the wicket to the right-handed Indian captain. Rahane stands tall, strokes it through mid-wicket and will get a run. Sprawling Labuschagne can't keep it in the infield, so Cummins trots off the rope at deep mid-wicket to do the fielding. Rahane 2-7 at 2 for 139.
This little contest between Lyon and Pujara is a fascinating one.
.398 test wickets and counting for Nathan Lyon in his 100th test. Bowling to Pujara, leaves the crease, defends.
Oh, Gary.
We had been speaking earlier today about a few troubles getting patrons into the ground. Well, if you're thinking of coming down now, you can't, because essentially the cap of the day has been reached in that respect. Lyon bowls and Pujara leaves his crease, turns it straight to mid-wicket. So COVID reasons, cost-cutting reasons, expectations of numbers, etc., meant that there were only ever 9,700 tickets available today. There was a few issues earlier on, but essentially they've all been taken up. Lyon delivers, Pujara kicks it away. And they're making some good noise. We are getting atmosphere for those that are here. They are going to be the lucky few at the end of the over. It's 2 for 139 with Rahane on 7 and Pujara 26. Yes, fortunately, we'd love to have the circumstance of being able to just throw the doors open and jam in, get as many people here as possible for what's looming to be a thrilling finale, but COVID times, among other things, meaning there has to be a little bit more regulation in that regard than we have seen in the past. But if you're here, you're lucky. If you're not, you're with us, and you're lucky as well because you're getting to enjoy the conclusion of one of the great series we've seen in Test cricket in our country of recent times. Hazelwood's going to continue, but it's Rahane in his sights. Over pitched and driven through cover point. Without great timing, Lyons on the chase from point. They've got 1, they've got 2. Lyons going to haul this in just before the boundary rope out in the eastern side. They've run 3, they're coming back for an all-run 4. And the reaction tells you there's a fair number of Indian fans here at the Gabba hoping for a memorable day. 2 for 143, Rahane 211.
This is very reminiscent of the shot to be dismissed off Mitchell Starc in the first innings. Big booming drive outside off, this time very early in his innings, and it's a risky shot, but it's come off on this occasion.
Smoke still coming from Hazelwood's ears. He bowls to Rahane forward and he runs this between gully and point. Line involved again. He slides and keeps the scoring to 1 on this occasion. Rahane to the non-strikers. He's going it better than a runner ball. 12 from 10 at 2 for 144. And now we resume the battle between Hazelwood and Pujara.
I'd hate if Australia changed the tactics that they're going with right at the moment. I think this is perfect, what they're trying to do. So too is the way Pujara is batting.
2 slips, gully, leg gully, and short leg, the catching men around the bat. Hazelwood on the straight approach. Pujara gets a bouncer, it comes off a leading edge through the slips court and over the top down the third man for 4. He was evading that delivery, left his bat hanging out to dry, ball hit edge, ball over the cordon, ball to third man, 4 to the score. Pujara to 30, 2 for 148.
Isn't it amazing also how quickly the cricket went from being poor Test cricket to stunning, gripping stuff. Every ball seems like there's an event.
Hazelwood charging in once more from the Vulture Street end. The defiant Pujara defends. And Wade picks up in the covers. This is why Test cricket lives in the memory like no other sport. The way that you have the battles, the time it takes, not only of this Test match, but through the series. And here's Cheteshwar Pujara yet again, third tour back to Australia to frustrate them with his patience, with his bravery, with his skill. But Hazelwood wanting the prized scalp of the Indian number 3. Shorter ball around the throat, but defended comfortably that time by Pujara on his toes. There's Marnus yapping away, suggesting glove might go to Marcus Harris at leg gully. Matthew Wade shining the ball at mid-off and now throws it to Hazelwood. None for 38. About to complete his 13th over. The man who picked up 5 wickets in the first innings, Josh Hazelwood. Last ball of the over. Bowls to Pujara. Defends comfortably. And then ends the battle for the time being. India 2 for 148 with Pujara on 30 and Rahane on 12. You're hearing it through the national broadcaster on ABC Sport. Grandstand Cricket with Quentin Hull and Dirk Nannis.
I just wonder when the Australians will start to feel that there might be some scoreboard pressure. When they start thinking, maybe India are getting close here. Because the way it was some half hour ago, it seemed like they had 500 to work with. They don't. And again, I keep coming back to having the likes of Rishabh Pant still to come in.
Line to start a new over. Rahane is back in the crease, turning it on the onside, but no run. So still those 3 catches around the bat. Leg slip, slip, and short leg. The others in the field. Fine leg is up in the infield. Deep square is out, mid-wicket, long on, mid-off. Cover point for line right arm over the wicket to the Indian captain, who defends comfortably.
Love this, Gary. Down the wicket, third ball. Come on, Gaz, love your energy, Gaz. Count the ball.
Sounds of the game. Tim Payne, the captain, encouraging his Test centurion. Line bounces in. Rahane on the back foot, punches just wide of mid-off for a single. Cummins tracks to his left, picks up comfortably. In fact, that's Hazelwood there. My apologies. Both he and Cummins wearing the white floppy. And a single for Rahane to move to 13. 2 for 149.
Pop him up, Gaz. Pop him up, Matty.
Line bouncing in now to Pujara. Leaves the crease and defends. Down to Stark. And interestingly, there are only 3 white floppies out there. And it's the 3 quicks that are all wearing them. Cummins at the moment at mid-wicket, Stark at mid-on, and Hazelwood at mid-off. Lyon has 1 for 22. He's in his 13th over. Pujara leaves the crease, whips it through the onside, but straight to Cummins at mid-wicket, and he rifles a return over the bails to Tim Payne. No run.
Such a good little arm wrestle, and Nathan Lyon trying to get him to hit into the offside, and Pujara seems so content to come down the pitch. We've seen a little bit of variable turn. A couple have turned massively.
Spinning away Lyon, short and tugged away for 4 by Pujara. He left the crease, but it was a long hop, and Pujara helped himself to a boundary to move to 34. End of the over, India 2 for 153.
Straight out battle of determination.
Sort of moved forward and then saw it was a short one, so rocked back and helped himself to 4. Pujara 34, Rahane 13. Thank you for your SMS messages. 0467 920 222. Keep them coming. We're seeing them flooding in. We know you're loving the coverage, but at the moment, well, we're getting everything we need out in the middle, aren't we? Don't want to detract from what is amazing Test cricket, the ebb and the flow of the game. The aggression of Shubman Gill half an hour ago, only to be claimed on 91. With Lyon coming back into the attack, having feasted on some short stuff from Mitch Stark to get into the 90s. That's his highest Test score. Gill looked like a maiden Test century was in the offing before he was caught by Smith in the cordon. Now Hazelwood to continue, bowling to Rahane. Defends it on the bump back to the bowler.
Some of the shots Shubman Gill played today were extraordinary. I've always loved that laconic player that seems to have time, and not just time, no inhibitions about shots to play. And the 3 men in the deep, and he's quite content to take the short ball off and plant it 20 rows back. It's just beautiful to watch.
Hazelwood over the wicket to Rahane. Works it off his pads through mid-wicket. 2-2-2, he says straight away, because he realises it's sort of one of those in-between shots which pulls up halfway to the rope, and Cummins has to track across from mid-on to do the fielding, and an easy couple it is for Rahane, who's still going around the runner ball. He's 13 from 14 deliveries at 2 for 155. Even the weather's smiling on us now, Dirk. No chance of rain interrupting now. We'll go to the wire here. perhaps all 4 results possible. Here comes Hazelwood. Rahane plays and misses. It was full outside the off stump, and he liked the length and wanted to whack it through cover, but missed it.
Well, if he's going to keep playing that shot, well, I don't know why you've got the man out in the deep. I think that sort of shot, if it jumps from the pitch and wraps him on the gloves, or he bowls that short ball again and bounces up, you've got no man at the moment in a catching position on the leg side. Almost inclined to take the little short cover out.
Hazelwood charges in, playing and missing again. Rahane that time tried to late cut, and it beats the edge through to Payne.
Even that ball there, if that ball leaps up and comes back into him, into the right hander, wraps him on the gloves, getting some variable bounce, you've got no one who can catch it. I'd prefer to let him take on the pull shot and get that deep backward square in and invite him to take it on.
And the byplay around the game, Pujara taking a moment to walk 2/3 the way down the pitch just to have a chat to his captain there, a young captain, albeit Ajinkya Rahane. Again, these little sidelines that show the great cause that India are pressing for here as Hazelwood continues to press, and that's pushed into the offside by Rahane for a single in between cover and point. Lyon picks up, and an easy one for Rahane to move to 16 and 2 for 156 the score. The magic number for India is 328. For Australia, a further 8 wickets, so India needs another 172 runs. And although there's the question of run rate and so forth, but while the wickets column stays intact for India, you just never know with some explosive batting to come late. Or can Australia get some quick wickets running through them? Hazelwood short and defended off the throat by Pujara with the dead bat. That's the end of the over from Josh Hazelwood. 14 overs, none for 41, his figures. Pujara 34 and Rahane 16. India 2 for 156.
Yeah, maybe Josh Hazelwood might be finishing his spell. Sean Abbott coming on.
Yep, Hazelwood's leaving the field for, well, a brief moment or two. Doesn't look hampered as he trots beneath us. Steps over the rope and goes into the rooms. Nathan Lyon's going to continue from the Stanley Street end with still some fluffy white clouds up in the sky, but plenty of blue about, and the sun beating down. Lyon to whir away, and Rahane lifts him over mid-wicket, made it a half volley and hits him for 6. Oh, the thrust and counter thrust in this test series. Rahane's at better than a run a ball, 22 from 19 at 2 for 162.
Something beautiful is happening here at the Gabba. There is a spectacular finish coming. Ajinkya Rahane playing a shot, reminiscent of what we saw Rohit Sharma play early in his dismissal in the first innings, where he had Australia on toast and then inexplicably hit it out to the man in the deep. But this time Ajinkya Rahane got every piece of it.
No change to the field. Payne and Lyon daring him to go again. This time it's shorter. Rahane back in the crease, pumps it into the covers. They take a single as the tumbling green does the field, and it can't prevent the run. Rahane to 23, 2 for 163. And now Long On, who had gone out, comes up for Pujara on strike. Slip, leg slip, short leg and catching mid-wicket. Line to Pujara. It's a call of catch. Labuschagne takes it, not outs the call. Pujara left his ground, went to whip it through the onside. Tim Payne and Nathan Lyon are conferring. The DRS timer is ticking, and they're not going to go up off the pad.
And this little duel, it seems like Pujara against Nathan Lyon is this battle that Pujara seems to be on the losing end.
Lyon this time has Pujara very conservatively forward and defending.
He's still out there, but you feel as though this is the duel where Pujara doesn't necessarily have all the answers. This is where there's sort of oohs and ahs constantly. But Pujara so far winning the battle.
As Lyon tries again, leaves the crease, Pujara, and kicks it away. Getting that front leg in the line of the ball.
It's unorthodox, but he's still there.
Great atmosphere inside the GABBA. Lyon to end the over. Pujara leaves his crease again, drives along the ground, and Lyon leaps to his right to do the fielding and prevent a run. 14 overs, 1 for 33, Nathan Lyon's figures. India 2 for 163 at the end of the over. So we assume Josh Hazlewood is going to be taken out of the attack. And indeed, that is the case. Patrick Cummins to do his best now from the Vulture Street end for Australia.
That was a terrific spell from Josh Hazlewood. Helped to change the complexion of the game. Didn't get a wicket, but it was the manner in which he went about his work and started targeting the stumps that asked a lot of questions. A lot of balls passing the outside edge. Hit Pujara a few times. Can Pat Cummins continue in the same vein?
Fine legs on the rope. Deep backward square is almost on the rope. Mid on, mid off, cover, point, gully and 2 slips. For Cummins, who's going to bowl right arm over the wicket to the Indian captain, Ajinka Rahane, who's getting about his business swiftly. 23 runs from just 20 balls. As Cummins starts a new spell to the Indian captain, gets a run, working it off his hip to square leg. And now it's Cummins v Pujara as one further run is added to the score, 2 for 164.
By the way, have you solved your mystery? The prawn? just for the listener, Quentin's received a text message from an unknown phone number with 12 prawns, 12 green prawns. And it says, "This photo made me think of you. Happy 2021.
Yeah, I'm befuddled. I've got no idea who it's from. If you are listening and that is you, can you send me another follow-up text and tell me your name?
And the relevance?
Yes. Cummins has that ball keeping low, and Pujara keeps it out. Well, you mentioned relevance. I'm not sure of the relevance of you bringing that up, but yes, that's one of the parts of the byplay.
Well, it's one of the mysteries that we've had in the box today.
It's a different test, isn't it, because of the circumstances of the world. And there's super producer Zane Bojack at the back of the box, Aussie Bob on the faders, and you and I here, just the 4 of us in the broadcast box, when usually there's a dozen or thereabouts in the commentary box at any time during a test. Can't do that this year. Cummins bounces. Pujara, should I say, well over his head, and Payne takes it. I think of more relevance is the fact, outside of my unknown text message, is that you've kept all your coffee in your cups today. Having had 2 cups of coffee spilt yesterday and the exceptional strike rate of spilling the first cup of coffee twice.
Oh, I'm in good form today.
2 for 164. 328 the target for India. Short leg and 2 slips. Off the back foot, Pujara punches Cummins through cover point. Lyons on the chase. He's going to haul it in before the boundary. They've completed 2. Coming back for a third on the throw. They'll have to scurry. They get home. And Tim Payne, in frustration, as that ball went into his gloves, just whipped off the bails, having almost felt the breeze of Rahane run past him and make his ground at the striker's end.
I think it's important for the Australian quicks, whoever follows up Josh Hazlewood, in this case Pat Cummins, to continue that attack at the top of the stumps. Try and ask Rahane to drive. Try and find the outside edge of Pujara. Still think that's the key for these Australian quicks to take wickets.
And just a slight manipulation out on the deep backward square boundary, where the man in the deep there, Marcus Harris, who's 20 metres in from the rope, just brought a little squarer for Cummins bowling. And edge to keeper Payne, and Rahane is out. Cummins takes the wicket. It came back toward his chest. The bat was still there. It took the neck, and Australia has its third wicket. It's the wicket of Captain Rahane for 24. 3 for 167.
This was a bizarre shot. Leaning back, it's trying to hit it over the top of the slips. Short ball, didn't really get up necessarily. It was just trying to play a dab and use the pace of the ball to go over the court and down to third man. Another twist in this epic battle.
Just 22 balls for Rahane's 24. As exciting as it's been, gee, we're not complaining, but I'm wondering how Ravi Shastri and the Indian hierarchy would be responding to, well, the outcome in the end of that innings from the captain. Rishabh Pant gets a big applause from the Indian fans here as he enters the ground. Oh, don't they love him? We saw an amazing innings from him on the 5th day in Sydney, which has us salivating in the prospect of what he's going to give us today. Can India afford to keep going at this pace? Dirk, once again, the philosophical question seems to be asked at the fall of every wicket. Do they drop anchor?
How much do you trust the next man in? How much do you trust the boy on debut, the second gamer? Washington Sundar and Thakur, they played so well in the first innings. Is it too much to expect them to come out and be able to put on that sort of partnership again? I'd suggest yes, but I don't think you're going to see Rishabh Pant drop anchor. I don't think he knows how to do it.
So just one ball left in the over. Cummins now has 2 for 15 from 13.5 overs. Exceptional figures for Pat Cummins, who seems to have an abundance and endless supply of energy. A teenage and early 20-aged body which was broken and mended so many times, and we wondered whether we'd ever get to see this amazing fast bowling specimen. Skillful, not as quick as in his younger years, having modified his action, but still a hustling, brilliant right arm paceman who is, well, many suggest high in the conversation of potential Test captaincy replacements once Tim Payne's time is up. He's got one ball left in this over. Rishabh Pant is on strike. 2 slips in the gully, just short leg. Cummins bowls. Pant glides it on the bounce to green in the gully. That ends the over. Don't go anywhere. This is outstanding Test cricket, which you're hearing through the national broadcaster. India 3 for 167. Pujara is 37. And Pant is yet to score. Andrew Moore and Kristen Beams, the next voices you'll hear.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Every time you think this game is headed in a direction, something happens, goes in another direction. And with India still planning to win this test, they send Rishabh Pant in at number 5, as they did in the second innings at the SCG, where he blasted 97. Rishabh Pant on that final day, despite the sore elbow. 97 off 118 balls with 12 fours and 4 sixes as Lyon bowls, and Pujara tucks him away to point. And there's no run. 3 for 167. Victory for India, still 161 away. There's 43 overs left, Kristen Beams.
And it's going to be a very intriguing 43 overs.
Now it's Lyon bowling to Pujara. And he whips this away. Past square leg. He did well to find the gap between the infield, and he'll come back for his second run as Cummins slides into the ball to do the fielding at backward square. Pujara 39. They've bent him, but they haven't broken him. 3 for 169.
Well, I'm nearly thinking they do their best work when they've got someone injured and just under duress out there. We've seen it time and time again in this series.
Ashwin and Vihari, day 5, about a week and a bit ago. Pujara's defending, inside edge, wide of short leg. Wade dived to his right, but it's away from him. And the Pujara vigil continues.
Nice pace as well, about 87 kilometres an hour, just slowing up the pace. And once a wicket falls, it's funny how all of a sudden the ball seems like it's doing a whole lot more than what it has been so far.
Lyon in his 15th over has 1 for 35. Down the track comes Pujara, can't get a run. Good diving stop at mid-wicket by Labuschagne. Out today, Rohit Sharma back in the 9th over. Caught Payne bowled Cummins for 7. Shubman Gill, I feel for him not getting 100. I saw VVS Laxman tweet, don't worry, there are many to come. Lyon bowls to Pujara, who's defending away to Wade along the ground the whole way. No run. Gill made 91 off 146 deliveries, 8 fours, 2 sixes. A partnership of 114 with Cheteshwar Pujara. He became Nathan Lyon's 398th Test wicket and his 199th in Australia. Lyon bowls, Pujara goes back, whips this away, backward of square wristily. Chase for Marcus Harris, ball heading to the boundary, ball wins, 4 runs. Pujara gets his 6th boundary. He's 43 to end the over, 6 runs off. India 3 for 173, needing another 155 to win off 42 overs. Pujara 43, punt yet to score, and the last man out was Rahane. Not a great shot, he was trying that upward cut, but it was too close to the body. And Pat Cummins strikes again, 2 for 15 off 14 overs. Rahane up for 24.
I feel a bit disappointed that Rahane got out when he did. He was looking so comfortable. His intent was so positive, and it said that they're going to try and win this game. But I think what's also been pretty positive is that punts come out. They didn't need to do that. Agarwal could have come out. But it says that India are trying to win this game, and it makes for an even better contest. It makes it, I think, easier for Australia to try and get a breakthrough because there's going to be more positive intent as well.
From the Vulture Street end, Cummins bowls to Punt, who's defending respectfully down towards mid-off. No run. Punt's only faced a couple of deliveries yet to get going. Mayank Agarwal is next, so it depends when the next wicket falls as to how Agarwal plays, because as normally an opener, he's obviously got a good defence. Will he be asked to do that? Does Shardul Thakur come in if they need quick runs late in the day? Everything's still up in the air and there's still a lot of overs to be bowled.
I think you want the pat on the back that says, let's try and win this from the skipper. That's what you want to get.
Cummins bowls to Punt, who's forward, defending, away to cover. And enthusiastic fielding there by Matty Wade. No run, 3 for 173. And Rishabh Pant in just his 16th test is 1 run away from reaching 1,000 in a young career. A couple of centuries, including 159 not out at the SCG 2 summers ago. And a test average of just on 40. You can keep the text coming, please. 0467 920 222. As it's Cummins. Bowls to Punt, and the left-hander on the pull shot. Gets it through, square leg runs. They have 1. Will they come back for a second on the throw of Harris? They will. And Rishabh Pant is away. He now has over 1,000 test runs, Rishabh Pant. He's 2. Pujara 43. 3 for 175. They need another 153.
I like that he's taking it on early on in the innings. Playing his natural game, it would be easy to go into your shell and say, well, I'm going to try and duck underneath these and do something a little bit different, especially knowing that Cummins bowled so well. But I like that he's just sticking to his natural game.
Punt looks up, sees Cummins on his way again, midway through the over, and Punt gets a ball short. He tried to pull it away and missed it. It was down the leg side, and through it goes to Tim Payne. On the SMS from Robbie, don't worry, Maury, there was a good reason why we hunted Fletcher Doherty out of Albury, loving the call team. Fletcher Doherty, our social media man, put up that Stewie Clark and I had a heated debate. Not only in Albury was Fletcher Doherty a bit of a legend, he was the Dancing with the Stars champion.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know how many stars there were, but Fletch won it, and boy didn't he have some moves. Field wasn't strong, but he was the cream. Cummins bowls to Punt, and it's wide outside off stump. No shot offered, no temptation. 2 runs off the over with 1 ball to come.
And I wonder where and how they're going to use Mitchell Starc from here. I think that the over of 20 was really telling. And what is the right time to get him back into the game? I think you don't want to leave him out of it for too long after an over like that. You want to give him the opportunity to come back and get into it. But if it's the right move against punt, I'm not sure, but I think it has to be a consideration for Tim Payne, knowing he has to play a role if they're going to win this game.
12 overs for 62. Star Cummins in and punt defends. Down towards mid-off. And the ball reaches Hazelwood. End of the over. 2 runs off it. India 3 for 175. The target is 328. Pujara 43. Punt is on 2. 41 overs left in the test match in the series, and India need another 153. And Cummins, outstanding figures. 15 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 17.
And his pace has been very good, considering the overs that he's already bowled. 15 overs in this innings. Final test of the series. To be bowling that sort of pace, I think is really important. Mitchell Starc spoke about that this morning in the interviews around how do quick bowlers go about it.
Now Lyon again, bowling to Pujaras, down the track and whips it away to mid-wicket, straight to Hazelwood, no run. He used his feet there. This has been an enthralling contest between Lyon and Pujara. Several appeals as Pujara comes down the wicket. Is he playing a shot? Isn't he playing a shot? Couple of DRSs go by the wayside for Tim Payne. And Lyon bowls to Pujara, who's forward defending. Mid-wicket, Labuschagne comes across to his left to pick up, threatened to shy down the stumps, thinks better of it, no run.
It feels like the umpires are never going to give that out when he tucks the pad behind, so it's always going to be a DRS option.
The end of the over, Rick's got some details about Pujara in this series, who's defending inside edgish towards Wade at short leg, but it hit the deck. And the score remains 3 for 175. Looks at his bat, counts his fingers, can probably feel about 7 of them. Cops some blows. Lyon in, Pujara down the track, whips this away to square leg. They set off, he sent back, nearly run out. Payne whipped it at the stumps, but Pujara had made good his ground. But very nearly a run out as Pujara was looking for the quick single on postman Pat. No run, no wicket, 3 for 175.
That was never going to be a run. Cummins will be disappointed with that. He's been very good in the field and he's hit the stumps from a similar position on the field, and if that throw had have been a direct hit, I think that would have been close.
A little over 10 minutes before tea on the final day of the series. Yeah, that was a run out written all over it. Pujara dived back. He's 43 off 164 deliveries, 6 boundaries, 27 blows to the body. Helmet, chest, shoulder, fingers. But he's still there, the rock. Lyon comes in again, passed up by Wilson, and he's defending Pujara. Back down the pitch, no run. Maiden thus far from Nathan Lyon, who's bowled only 3 of them in his almost 16 overs. 8 wickets in the series only at this point. Pujara taps the bat, looks up, leg slip, short leg. Lyon bowls, Pujara comes down, and there's one of those. Did he play, did he not? As the ball shoves away on the offside. Ends a maiden over. Nathan Lyon, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 39. India 3 for 175. And Rick Finlay, you've got some testament to the powers of Cheteshwar Pujara's concentration and skill.
Yes, Andrew, just in the last 2 tests, Pujara has batted 15 hours and 23 minutes and faced 541 balls for 3 times out and counting.
That's a lot of balls. That's a lot of hours. Good on you, Rick.
And you have to just enjoy batting for time, don't you? And it's those players that just love the art of it more so than love scoring runs.
I've just seen percentages come up on our screen. India winning 16%, Australia 24%, a draw 60%.
India are a bit stiff with those figures, I reckon.
It can change, Beamsy. It's punt. He could change it. 3 for 175. Cummins bowls around the wicket. Bouncer, ducks underneath. Through it goes to Tim Payne.
Yeah, I would have had sort of Australia, India closer, if not India maybe slightly. The draw's probably the most.
What are your percentages then? What was that? It was 16% India win, 24% Australia win, draw 60. What would the Christian Beams percentage be?
50% draw.
Yes. You've got 50% to play with.
Australia 20. does that leave me 30?
India 30%?
Yeah.
Do you agree with
Right now?
0467 920 222. Cummins to punt, gets an edge between second slip and gully. Ball racing away to the third man boundary. 4 more for India.
I would have changed my answer if that had gone to hand, obviously.
Now you've got India at 32%. 3 for 179. Punt moves to 6 and 149 required.
Yeah, you take those any day of the week. For Cummins, it's probably a little victory, just that it's caught the outside edge. But then again, it brings it under 150 runs to win.
Stuart Clark and I were just having a chat outside about how many do India want to have to chase by tee. As I said to Stuart, it's going to depend on the overs left. There's going to be about 37 overs to go. Here's Cummins coming around the wicket. Bowls to punt, who's defending on one on the outside. Call for a run. That would have been one of the most stupid run attempts of all time, as it went straight to cover. Wade fielded, but Pujara, fortunately for India, said, no, stay where you are, Rishabh.
It hasn't been their strength today, the running between. There's been quite a bit of indecision with a few different combinations out there. I think the biggest factor probably between now and the end of this game is the new ball.
Well, yeah. Well, that's still a hell of a long way away. 28.
Yeah, and the new ball can bring runs or it can bring wickets, so that'll sort of even it up a bit.
Cummins in again, bowls to punt, who's forward pushing. No run, straight to line at point. First text responding to your percentages. She's spot on.
Oh, I thought that was going to be get her off.
No.
What is she saying?
She's spot on is the first one. Listening to the enthralling contest between bat and ball while sitting on top of Mount Nameless overlooking the Pilbara town of Tom Price in WA. Loving the commentary. Thank you, Ben. Oh, there's more details about Fletcher Doherty's private life. I'll leave that where it is. There's another Andrew Moore on the text. Here's Cummins. Bowling to Rishabh Pant, who is defending on the onside this time. It'll go down towards Hazelwood at mid-on. No run. Great summer grandstand team. How tough are these Indian batters mentally and physically? Love the series and the call from another Andrew Moore. Well,
sure that wasn't you?
No, definitely not me. We had to do an induction to gain access to this, the NEP site where we've been calling this game, other than Quentin and Dirk at the GABBA. And when they went through the file after I'd done mine, there are 2 others who work in this building. That made me feel very common.
There's nothing common about you.
Here's Cummins at wide from around the wicket. Hook shot by Rishabh Pant. Did well to roll the wrist on that and keep it along the ground towards Harris, a deep backward square. He'll get a run and he'll keep the strike. 5 off the over. India is 3 for 180. The target, 328. They need 148 to win from 39 overs. Pujara 43. Punt is 7. And Pat Cummins now 16 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 22. And this could be very interesting. Line to punt.
I was going to say, I'm not sure which contest I'm looking forward to most. Punt and line or Pujara and line. 2 totally different ways of going about it. But we've seen Punt try and really get Nathan Lyon out of the attack. And if they were going to win this game and they want to win this game, that will maybe be a factor. They've done well against Stark so far. If you can dominate bowlers, it makes your task to chase down runs even easier. So will he sort of go in defence with a bit of a defensive mindset, or will he start to say, if I can just get a couple of boundaries here, does that make it a bit easier?
Well, run rate required as of right now is 3.79.
I think you want to keep it there in the last session if you're going to chase. Yeah.
I reckon Beamsy's about right with those percentages, says John at Castlemaine. Here's Punt waiting for Nathan Lyon. Punt's on 7. Well flighted. Down the track comes Punt. Drives him into the covers. They have one and will come back for a second as Cummins works to his left of field at deep cover. I think the intent made very clear right there. Punt is 9. 3 for 182. Another says almost agree with Beamsy. Down to 15% Aussies win now after that boundary.
Ooh.
And another says Aussie 30%, India 15% chance of victory and draw at 55%.
Well, it obviously changes every ball. I mean, you've got to,
Love it. Line. This will be the second last over before tea. Down the track almost. Punt thought about it, but it was tossed up and wide by Lyon. So Punt in the end puts his foot back in the crease and doesn't offer.
Good bowling that. Thrown it wide. Knows he wants a piece of him.
A lot of chit-chat here too from Dave Warner, who's at a very short second slip. under the helmet. Wade's at bat pad on the offside. Line in around the wicket. Well too wide.
Just before tee, boys. Bowling go day. Let's have a full shot just before tee. Very good, this go.
It's a funny old field, isn't it? Because Matthew Wade is very straight as well. He's nearly got his left foot on the wicket. And that second slip, I don't know how he's going to catch that.
Here's Line bowling to Rishabh Pant, who's on 9. It's short outside the off stump, cut away by Pant. There's cover out there though for Line, and it's Cummins who's busy in the field. Keeps them down to a single. Punt into double figures. He's 10. India 3 for 183, needing another 145 to win. Loving the call so much. I'm watching the coverage on TV in Adelaide with the sound turned down. It's not synchronised, but that's okay. Well, we appreciate you going to the trouble, Kieran. Can't leave the ABC call on my fiancée Jude's birthday. Happy birthday, Jude. I think she's enjoying it too. Converted from Judd in Collins, Southwest WA. As a defensive shot by Pajara to short mid-wicket. Labuschagne's there, no run. Happy birthday, Jude. Hope you're having a beauty. What chance are we giving the Thai? Donkey wants to know at Taylor's Lakes. You didn't factor that in.
0%, yeah.
Okay. Pajara waits on 43, Line bowls, and it's defended with a straight bat towards mid-wicket. Labuschagne is there. No run. End of the over. 3 runs off. India 3 for 183 with 1 over to come before tea. Pajara 43. Punt is 10. The equation is this. India needs 145 runs. Australia needs 7 wickets. And there are 38 overs left in the test.
Oh, and how do you play this last little period before the tea break? I thought maybe against Lyon it would be just playing a little bit within yourself, and we didn't see that at all. Wanted to attack Lyon, stayed true to natural game. But against Pat Cummins here in probably the last over before tea, I'd be interested to see what they take on the short ball still. Do you keep staying true, or do you really feel like you need to get yourself through to this tea break?
And if you want to synchronise the call, you can pause on the TV, wait till the radio catches up, unpause, away you go.
Good skill.
Cummins around the wicket to punt, and he just plays at this out on the offside, and it goes backward of point to Cameron Green. No run. 3 for 183. So as Rishabh Pant with 5 balls left, just thinking, all right, let's just make it to tea and reassess. We could need 145 or 37 overs. Run rate with Punt out there, no problem. Or is he just ball by ball, and if it's short, I'm going to whack it, or I'm going to try to. If you overpitch it, I'm going to launch into a drive.
I think 90% of batters would go with the first option. I think Pant just goes ball by ball. If they dig it in short, I think he'll try and play it.
How good are you on the percentages? Cummins around the wicket. Punt is forward, and he chops it onto his body. Did that keep a little low, perhaps, as the ball ends up on the offside of the wicket? No run. 3 for 183, and Punt just down doing some stretches now. So the physio and the medical staff of the Indian squad have been, that happened to be in a place where most gentlemen's eyes would water, at least.
His reaction makes a bit more sense now.
Oh, yeah. His voice has also gone up an octave for the time being. That was an inside edge right onto the hair going. That would not be fun. He's just having a little bit of a shake around. Pajara is saying, come on, man, I broke it 4 fingers, 3 ribs, and been knocked out.
You're kidding.
Get on with it. It's 3 for 183. I don't want to see that replay again.
I don't know why we see so many replays of stuff like that. I'm not sure.
Neither does Rishabh Pant. Cummins around the wicket, bowls to Punt, and he's defending with the full face of the bat. Dribbles away on the offside of the pitch. He's still just stretching and breathing hard as he walks away back to square leg. That was a dot ball.
Yeah, it's probably a long 3 balls for him here just to get this over and overdone with it.
Yeah, there are any number of lines there I'm not going to touch. 3 for 183. Punt 10. He's faced 20 deliveries. Pajara 43. He's hit 6 boundaries. There's a first slip and a wide second slip and a third slip as Punt rushes into a defensive shot off an inside edge. Diving save by Labuschagne at short leg. No run. 2 balls to go before tea. This is the 63rd over of the Indian innings. 100 is the minimum. The light's good at the moment. A little bit of cloud cover overhead right now. But please, nothing to interrupt the end of this game. 3 for 183. So there'll be 37 overs left. And Currently 145 more for India. Cummins trying to get another one as he beats the outside edge of Rishabh Pant's bat. The angle coming into Pant, and Payne ends up taking it, diving down the leg side. One ball to come, and there is no doubt, zero doubt, that Rishabh Pant is still being bothered by being struck on the body a few deliveries ago.
I think his mind is elsewhere, definitely. And that's a good piece of bowling. I thought they might go to the short ball in this over, try and tuck him up. But that's a really good delivery going through, and a diving Payne.
Last ball of the session. India went into lunch at 1 for 83. They've scored 100. They've lost 2 wickets. Cummins to punt. He runs it away on the offside to cover. Wade is there. Ends the over. A maiden from Cummins, and that is tea.
Pujara's facing Hazelwood and punches on the offside, but fielded by Wade had extra cover.
Let's say they get to 70 runs required with 20 overs left. Then you lose a wicket. Then Agarwal, you've got somebody who can play both as a former opener. He can play the drop anchor role and can play it well. Or he can play the attacking cricket as well. We know he can play attacking shots, so he's got a bit of both games. But here you've got Rishabh Pant, who really does just know the one style. He goes for it. So why not put him in earlier like they've done? It's great.
Hazelwood over the wicket, well wide of off stump. Marnus is oohing and ahhing. That was about 2 foot wide of the woodwork. But Labuschagne is doing his best to entertain us and try and get into the mind of Cheteshwar Pujara. I don't think it's going to work. Chet's shown us that he is almost the immovable.
Ball's 50, 60 centimetres outside off.
Just looking at the replay, that moved quite markedly off the seam. So Hazelwood getting it to talk a little bit early in this final session. Running in at 3 for 183, Pujara defends. And Wade comes in from extra cover to do the fielding. That's the end of the first over of the final session of the deciding test. Series locked at 1-all. Trophy in the hands of India. A draw keeps the Border Gavaskar silverware in the subcontinent. Australia needs 7 wickets. India needs 145 more runs for a crowning glory victory here at the Gabba. They've never won at this venue. Have drawn here before, most recently a terrific century from Sourav Ganguly. A little over a decade ago ensured that India came away with a draw at this venue, but have never won at the Gabba. Australia has not lost here since the West Indies beat them in 1988. Since then, 24 victories for Australia and 7 draws. Nathan Lyon's been swung around. He's bowling from the Vulture Street end. Looking to get at perhaps the foot marks outside the left-handers off stump. Down that end where there was a little bit more deterioration in the pitch, where the batsman's facing at the moment, than at the other end. Lyon around the wicket to punt. It doesn't offer.
I don't mind this tactic either. Nathan Lyon swinging around and seeing what's on offer down the other end.
Guys, bowl, guys.
Just the one close catching man for punt. There's a slip. There's been generally 3 around the bat, but just one as Lyon whirs away, and that is let spin outside the off stump into the gloves of Payne. Backward point, cover, mid-wicket in the infield. And already Tim Payne. This is interesting. 4 boundary riders for Rishabh Pant.
Lovely start, Cody.
Deep cover point, long off, long on, deep backward square. There's an insight to the Australian captain's thinking in this dangerous keeper batsman as Punt strokes line to wait at cover again, a dot ball. The in-out field. What do you think?
Well, you think of the way that Rishabh Pant plays. I think he will play shots, and I think if he's going to get caught, if the ball's going to turn.
Lyon unfurls and Punt lets it go.
Nice, Goat. Very nice, Goat.
I think if he plays a big shot, I reckon it's going to be going towards Steve Smith at slip.
398 test wickets and counting. Nathan Lyon striving for 3.99, won't get it there as punter's back in his crease and punching to Wade again, who's been busy to start this session in the covers.
Pretty much conceding, though, that the single down the ground. Do Australia perhaps want Pujara to be on strike?
Last ball of the over. Forward comes punt. Defends it. Indeed, Wade once again. He can't keep away from the ball in the field early in this final session. A maiden for Nathan Lyon. 18 overs, 1 for 42. The veteran off spinner. And we haven't seen a run in 2 overs post tee. India 3 for 183. 145 further runs required for the tourists to win 7 wickets for the hosts. If you want to get in touch, 0467 920 222. Thanks to Sandy, Billy, TJ and Charlie. Hey lads, we've spent the whole test match driving from Forster to Townsville. We've been dialed in the whole time. Thanks for keeping us entertained. Can't wait for a nail-biting finish. Drive safely, guys. Thank you for your company. Hazelwood to continue from the Stanley Street end. Bowling to Pujara. Full driven back into the hands of the bowler on the bump. And Hazelwood knocked it down, didn't have ball in hand, but did just pose for a moment with hand above shoulder in the I'm going to throw this at you, but he didn't have anything in his hand. But again, the byplay between Hazelwood and Pujara, which we saw a little at the back end of the last session where Pujara pulled out when Hazelwood was basically into his delivery stride. And then the next ball, Hazelwood hit him in the helmet. Big Australian fast bowler from Bendemeer turns at the top of his mark in the Brisbane sunshine. Straight approach with Pujara in his sights. Outside the off stump, good carry through to Payne, left alone.
I think the tactic India's going to use is just bat out there, don't lose a wicket early. Bat out there and let's see where we are with an hour to go, with 75 minutes, 80 minutes to go. Let's see where we are and let's play it from there, where we're going to be. With Rishabh Pant out there just playing his normal game, you know you're going to get somewhere close to being in striking distance. If he bats for an hour...
He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. Still to see a run since the resumption. Won't see one there. Pujara defends on the bump to Labuschagne at short leg.
I mean, if you're just somebody who gets their cricket from Big Bash or one-day cricket, you would think it's under 4 and over. Of course they're going to be able to get it. Test cricket's so much more difficult to chase.
Well, apart from the fact that the captain's allowed to put every man on the boundary as well.
Right. The wicket's playing up and down. You'll get variable bounce. You can bowl defensive tactics. You can bowl a lot of bounces in and over. There's a whole lot of ways to try and limit scoring. So it's difficult to get them.
Pujara on 43, watching Hazelwood approach. A bouncer, he weaves out of the way. That went past his eye line through to Payne.
And there's a new ball on the way. Still a while away here, 14 and a half overs to come before that next new ball. But I mean, we haven't seen new balls swing around corners, have we, from the Australian quick? So maybe it will be have the opposite effect and open up the scoring.
So I don't think Tim Payne has to think too much about his field when Pujara's on strike, but the issue of where he places his men when Rishabh Pant is facing is fascinating. And already we've seen the previous over him have 4 out. It's Pujara at the moment, 2 slips behind, left alone. The carrot, the temptation. Surely Tim Payne's still got some chips to gamble with here when it comes to runs, and perhaps tempting Rishabh
Late on day 4
to go to his natural game. Is there bait that gets momentum for the opposition, or is it bait that leads to a false shot and a wicket and a change in the game yet again? All of these intriguing factors going through the mind of the Australian captain, who's just having a chat to Dave Warner. To his right, Warner and Smith, the 2 senior lieutenants in the cordon next to the Australian captain, who crouches down as Hazelwood unfurls and Pujara defends again to Matthew Wade. He's getting leather poisoning out there in the covers at the moment. That's the end of the over. None for 41 for Hazelwood from 16 overs. India 3 for 183. No runs in the 3 overs since tea. India still 145 shy. Australia still 7 wickets shy.
probably even afford to sort of toy with the ego of Rishabh Pant.
That's the carrot. How
instead of having the men back on the boundary, just bring them in a little bit and just ask, are you good enough? Rishabh, are you good enough to hit it over these guys?
Line around the wicket to Rishabh. He lets that go. Well, even both long off and long on are out. Maybe bring long on up and say, okay, you want to go against the spin to the long on boundary? We'll give you that one. But at the moment, Green's on the boundary at long on. Line around the wicket. Punt defence.
Oh, Gaz. Nice, Gary.
They're not going to shut up, though, are they? That's one thing we know about Australians in the field. Marnus Labuschagne does not stop.
Lyon trots away. Round the wicket to the left-hander, short and cut. Out to deep cover. Just the one there with Harris doing the fielding in the deep. So the first run after tea, coming in the 4th over since the resumption. Punt to 11, 3 for 184, and now in they come for Pujara on strike.
I think this is the battle the Australians are really looking at. Nathan Lyon bowling into those cracks that are a long way outside the off stump for the quicks. When Nathan Lyon's bowling, maybe that will just give a little more purchase. Maybe there'll be some surprising turn and bring those close catches into play.
We now have slip, short leg, catching mid-wicket around the bat, and no one in the outfield. As Lyon's over the wicket to Pujara, hits it straight to short leg. The ball goes down. There was a cry of catch, and I think that's a half chance. I think it's a full chance. I just need the replay to confirm. Wade's put it down. Let's have a look. As Lyon comes in, and it's turned on the onside by Pujara. No run. Did you get a look, Dirk? Sorry.
I think you're being a very harsh judge. He would have had to dive forward in a 10th of a second, full stretch, bounce well before him.
Okay.
But I think that's an example of what they're going to try and do here.
Last ball of the over, flighted. Pujara leaves his crease to stroke defensively down to Stark at mid-on. So that's the end of the over. Just a little hint of a chance there for Australia. And Nathan Lyon, 2 wickets away from that 400 test wicket milestone, 3 for 184. And now, well, we're 4 overs into the session, and somehow water is required for both Indian batsmen. I think the cool liquid is of secondary importance to perhaps a message from Ajinkya Rahane or Ravi Shastri, which has been delivered with said water.
I would love to see images of Pujara's body after this innings. He's been hit everywhere. It's going to be like dot to dot.
What a terrific story he is for India in this country. 3rd test tour, but really made a name for himself 2nd time around here with those long and determined innings in Virat Kohli's successful campaign. And yet here, continuing to defy in what could be a wonderful test moment for his country. Punt's on strike to start the new over from Hazelwood. Round the wicket, Punt defends, but he jams down on that as if it didn't lift as he expected. Perhaps kept a little low.
Maybe a fraction low, a little bit overplayed. I really like the tactic of Australia changing ends, just to see what's on offer. Turn it around, see if the pitch is going to misbehave. Hasn't misbehaved too much when the quicks have been operating at the other end and had a few lift up and hit the batsman in the hands that Pujara can attest to.
Hazelwood runs towards Punt. He's on the back foot, punching through point. We'll get a couple of runs here. Lyons on the chase, slides, stops, throws it back to Labuschagne in support, and Marnus doesn't even decide to throw it in as the batsmen comfortably complete 2, and Marnus gets his business underway of shining the Kookaburra. 2 runs, so just 3 runs scored so far in this session. Punt to 13, 3 for 186. 142 further required for India to win. And only the 2 men out, interestingly, for punt when the paceman's on. Fine leg and deep backward square. 2 slip Scully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Hazelwood bowls, punt, pulls, gets it down, hits it very square, out towards the western boundary rope. Harris is out chasing after it, gathers it before the line. We'll throw it back as they come back for a third. Nice throw, nice cricket, nice running. 3 runs for Rishabh Pant and India.
Not quite high enough from Josh Hazelwood, but I think that shows Rishabh Pant's intent. He will take on the short ball even with 2 out. Really interestingly, when Rishabh Pant's on strike, Nathan Lyon, who's normally been at a regulation point away from the bat, some 25 metres or so away from the bat, when Rishabh Pant's on strike, he's almost 40 metres or so from the bat.
3 for 189. Pujara now facing Hazelwood, leaves that alone. We said at the top of the broadcast, not only interest in Australia, in India, but the world of Test cricket looking on here with 2 of the superpowers engaged in a highly memorable series, and your messages flooding in from around the country, around the city, around the world. G'day to Andrew, who's a Tasmanian, listening in Paris in the early morning there. Thanks so much for the commentary. Unbelievable tension. Très bien, Andrew. We've had croissants served up throughout the day here. We're lucky. We've got a bit of French flair. Yep, all around the world tuning in. Great to have your company on the ABC. 3 for 189. Hazelwood bowls, Pujara defends. Again, forward, full blade. Who could you compare him to? Cheteshwar Pujara. Just trying to think of... And it's a tough question because we don't see too many, in inverted commas, old-fashioned Test batsmen these days. If you've got a thought, you can send it through on the text. You can see Dirk's mind ticking over. Just a real occupier. 185 balls for his 43, Chet Pujara. He gets a bouncer, he weaves away from it. Through to Payne at eye height. End of the over, 3 for 189.
You've stumped me, I think.
Oh, do we give a shout out to our TMS mate, Jeff Boycott?
Well, you can, but I mean, it's such a different era, isn't it?
Well, it is. And I think that's part of what I'm asking you. He is a guy of a so-called bygone era, but the game hasn't changed. It's just the way that it's played that has changed. You can still use the anchor man, as Pujara has proven to us. And India has been very obvious that today they think they're still have got both options available, i.e. the draw and the win. If the aggressive man at the other end to Pujara goes, well, we can slow down and Pujara can provide that lockdown. But while he's there, well, we know he can lock down, so perhaps we can play with a little bit more freedom from the other end, which was the way that we saw from Rahane's innings, 24 runs from 22 deliveries.
Wonder what happens if Pujara is the next man out.
That
and you've got the
is indeed an interesting proposition as well.
Rishabh Pant in and Agarwal.
You think of the English opener, Chris Taveray was another. Took his time about things. Line bowls around the wicket. Punt just pokes it out on the offside. Nathan Lyon. From Young to Canberra to Adelaide to the world. Test 100, 398 Test wickets in the bank. Right arm round the wicket to punt, forward leaning and defending. Lyon just the 2 wickets in this Test. His 11th GABBA Test, so he has 35 wickets at this venue at an average of around 30, which is slightly better than his career average, which is around 32. He's on the skip and the hop, ready to work away again from the Vulture Street end. That's well wide and not offered at by Punt.
Rishabh Pant content to stay at home and not advance down the pitch. I just wonder how long his patience is going to last. I just feel like something has to give. Here
comes line around the wicket. Forward and defending his punt. And with no disrespect, I'm trying to think of an Australian which we might think of a top order digger-innerer, for lack of a better word. Jeff Marsh, of course, was renowned for his tenacity during his Test career. Still played a lot of one-day cricket, but always in that anchor role as well. The West Australian. Here comes punt, forward defending. It's never really been the Aussie way, has it?
I don't think our pitches are necessarily conducive to really slow scoring either.
Last ball of this Nathan line over. His 20th. He has 1 for 43. Punt, swings, misses, beats the bat, beats the keeper's gloves, beats Steve Smith's hands, down to the boundary for 4 byes. Missed stumping from Tim Payne is the overall assessment of that.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. He was never going to make it home. Huge swipe across the line. He was a mile down the pitch.
So we put that down as a life for Rishabh, who we can see on the replay turned in vain, his eyes of disdain looking back to Payne, but it leapt past his gloves. 3 for 193 at the end of the over. Jim Maxwell and Stuart Clark coming in.
Need more cricket content? Follow ABC Sport on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
Let's go. Left foot, right foot, levitate. Pop stars.
Left foot, right foot. Foot went back over the line with the bat and he didn't grab the ball. Stumping missed. Pujara plays away to the onside and gets a run here at the start of a new over from Hazelwood. So, what is happening out there, Stuart Clark? Are India still interested in chasing this total or not?
Afternoon, Jimmy. Afternoon, everybody. I would have said until the last ball of last over, no, they're not. But I think that's more a rush of blood from Rishabh Pant getting frustrated, not scoring any runs, rather than India chasing. They've just shown no intent at all after the break to try and get these runs. And I don't know whether they're waiting for something. Can't think of what that is, but certainly they've shown nothing to me that says we want to get these runs.
So it's 3 for 194. Hazelwood around the wicket and Pant goes back and defends out on the offside. He's made 16 from 42 balls, which I think is an indication for the most part that he's just going to play. And if Australia want to win this game, they're going to have to come up with something more than they have with the ball, maybe with the field placing, because by the time the new ball comes, it'll be too late if it's not already.
Well, it's 10 overs till the new ball, basically, now. That'll leave them another 20 to bowl Australia out. If they're 3 down, that's going to make it a difficult proposition for any bowling attack. That wicket, Rishabh Pant in that last over, if Tim Payne gathers that ball and whips the bails off, maybe we've got a different scenario.
Hazelwood again around the wicket and Pant leaves the ball outside the off stump. He was thinking about it, but he let it go. I think he's finding it hard to play against the natural grain here. He wants to get bat on ball.
He's not a lever of the ball. He's not a defensive player. He wants to take the game on. He wants to try and attack the game, and unfortunately, whether he's been asked to, or whether that's the decision of management, or whether that's the decision of the captain, he's finding it a little bit different. Let's looking at the replay of that last ball there. The stumping. So can down the wicket, used his feet, probably bounced a little bit more than he thought out of a foot mark, but he would suggest Tim Payne should have picked that up.
Now he's forward and getting an edge into the gully, thick edge into the turf in front of gully. So they need 134 from around 30 overs. 134, yes. So we're still looking for it over, and I suppose that's possible, but the intent doesn't seem to be there, really.
No, they've completely lost the intent, and they're not trying to. So let's think about if Australia don't win this match. There'll be a lot of people turning around saying, "Well, who do we pick? We haven't got the right team." Who else would you pick?
Well, it does beg a question. As Hazelwood's in and Pant is forward, running it into the turf again, and to Cameron Green in the gully.
Whilst we haven't bowled, we're assuming that we don't bowl him out. We don't. And whilst Mitchell Starc hasn't had the best couple of games, he's still a very attacking bowler. When he gets it right, he's still very, very damaging. So his spot will come under question from all around. I personally, I wouldn't drop him. I'd keep him in the team. Hazelwood and Cummins, well, everyone's got a fifer, and Cummins is the best bowler in the world. He's staying. Nathan Lyon, we're not dropping a guy that's got 400, just about to get 400 wickets. And secondly, who are we dropping him for?
That's right. Hazelwood bowls, back goes punt and plays out on the offside. It's always the question, isn't it? How do you improve the side? And really the only thing I think you're improving in this side is the batting in number 5 and I think the tactics actually. That's the other.
Well, that's a different story. That's not a personnel type thing. That's.
How can you improve that quartet of bowlers?
Well, I don't think you can. That's my point. I just don't think there's. Unless you can find. Look, there's a lot of talk of Tanveer Sangha. You've heard of Tanveer Sangha, Jim? He's playing in the BBL at the moment. He's Sydney boy, plays great cricket here. Good bowls, leg breaks. But we've never seen him in Shield. But people are saying, oh, this guy's got Test written all over him. We've never seen him play a Shield game.
I think Johnny Watkins would have had more credentials than him.
But there you go. So who else? Is Mitchell Swepson the guy?
No, not as a standalone spinner. I wouldn't have thought so, but
I think he's a good young bowler. Don't get me wrong.
Now Nathan Lyon's bowling again, and Pujara plays that easily away down the pitch on the onside there with the slip, a silly point, and a short leg.
I'd be bowling if I was Tim Paine. I'd give Marnus Labuschagne a bowl now, and I'd get him to bowl around the wicket into the footmarks, and see if you can create something.
Lyon comes in, and Pujara's kicking the ball away, and it doesn't go to hand on the full. It wouldn't have mattered. He patted it. He didn't play it. He's troubled Pujara on a few occasions, and with a bit of luck, he may have had him out, but he's still there. He's 44. He's blunting the bowling, and he's back and playing off his stumps very neatly. A little cut in front of point where there's a chance to score a single in, and he takes it. 45 from 190 balls. The rock, the wall. 3 for 195. So Pant is back on strike to Nathan Lyon. They're still leaving a few fellas out. Maybe they should bring them up and say, okay, you
may as
take
well
your
now.
chance.
Well, if India get half a chance, they may start playing some shots.
Pant waits, and he's on the back foot pushing down the pitch. They've got what they got here? A long off and a long on.
They see that as a catching. I'd bring long on up, see, and leave. If you want to leave long off back, well, maybe you might try and go over long on and sky it down to long off with the ball spinning away from the left-hander. Well, maybe that's an option, but no point having them both back, I don't think.
Now there's just some movement at the station, and Bruce Oxenford stops Lyon coming in. I think mid-on is actually 3 parts of the way out.
You'd almost bring him up and say, right, hit it over his head, and if you get one to spin, he might spoon it out to deep long off.
Pant waiting, Lyon has him off the back foot. That turned out of the rough a long way, and it was taken by Smith and slip.
So there you go. That's spun out of the rough. So he's bowling off breaks away from the left-hander to Smith. Yep. Labuschagne bowls leg spinners, land it in the same spot. It's spinning into the stumps.
Yeah, that hit the crack.
But if that's why I think Labuschagne should get a go, at least to Pant to start with.
Lyon again, and he has a go, and he's got a good piece of that. Thank you for 6. He's hit it over long on. So that mis-stumping may be costly, as Pant decided, as Lyon tossed up. Yep, mid-on's up. I'm taking him on. Well, he hit it so well it's gone into the crowd. The 200's up. The game comes back to life again, does it? Pant is 22. It's 3 for 201.
And a better line for Pant to play that shot. It was a lot straighter that time. He picked it up out of the good part of the pitch rather than trying the ball before that he missed was in the footmarks, and it actually bounced a little bit. That one a lot straighter to the line of the stumps and got to the pitch far better. Interesting he hasn't put it away. You would think that you play and miss a stumping, whatnot, maybe not the shot of choice, but that's not the way Pant plays, is it?
So by my calculation, we've got another, 14 overs plus 15.
29 overs to go.
Yeah. 14 overs to 15 in the last hour. So we're going to continue with Hazelwood. We've got a late finish if this goes the distance. It's not called up short of time. We're going to be here in another 2 hours, 2.5 hours easily, provided also the light is okay. And you'd think with the lights coming on and the clear sky mainly overhead, we'd be okay. So hang on, folks. We'll go through the permutations and variations of mood. Stark's bowling, and he's bowling a ball that is knocked away by Pujara for a single out behind point. Now, the last time Stark bowled, there were 20 from the over, which is pretty rare in Test cricket. So where is he going to bowl? Pant.
Well, Shubman Gill took him to pieces in his final over. He's coming back over the wicket to the left-hander of Pant. Look, the ball's old. What are we looking at? We're looking at 70 over ball, so the ball will be not in the best condition you've ever seen. It'll be nice and soft, so there won't be it won't be a heavy ball. It might be because they put a lot of moisture in it to sweat and to shine it up. It could be a fraction heavier than usual. Just looking at how he looks like he's going to tail this back into the left-hander. So going full and straight.
Stark bowls short, and it's cut for 4.
It's short and wide.
He didn't bowl very full, did he?
That was short and wide, that one.
He gave him a bit of space, and Pant helped himself. Of course, for fellas like Pant, having played a lot of T20 cricket, all of a sudden, if you need to score 8 or 9 and over, with a spread field, but not, like a T20 field, you can.
8 or 9 overs a cakewalk in T20 cricket these days. It's that's what they try and get the rate twos, and then they just peel them off in the last few overs. So it'll be good watching if he turns around and gets them that quickly. I don't think we've got a leg slip in now. The second slip of David Warner's come out, and he's gone to a leg slip, so he must be going to try and attack the body now.
Okay, Stark has another go. Pant forward, defending down the pitch. So he's got slip, gully, leg slip, and then a ring of fieldsmen here and there. Pant's moved to 26, a 6 and a 4, his last 2 scoring shots.
That ball
and India come to life.
And that ball tailed back from Mitchell Stark from the left hand. When he's because of his action, he gets the ball in the seam in the right position. But when it comes out of his hand, it's got that natural tail back into the left-hander. That's why he's so effective to the right-hander around the wicket, because the ball angles in and swings away.
Well, let's see what he can do here. He bowls to Pant, and Pant's pulling and not getting hold of it really. He's just yanking it down gently towards the deepish mid-wicket. Abbott's fielding out there. Who's off the field? Is that Cummins off the field? Is he out there?
No, Hazelwood's here at mid-off. I can see him. I think Cummins is out jogging. Is that Cummins in the distance out there?
Yeah, he's down at mid-on. Cummins is down at mid-on. So we'll work it out eventually. 3 for 207. It's hard to get a panoramic view of the ground, but it's Pujara back on strike. He's 46. Stark around the wicket coming in, and Pujara pushing away. Yep, he'll have the single. So India are busy again, looking for runs after a couple of maidens to start after the break. And Pujara's 47, 3 for 208. Don't go anywhere. If you're in the car driving along the highway, just stay there. Park the car and listen. This could be like 1960 in the Tide Test.
Isn't just the idea with the radio when you're driving it keeps going? Am I missing? Can you not keep going, or do you have to stop?
No, we have to pull over for the drama so you won't be distracted.
right, okay. That's
a prang.
That's right. We don't want that. Goodness
don't
gracious.
want you having a prank.
No, that's what we're trying to get at there.
Yep. Punt, facing Stark, and he's forward, and he clips him away to backward square. Darts off for 1 and thinks of 2, but the throw's on its way from Sean Abbott, and they're happy enough with 1. This has been a good over. 8 runs from it. It's one thing that Stark's been doing in this game, in this innings, is conceding a few runs. 13 overs for 70, and Cummins has bowled as many overs as he's had runs scored from him. 3 for 209, and the ball's more in India's court than Australia at the moment.
Well, you get the feeling that the game's on India's bat. They can defend, they can attack, they can really set how this game up for the remaining 28 overs, and it's really a matter of what India feel as though they want to do rather than Australia dictating terms. So that can change quickly in this game. New ball not far away, pick up a wicket or two. If the score was 5 for 209, we'd all be saying differently. I think Australia might be on top.
Now Lyons bowling wide to punt, and he doesn't play at that. The tease goes on. Have a crack at that. No, I don't want that. Come on. Get the ball in my part of the pitch full, and then I'll have a crack. Lyon goes in. No, that's wide, and he chases it, and he hits it past cover, who got a hand to it, and they'll come for 2. It was a bit long hoppish. Gave him a chance to get back and swat it through the fingers of Wade in close at cover. And it's...
I think Wade saved 2 then, because he hit it hard to just to the right hand of the fielder in close, and if Wade doesn't get a hand on that, it probably goes for 4. So he probably saved 2. I think he's got a sore thumb, which is probably fair enough.
Hunt's punting. Here comes Lyon. He's back. He cuts one point just on the bounce to Stark down there. There was a cry of catch because he top-edged it, but it landed a metre in front of Stark behind point. So Pant keeps the game moving. He's 31. Pujara's 47. It's 3 for 212. 116 needed.
That was close. That was a top edge, back foot, cut shot, bounced a little bit more. Pant cutting, Mitchell Stark diving forward, nearly ate it, hit him in the chest.
Line now, Pujara. Pujara doesn't like that. Can't get to it and play it, so he kicked it away. A serious kick. West Ham 1. Liverpool 0. Well wide of the off stump. There was no danger there. Pujara, his judgment's been pretty good, but gee, he's worn a few today. He's got a few bruises and rickety fingers, and now he's down the pitch and thumping an on drive for a single to the right of Hazelwood, who hits the stumps at the striker's end with his return. But it makes no difference because the single was easily taken. Pujara 48, 3 for 213. And we're going to have a change of commentary in a moment. Yes, one more ball to come from Lyon. Lyon has 1 for 54. He's coming in around the wicket, and what's Pant up to? No thanks. It's pitched up and wide, and he leaves it alone. And that's the end of the over. So the game goes on with a bubble and a bit of froth as well, perhaps. Let's see, because Andrew Moore's about to leap all over this wonderful test match and continue the story. 3 for 213, 27 overs to go.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
10 overs since tea, 30 runs scored, and Tim Payne is listening to Stuart Clark. Marnus Labuschagne is coming in to bowl his first over of the day. The 74th of the innings, 115 to win off 27 overs for India. Pujara 48, Punt 31. And you like this move, Stewie?
Well, there's 7 overs to the new ball. There's no point just bowling the quicks for the old ball, which is doing nothing. We've seen a few balls land in the rough and spin quite sharply. The other thing about Marnus is he's got a bit of a golden touch at the moment, the golden arm. No matter what he touches, it seems to work. I've never seen a bloke get dropped more times than Marnus when he's batting. Well, maybe he can pick up 3 wickets here.
Bowled 10 overs in the series, none for 32. Slip, backward point, deepish, and there's 2 covers. Labuschagne to Pujara. It's short. It is pulled away. He nearly holed out Pujara to Cummins at mid-on. It bounced once before him. And he'll be thinking he had a chance to bring up the half century there. He's only ever scored 350s in the 4th innings of a test. He's on 48. Labuschagne well flighted. Cut by Pujara. Down towards third man. Green in pursuit. 4 runs. And Cheteshwar Pujara brings up a half century that no one can deny him. He's been battered and bruised and parts of his helmet knocked off, but he hasn't faltered. He moves to 52 from 196 deliveries. That was his 7-4. India 3 for 217.
Well played, Cheteshwar. He's been battered, bruised, hit, bounced, but he's still standing, and no knockout blow for Cheteshwar Pujara thus far.
Labuschagne well flighted, full toss, and he hit it straight back to the bowler. And Labuschagne hits Tim Payne nearly in the nether region.
Oh, there was a calamity of funny stuff there. He whacked it back and he picked it up, he threw it. Tim Payne missed it, hit him right in the guts. If I was Marnus, I'd go around the wicket and bowl into the footmarks for an over.
This one is a good leg spinner. Pitched on about off stumps, spun further away, taken by Payne. Pujara didn't offer. Pujara's calling for new gloves. He's getting a bit of licorice all sorts in this over. Had a full toss and a long hop he didn't put away. And a lovely back cut for 4.
Cheteshwar will try and, I think he'll try and pat it away out of the rough, and it might bounce up off a glove or...
Labuschagne tries again, well flighted down the track. Pujara, but plays it straight to mid-on along the ground. 111 for India to win. Australia needs 7 wickets in a fraction over 26 overs. Series remains in the balance. Labuschagne to Pujara, short outside the off stump, cut but can't beat the field. He hit it straight to green, and Pujara will be thinking he could have scored a lot more than 4 in that over. 3 for 217 at the end of it. Pujara 52 off 200 deliveries. Punt is 31. The 50 partnership is up between this pair. 26 overs to go. 111 for India to chase down, Stewie.
Yeah, I think we're looking at some pictures here. Pujara's getting gloves, batted beautifully for his innings. He's not thrown away 52, 200 balls. I think 120 of them hit him. The other 52 he scored some runs off. So we're going to see Mitchell Starc from the end. Nathan Lyon was bowling now. Around the wicket, I dare say he's going to be around. I think this is the end. Natarajan was bowling into where the crack is. So watch for him to be trying to bang it into that crack. We'll see a bit of Marnus from this end, but the game's really in the balance. Pujara probably could have scored 20 off today. There were 5 pretty ordinary balls in there, and he hit one for 4.
Pujara has only scored 4 half centuries in 4th innings of tests, but it's 2 in a row. He scored 77 off 204 deliveries on the last day at the SCG, and now it's Starc. Needs to show something. 13 overs for 70. 8 runs taken off his previous over. 12 off the last 2. Punts on 31. And he's on strike. Slip, gully, leg slip. Starc in and punts defending off the back foot. Wanted to run late call. It would have been on your way back to the pavilion because Labuschagne was right there at point, no run.
I don't think Cheteshwar would have got halfway down the wicket and he would have been run out. Starc's been well below his best in this match. Probably, if you'd want to say even in the last match, just didn't look and hasn't looked comfortable. We don't know whether he's been hampered by anything, but when you step onto the field, you are assumed to be as fully fit and you're going to deliver for your country or your state or your team, whoever you may be playing for. But it just hasn't looked right from Mitchell Starc today.
It's a deepish backward point, about 2/3 of the way to the fence for a cut shot. Starc bowls, it's wide off stump, but punt is not tempted. And the ball climbed on Tim Payne as he struggled to take it. He did haul it in. 3 for 217.
I don't know what the message being given to Mitchell Starc is, but I'd be saying to him, I'd be interested to get Ian Chappell's thoughts on this because I think he's on next year, but I'd be saying to him, run in, I don't care where they go, bowl as fast as you can for 3 overs. I don't care if you go for 25. I want to see Yorkers, I want to see good length balls. Your job is to get me a wicket and I'll go for your life.
Don't care the expense.
Where do you want your fielders?
Here's Starc. On his way, bowling to Rishabh Pant, who gets a ball short and he defends off the back foot. Starc picks up in his follow through, and that ball at 145 k an hour. Steve asked the question, how many overs and how much time did it take for the last 7 wickets in Adelaide? Well, when they were rock and roll for 36, the last 7 wickets, Rick Finlay tells me, 60 deliveries in an hour and 6 minutes.
And I think you're trying to equate how quickly can we bowl India out? Well, you can get, take that second new ball, you get 3. The last 3 are not great. And as long as you don't bowl at their bodies and bowl at the stumps, you have a chance to get them out.
Stark again to punt, who is defending on the offside towards cover. And it's fielded by Labuschagne. But you and Jim were talking before about, Rishabh Pant's come up in this T20 era. And you're talking about 8 or 9 and over. You try and bring it so you've got that to chase, and you're happy with that over the last period of time. So they're waiting to the second new ball. They want these 2 to be there when the second new ball's taken, because equally, while it can be an advantage to the bowling side, the ball can be thumped around a little too.
It comes off the bat a lot harder, absolutely, and it can go 1, 2 batters in. Sometimes the second new ball can be really, really dangerous for the bowling team.
Stark to punt. Bouncer, he tried to hook, missed it by some way, went way over his head. And the juggling take by Tim Payne behind the stumps.
It was the old duck hook, that one. He ducked his head and tried to hook it at the same time, so not sure he was watching where that one was. It was as it was sailing over his helmet. He does like to take it on. His short ball just hasn't worked for the Australians. Again, how's that not a wide? It's gone at least a foot over his head.
Yeah.
But...
Well, if they're trying to hit the body of the Indian batsman, it's worked. If you're trying to get him out, it has not.
Well, they're winning the body hit count.
Stark to punt. He's defending and gets a run on the onside. Stark chases after it, picks it up, can't prevent the single and throws the ball away in frustration. Punt will keep the strike. He's hoping to face Marnus Labuschagne. He's 32, 3 for 218, 25 overs left, 110 to win.
And I think this is the play that the Australians wanted. Marnus Labuschagne bowling into the rough to Rishabh Pant. We've seen some balls do some odd stuff out of the foot marks. He's going to get the chance around the wicket, and maybe this could just bring Australia the wicket they were looking for.
So, it's not going to be Labuschagne though. It looks like line has been switched around. All right, Stewie, enjoy your spell. You're out of here.
All right.
Gone. Mr. Chappell's coming in with the game. Ian Chappell, good afternoon to you once again. It's still up in the balance, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Andrew, and to all of our listeners. Yes, it's very much in the balance. And just think, if Pujara had hit 20 off the last over from Labuschagne, which he should have.
Yes.
Just think what that would have done to the equation. I tell you what, if he'd have hit 20 off the over as he should have, India would definitely be thinking about winning the game.
25 overs to score 110, so it's just over 4 and over. Line in around the wicket to punt. He's not interested. A ball well wide of off stump.
Yeah, you had to give Labuschagne at least 1 to punt. Had to. With the ball spinning back into the stumps. I mean, he's been letting Lyon go because Lyon's feeding him wide of off stump, and he won't have a fly at that.
Lyon in again, and this time he's back. Punt playing to the covers. Tumbling save by Wade. No run. 3 for 2 and 8.
Now, it might have cost you plenty with punt facing Labuschagne, but he might have got him out. If he gets him out, that swings the equation back in Australia's favour.
Lyon to punt. Well flighted, beats the outside edge. That dipped, bounced and turned. And punt played a defensive stroke taken by Payne. Good bounce there from Nathan Lyon. That was one where he got it just right.
But you had to give, having brought Labuschagne on, you had to give him an over at the left-hander.
Especially as it didn't cost the 20 runs it could have.
Yeah.
Punt waits for Lyon. Midway through his over. And this one a flatter, quicker delivery that Punt just plays back down the pitch. No run.
I think you're right about one thing, though. I think they're, Punt and obviously Pujara pretty determined to still be there for the second new ball.
And weigh it up from there. Lyon in. Well flied it just outside off stump. Punt was playing for turn. There wasn't a lot there, and it didn't miss off stump by all that much. Hands up in the air from Lyon. He's in his 23rd over. Has 1 for 54. Only 8 wickets in the series. It's been a tough one for him. And he sits on 398 test wickets, exactly half of them in Australia. Line to punt down the track, and he slogged this one down towards long on. Didn't get all of it, and probably a good thing as Cameron Green's there at long on to field. But he gets a run. He'll keep the strike. Punt 33. Pajara 52, and that shot has reduced line to going down on one knee. 3 for 219, 4 overs till the second new ball, 24 overs left in the game, and India needs another 109.
How much further do you have to hit the ball, punt this is, to clear the boundary with Cameron Green standing there
right
on the rope?
You need a bit of extra hang time.
Probably got to hit it an extra, I don't know, 5 metres or so.
Yep. And he didn't quite get that. Looks like the bat spun in his hands a little. What have you made of the way Lyon's gone about his business today in terms of tactics?
Well, I said to Jim earlier, and it's not a criticism you can level it at Lyon a lot. The right-handers have played too many balls on the onside.
Now it's Stark. 14 overs for 71. Bowling to Punt. Here he comes. And Punt gets a ball outside the off stump. He tried to cut away. Maybe didn't bounce as much as he expected. Not a lot of footwork. He gets an under edge down into the slips, or to gully really, in green, and there's no run.
I think Pujara should just have a look in Punt. Yeah, Punt has just banged himself on the back hip with his glove. There was indications that the concentration was just wavering. Anyhow, Pujara didn't need to say something because Punt's aware of it himself.
Wouldn't be often he's lasted 70 balls and scored 33, Punt. Loves a high strike rate. The partnership worth 52. Stark bowls and he gets a short ball that Punt defends. He's been pulling and hooking, but that time he just stood on his tippy toes and played it down into the ground, and Stark fields in his follow through.
When I was talking before about if India can get their full squad together, I mean, Punt can definitely bat at number 6 in a test side. And then you got Pandya at 7 to give you an extra bowler plus. I mean, with Punt at 6 and Pandya at 7, how much damage can they do if your top order gets you away to a good start?
Punt away, Stark bowl short, cut away by Punt. Along the ground but straight to line at deep point. He's about 15 metres in from the rope, so they only get 1. Punt 34, 3 for 220 in the 77th over, 108 to win on the SMS. Brilliant stuff so far from the Indians. They're like the Calypso Crusaders of the 60s, reckons Bede, listening in Lismore. Samir says, great commentary, just finished work at the GABBA. Was cooking for the Indian team for the last 5 days. I'm hoping the cooking efforts for those days are going to bring the cup home. Well, Samir, whatever you've been cooking for them has worked wonders at this point. Well done. India needs 108 more. Australia needs 7 wickets. A draw gives the series, or the trophy at least. Keeps it in the hands of India as Pujara struck on the body for the 2,785th time in the game as it worked away on the offside, or it bounced that way, no run.
Was that a slight exaggeration, Andrew?
Perhaps. I've been known occasionally.
Was that guy Bede, as in B-E-D-E?
It was.
Rick McCoskey's middle name?
B. McCoskey, yes.
Yes, Bede, B-E-D-E. So we called him Bish.
Of course. Bish and Beatty.
Inverell originally.
Yeah.
Richard Bede McCosker.
Stark bowls to Pujara at the GABBA. An appeal for LBW. Looks like it's going down the leg side from the naked eye. And not out is the ruling from umpire Oxenford. And now a chat between Payne and Stark as to whether to go to the DRS. They've got 2 left, the Australians. Mitchell Stark will do anything for a wicket. Tries to convince his skipper, who's unconvinced. No review, no run, no wicket. 3 for 220.
Yeah, on the angle from round the wicket, definitely looked like it was heading down leg side. Mind you, Pujara got the hell out of there quick, but was going to miss leg. Wouldn't have hit the second set, that one.
Yeah.
that would have been a horror review.
I reckon that the vigour of the appeal summed up Mitchell Stark's current feelings about life.
Yeah, that's... Well, DRS says it would have hit the second set, but only just.
Only leg stump.
Yeah.
Might have been half the ball job. Stark bowls, Pujara taken on the body, but he gets it fine for 4 runs down the leg side. A boundary, and it's leg byes, it matters not. They get 4 runs. India 3 for 224. 23 overs to go. 104 to win. Pujara's 56. Richard Punt is on 34. 5 runs off that over. And that will bring Richard Punt back on strike with 3 overs. Chappelli, before the second new ball is due.
How do you reckon you'd go if you had umpires call on the second set of stumps with a review? you reckon they'd sack you from doing the reviews?
I reckon maybe. It'd be one decision and out. You'd be dragged out of the box.
Because that's about all it would have hit, that one.
7 wickets in hand, Ian, and a
104
run rate required.
Oh, it's on.
104, it's definitely on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Line around the wicket, bowls to Punt, who doesn't offer. He's battling his natural game here at times, Punt, and then all of a sudden goes bing, bang, boom, and he's 2 4s and a 6 in his 73 deliveries.
And I mean, they've got the ideal combination because Pujara's there to block up the end if you lose a couple of wickets.
Line to Punt, well flighted, but it's well too wide to draw Punt into the strike. And
Agarwal can do some damage too. I mean, he's done some serious damage in T20s. So you could probably go Agarwal, and you could probably go as far as Washing. Yeah, well, maybe you put him up.
Yeah, depending on what your mindset is. Line bowls and Punt is forward to a straight delivery. Well bowled. Gaz is the call from Tim Payne.
I think India can afford to have a dash as long as Pujara's at the other end, because you know if things start to go bad, he can block up an end and.
Yep. Line to Punt, and this one starts on leg stump, defended down towards mid-on, no run again.
And if he's still in one piece, he can hold up the other end and guide the lower order players through the minefield.
If he hasn't been broken yet, they can't break him. Pujara's copped it every which way but loose. Punt on 34, waits for line around the wicket, well wide of off stump. Payne can't handle it as it kicked up at him. And Punt doing well for those wide deliveries. He's not been tempted yet, apart from the one where he ran down the wicket, missed it, and so did Payne.
Clinton Eastwood and who was the chimp? What was his name?
Here's the line. Bowles, I'm going to leave that to Jimmy as Punt defends on the offside. Jim Maxwell can make your day. India 3 for 224 with Pujara 52. Punt not out 34. 104 to win from 22 overs. I'll leave it with you, Punk. And here comes Jim Maxwell.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
When you blossom over, there's no holding. Would you have me dancing?
Dancing. Pants dancing, chimps dancing. Australia's not dancing. How are they going to get 7 wickets in?
Clyde,
was it?
So
Clyde.
Stewie's just told me, and he's dead right. Clyde was the chimp. What a good movie. I loved the part the chimp played. No, Australia aren't dancing, you're right, Jim.
It'll be a big effort with a second new ball the way we're going, but that's 2 overs away. Stark's having another bowl around the wicket, and down the leg side he turns and misses. Pujara's the anchor man. He's 52. Pants 34. India need 104. And if you're playing a T20 game, it's a gimme with 7 wickets in hand to get just over 100, isn't it?
Yeah, but it ain't T20. That's the thing. But it's still on, and as I say, India can afford to have a dash while they've got Pujara at the other end to hold up an end if things start to go bad.
2 slips, Gully, short leg. Stark steams up, forward goes Pujara as solidly as ever. This fella's got more concentration than a Jeffrey Boycott, a Redders. Who of your teammates had the greatest concentration, other than yourself, of course, Ian?
Red was a good nomination. Red was, he could bat for a long time. Concentrate. Keith Stackpole got really upset with Don Bradman. Remember we saved the game at the Adelaide Oval in 70-71.
Yes.
Stacky and I got hundreds.
Around the wicket, let's watch Stark fly in again. Short, he cuts and misses. Went for the big uppercut. Didn't get it.
Ray Illingworth should have enforced the follow-on, didn't. And when he didn't enforce the follow-on, I thought, we can save this now. And as I say, Stacky and I got hundreds. Keith came in, I think he got 136, batted for a long time. And when he came in, Bradman said to him, Keith, I didn't realise you could concentrate so long. And Stacky got really upset with him. Really upset.
Not a bad impersonation, that. Good mimic. Stark around the wicket and pitching up, drawing him forward. And now he's signalling to the dressing room. That stung jarred his right hand as he pushed that ball away that hit high up on his bat.
I'm surprised.
He's been in wars today, hasn't he?
I'm surprised he's still got any feeling there. Yes. He's been hit so often on the finger.
Tell you what, he'll be filthy if he gets out here.
Oh, is that right? Minus Labuschagne. You can hear the effects, Mike.
Tell you what, you'd be filthy when my bat hits your toe really hard. Then you'll have a sore toe, Marnus.
Around the wicket, here comes Stark. And it's played neatly away through the onside. Runs to Pujara here. They take 2 and they should get 3 because Marcus Harris had a long chase and Pujara rolls along irrepressibly here. He's 55. It's 3 for 227. 101 needed in 21.1 overs.
I don't know why I'm getting annoyed by Marnus Labuschagne, because it's not annoying Pujara. I think he could drop a bomb next to him and he probably wouldn't even know that it had happened. He has got unbelievable concentration. You're right, Jim. But yeah, Red was pretty good. Hello.
That's Rain. Stark comes and bowls it to Panty, plays it down the pitch. The sun shower.
It's gone.
It was one of those moments, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's like you're passing pigeon. 3 for 227 with 21 overs to go.
You don't get too many of those in Brisbane. Passing shower.
Pigeons.
No, passing showers, James. I try to avoid the pigeons where I can. Except when I'm in the box with Bill, you couldn't help avoid them then.
I love that story of that pigeon they've got in Melbourne. They found it had never been anywhere near Los Angeles.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't think it had even been past Tullamarine.
I think it was one of Bill's.
It probably was. Hello, Bill, if you're listening. I hope you're all right.
It probably travelled from Yarran. I think it's Yarranbat. Where he lives. Yeah.
He could concentrate too.
Oh yeah. I should have mentioned William Morris Lorry. He did have lengthy concentration.
Now Lyon continues. This will be the 80th over, so the new ball due, and there is the pigeon still going as Lyon comes in over the wicket, and Pujara has a crack and drives him wide of mid on for a quick single. Well run. He went with the straight, good footwork. He's 56. It's 3 for 228.
You remember Bob Gray used to write cricket for the Mirror in Sydney?
Yeah, lovely man.
Yeah, terrific man. A very good writer too.
Yeah.
He once really annoyed Bill. He said, Bill, how do the pigeons know when they're at the halfway point in the race? Is there a pole there that they've got to fly around? That didn't amuse Bill.
Line around the wicket, pad back, and doesn't score. He hit it straight to Labuschagne, who's at point. So very strange weather conditions here. Bright sunshine and a sun shower, a passing shower because no one's heading off the field. And Lyon is around the wicket again, wide of the off stump. That's not going to do the trick. I know he's teasing him a bit because he knows that he'd probably trying to have a crack, but probably got to get a little bit closer to the temptation spot. Here he comes around the wicket to Pad. No, defending. Straight back down the pitch.
See, I think he's got to go the other way about it, Jim. I think he's got to go more on that line, which was more middle and leg. Try and go up in the air there, get one to curve a little bit, try and tempt him there, and then every now and again just throw the one wide of off stump.
Where's the tempter? Line goes in. Pant lets it go. They just missed the off stump. That was a straight honour, and it causes Line to collapse in a heap in disappointment, perhaps. Or maybe mirth, now that he realises that it's just missed the stumps. Oh, dear. Getting wickets is tough, tough, tough. He needs to get a wicket to keep Australia in this game. He comes up now and drags him forward. Was stump to stump. And I'm afraid that's it for the time being for Nathan Lyon. He still needs 2 for 400. Australia need a miracle, you'd reckon, as the new ball has been brought out by Claire Polisak, and I would imagine Australia will take it straight away. 100 needed off 20 overs for India.
Those creams are a bit dirty. Nathan Lyon's creams, Jim.
You should just leave them outside his room. Apparently they've got a very good service there.
Yep. New ball was been given to Bruce Oxenford, and I would say looks as though Oxenford has passed off the old ball. The umpires, certainly when I was playing, they used to give the new ball to the bowler and show the old ball to the crowd, i.e. this is the change, but they wouldn't be doing it with the new ball, they'd be doing it with the old ball, and the bowler would have the new ball in his hands. Then I think they used to, roll it off the ground.
Or trouser it, give to the kids when they got home.
Yep.
Yeah.
In the coat pocket, jacket pocket.
So the new ball's been taken. Cummins is bowling, and he has a good start outside the off stump at Pujara, who lets it go. So he's up from the Bolter Street end with these amazing figures in the context of the game. 17 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 22. And with Cummins, you'd reckon, is Australia's rough hope of somehow creating a miracle like 36 all out in Adelaide.
So basically 5 and over to win it. 20 overs for 100.
Cummins is coming in, and Pujara's forward, and he's beaten appeal for LBW. That's close. Out. He's given him out. He's going to review it, of course. Yes.
Missing leg, I think.
It was a very good delivery that got through him, but that's the question. Was it hitting the stumps or not?
We have a review for LBW.
This is a big moment in the day. Pat Cummins is so good at getting vital wickets. Pujara's been given out, so all the ball has to do is be shaving the stumps, really, for the decision to stand. Let's see.
It moved quite a long way off the seam. I just had the feeling that it was going to miss leg. No, I don't think it is. It might be.
It's close.
Might be going over.
It's got a bit of bounce. It's a new ball. It's taken him high up on the front pad, on the flap of the front pad. It's got past the edge of the bat. It's just a question of height, I think. Let's see.
There, just pushing the bat through.
You see where the ball went through there after it hit the pad?
Yep.
It's going to be touch and go.
Well, Pujara's had a good day. His good run might continue here. Let's see. We're looking for the inside edge. Paul Rifle can't see that. We're going to get onto ball tracking in a moment.
One more time.
Yeah, come on.
Next, gets dark early up there, Paul. Come on.
Come on, Pistol. Move on to the next one. He pushes through. Where is the ball going?
Hitting the wicket, umpire's call.
Oh, it's hitting the top of the leg stump. Top of the leg stump, and Pujara is out. LBW. That's the wicket that Australia have been striving for hours. And Pujara, his magnificent and courageous display here of tenacious, dogged batting comes to an end to the second new ball, the second delivery. He's LBW to Cummins for 56. India 4 for 228.
And if the administrators ever wonder why they get criticised, all they've got to do is look at today's DRSs. I mean, the first one off Nathan Lyon that Pujara survived, so much more of the ball was hitting the stumps on that occasion. I mean, that one, you can understand that one being umpire's call, because there was just a tip of the ball hitting the stumps. But the one earlier, there was way more than 50% of the ball hitting the stumps. I mean, somebody who's not much of a cricket fan and just watches occasionally sees those two reviews and they wonder, what the hell is this game all about? The Martians designed this game. The answer may well be yes.
Yes. Well, when we get to Mars, we might find a cricket pitch there somewhere. We'll land on it one day.
They might struggle to find the water to water the pitch, though, Jim.
So Agarwal is in and he's pushing forward. He's beaten. If there was ever a match-winning bowler, it's this fella, Cummins. 17.3 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 22.
What was it, Ghostbusters? Who do you call? Pat Cummins.
What a wicket that was.
He does it just so often, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And in, so many different circumstances. There's a few of those sun showers.
They're still going, yes. As Cummins bowls just outside that off stump. Good pace from him. 138 Ks. He just keeps running in, pounding away. He has got extraordinary stamina. And Australia needs 6 wickets in 19.2 overs to win this. India still need 100. Will that dismissal change their approach?
Might do. The thing in their favour, though, Agarwal, has been an opening batsman up until this match. So they've got the perfect guy coming in to face the second new ball.
Cummins goes in forward, driven well, straight down the ground. This is heading up towards the boundary. It's being pursued. Will it be tucked back inside? Just picked up by Stark. And they only get 2 runs. Probably should have got 3 had they scampered. But he's off the mark, and India 4 for 230.
I bet you if you wandered up to Mitchell Stark and said, by the way, mate, we've had a change of scheduling and there's another test match in 3 days. I think Mitchell Stark could tell you to go and jump in the lake, I reckon. He really looks stonkered, doesn't he?
Had a rough day. Cummins goes in. Agarwal forward, jams it out and gets it past Cummins' hand. He may have got a finger on it, and it's gone back down the ground again for the fatigued, frustrated Stark to chase back and collect. So Agarwal is 4 pants 34. India need 96 from 19 overs after that breakthrough wicket of Pujara.
A little bit of hint of late swing there. The second one to Agarwal that he hit down the ground seemed to swing quite late back into him. But you've got to admire that heart of, it was a couple of warriors going at each other. Pat Cummins bowling to Pujara, both of them big hearts.
Now Hazelwood is going to bowl, and that pigeon's still floating around. I don't think he's doing too much damage to the pitch nor the ball. It's one of those strange sun showers. Not a heavy one, but just annoying. So here's Punt to face the new ball, and Australia with a bit of a scent of wickets with a new ball. They need 6. Pant faces. Pant tries to turn, misses down the leg side. So 96 runs needed. So we're talking about a tad over 4 runs and over. And it will be a very good run chase from here without Pujara's solidity at one end. But you sense there's still some intent from India about giving this a crack.
So when it gets to 15, that's when they decide it's the last hour of play. Is that correct? Is that how it works?
I think it's got to get to 85 overs. Here comes Hazelwood. Pushed away behind point. They think of a single, but Green's diving away to his left. So he started the day with 1.5 overs plus 98. So, 100 overs. So I would have thought it. Rick will tell me. When do we start 15 in the last hour? After 85?
83.1, Jim.
83.1.
Oh, yeah, of course, 98 in the day, yeah.
Yeah.
So the over rate has been about 13 and a bit.
Away goes Hazelwood, pitching up down the leg side, and is going for buys. 4 buys. He tried to flick that away and missed it. Payne couldn't get it. 4 more to the score. 4 for 236. A bonus. 92 to win.
So 16 and a half overs to go. And it's, about 4:20 in Brisbane time.
Yep.
So it's going to take an hour and a bit. Gee, that light's, knowing how quickly the light goes in Brisbane.
Well, we'll have the lights on, I suppose, but Hazelwood's bowling, and he's driven brilliantly through the covers by Pant for 4. Oh, that was pitched up, and he crashed into the half volley. And there may only be 1,000 Indian fans in the ground, but they sound like they're at Eden Gardens.
I just saw it again there, Jim, as the ball was resting on the rope. 156 grams.
It's a very light,
lovely gold writing. It was there too.
It's a very light ball at the moment.
Amazing how it changed. 8 runs from the over, and suddenly India will be thinking, we got a chance again.
88 to get. And now around the wicket, Hazelwood has him going back and getting a quick single well run. He just stabbed it out on the offside, and they went quickly. Pant 39. 4 for 241. So we'll know when we're into the last 15. Drinks will come onto the field in a couple of overs, and it'll be the countdown of 15 from there.
Just have a look at the scoreboard there, James. 87 to win. I mean,
is that bad luck for the batsmen or the bowlers, though?
Well, the Australians might be thinking something could happen, but noticing that single there, that Australia shouldn't mind that, because I think it tells them that India is still having a crack at it.
Agarwal waiting for Hazelwood, and he's back, and he's got an inside edge into his pad. I think not out. Big appeal from Hazelwood. I got the impression he nicked that. Are they going to review it? They're having a discussion. Is this worth reviewing? The countdown is on. He was definitely in front.
I'm with you, Jim. Inside edge. Yeah.
I'm sure he got an inside edge, but Hazelwood was pleading with the umpire for an LBW.
Yeah. It's a good reason why you never allow the bowler to get involved in the review process.
Okay, so when are we moving to drinks? Not yet. No, we got a
ridiculous appealing.
So questions bouncing around here. What have you thought of Tim Payne's captaincy in this series, asks Anthony.
Captaincy's always subjective. I mean, everybody's a very good captain after the event. There's things you could have done differently. There's things that Michael Clarke would have done differently. There's things that Mark Taylor would have done differently. But, each captain has his own view of how things should happen. My problem...
Here's Cummins starting a new over. He runs into Pant, and Pant drives him to cover. Well stopped by Labuschagne.
Looking at those bouncer tactics, now I reckon that's a collective job. And too many cooks spoil the broth, didn't they say that many years back? To me, the captain should set the tactic. I mean, the captain should run the team. Now, you do it with the help of your wicketkeeper. Well, in this case, Tim Payne is the wicketkeeper, but a couple of senior players. But I reckon that's coach and assistant coach
and Cummins, and a push by Punt through mid-off. Runs here. The crowd roar again. And he comes back for 1 and 2, and that'll do. Pant moves along to 41, 4 for 243.
That to me looked like, you know, the captain, the coach and the assistant coach all getting together and, righto, this is what we're going to do. Well, you know, I think that's a load of rubbish. I think, and, you know, the bowlers, as I've said a lot of times, the bowlers know what to do. I didn't like those tactics at all.
Now, Cummins is bowling just wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to go through. The business of captaincy reminds me of Lindsay Hassett when I first started working on the radio all those years ago. And I said to him one day, how do you judge captains? He said, the only time captains get judged is when they're losing.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's right.
Yep. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Cummins charges in and is driven with a thump through the covers. It's racing away towards the boundary, and that's where it will go for 4. Oh, Pant's got them panting all right. Listen to that posse of Indian spectators. They've gone Burko. Pants 45, 4 for 247.
I don't know who wrote it. Many, many years ago I saw it, but they wrote that captaincy is like pornography. It's very hard to define, but you know it when you see it. Sorry, good captaincy.
Good captaincy.
Yeah.
Yes, I think Lindsay's line was, the only time you notice a captain is when he's losing.
Yeah. Oh, everyone's a genius after the event. Try making the decisions when you actually have to.
So Cummins decides to go around the wicket, and Pant pushes away to the onside and grabs a single. And he's taken his score to 46. India need another 80 runs. And by my calculations, there are 17 overs to go after this. So still another 2 overs before drinks. 3 slips and a gully. Australia challenging the batsman here with his field placing, but it leaves some gaps, of course. Agarwal is facing, Cummins is running up to him, and he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. That's the end of the over. A couple of overs still to drinks, I think. So let's head up to Quentin Hull and Dirk Nannis in the sun and the sun shower at the GABBA at 4 for 248.
Need more cricket content? Follow ABC Sport on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
17 overs to go. 80 runs required for India, or to survive those 17 overs. 6 wickets required for Australia. I think they're starting to book the Border Gavaskar Trophy's trip back to Mumbai, unless the Australians can do something special. Hazelwood delivers. It's driven by a punt straight back to the bowler. Have we still got 3 results possible?
I don't think so. I think, well, Australia could bowl India out, but it's going to take something extraordinary for that to happen. Mind you, this Test series has seen it all. I think the more likely result is either an Indian victory or a draw, and the longer Rishabh Pant stays out there, but Indian victory is becoming more and more likely. He has played exceptionally. He's been steady when he needs to, and he hasn't necessarily played rash shots. He's played decent cricket shots. occasionally coming down the track and hitting Nathan Lyon, but aside from that, he's just played wonderful quality cricket.
A boundary away from a half hundred is punt. He lets that go from Hazelwood, and that dies a little on the way through to Tim Payne.
Almost toying with the Australian bowlers in the way he's playing it. His forward defence just seems so... It's almost as though you're an adult playing against under 12s. So you're just effortless in the way he blunts the Australian attack.
Is he the only way that India can win the game from here, by staying out there?
Depends how close they get when he loses, if and when he loses his wicket.
Hazelwood's bowling around the wicket from the Stanley Street end. In the late Tuesday sunshine, Rishabh lets that go.
Because India now are in the driver's seat. They can determine when they go with their aggression. As long as they're getting rid of the loss, if they can take the loss out of the equation.
That's a no ball called from umpire Rifle at third, so now indicated by umpire Wilson, so that will be re-bowled and one closer to the target for India. 79 more required at 4 for 249. Two slips, gully, point deep, covers close, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. The field for Josh Hazelwood. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed punt, driven through cover. Without the most explosive timing, Lyons on the chase out to the eastern boundary rope. He cuts it off, slides, throws it in the air to Labuschagne, who hurls it back, but not before the batsman complete three. 49 for Rishabh, punt.
If I was in the Indian dressing room, I'd just leave it up to Rishabh. If he's out there, we're still going for it.
4 for 252. 328 is the target for India after they resumed at none for 4. Well, 1 for 83 at lunch, 3 for 183 at tea. Rohit out for 7. Gill for 91. Rahane 24 and Pujara 56. 3 slips and a gully now for Agarwal. Short leg as well, Hazelwood over the wicket. Agarwal almost chops on, and they'll get a single as it then beats short leg. How close did that get to the stumps?
And I think that the longer that this partnership goes on, the more frustrated the Australians are going to be. But I think they've got the tactics right at the moment. They're leaving a gap at cover and saying, if you're good enough, go for it, hit it. If we pitch it too full, come on, have a crack. But if you edge it, we've got enough grippers here to say you're out. And that's what he's done with Pat Cummins, the #1 bowler in the world. And he said to Rishabh Pant, go for it.
1 run away from a raucous response at the Gabba is Rishabh Pant. He is 49 not out. Hazelwood bowls. He turns it on the onside. No run there. Harris making quick ground to his right to prevent the run.
And I think that's what you need to do as a captain. Back your best bowler, and that's what Tim Payne's doing. #1 bowler in the world, and saying if you're good enough to hit the #1 bowler, good on you. We're backing him to beat you. I just think that's where Australia got it wrong in that middle period of the day, where they went to that short stuff for far too long. I don't mind it as a plan B for a brief period, but not as your modus operandi for the majority of the session.
Last ball of the over from Hazelwood. Rishabh on 49, turns on the onside, says yes, yes, yes. He completes his 50th run. Punt from a neat 100 balls is 50 not out, and seems to be the key man if India is to pull off an extraordinary series victory here. End of the over, 4 for 254. The target is 328. And Agarwal just comes down the pitch and pats his teammate on the helmet and the back. Oh, Indian cricket fans, wherever you are in the world, they make a din and bring great atmosphere. And they're certainly providing a wonderful soundtrack to this last session of the series at the Gabba.
A lot of gloves going out to the middle as well. Tons of messages. And you've got two relatively inexperienced players out in the middle.
So now Cummins around the wicket to start the new over. Bowls to punt. Almost chops it on again. That time trying to punch it through the offside. More so into his body, but just flirting for a moment with that inside edge. Pat Cummins just keeps working away.
I'd be reluctant to run messages out. Let the boys play. They're doing it all right. Just let them go.
What's it like in a change room when you get a finish like this?
I'm normally hiding in the basement. I'm not a good cricket watcher. When I was playing, no way.
Cummins from the Vulture Street end. Bowls to punt. Works it off his hip through square leg. Just one to the deep. He trots through as the fielding is done by Harris out in the eastern sunshine of that part of the ground.
I think a lot of the time it's governed by what your coaches are like. If your coaches are nervous characters and fidgety, that energy feeds into the rest of the side.
73 more runs to win from 16.5 overs. And 6 wickets in hand. That's becoming a huge number now. The fact that India looks like it's going to have the ammunition for a glory dash. And with punt out there, they've got the power too. It's Agarwal here driving past Cummins on the bump, down to long off for 4, over pitched. And a defensive stroke just had an extra little bit of pump to it. It beat the bowler, and Agarwal moves to 9, 69 to win at 4 for 259.
And we're just seeing Pat Cummins erring in length every now and then. We've seen him so relentless on that perfect top of off length for really all of the summer. Just tiring a fraction on day 5 and sometimes over pitching, maybe searching a fraction too much.
Cummins quickly into his run up for the response. That's shorter and defended by Agarwal into the gully. Here's that previous delivery. Cummins certainly had 2 hands at the ball in his follow through to field, but just went through him too quickly. You think of the not only days of toil here, but a month of toil in this series for an unchanged bowling attack, which got through its work so quickly. And Adelaide and Virat Kohli went home, and I think most cricket fans hoping for a competitive series felt a little disappointed after that capitulation and the talismanic leader heading home. But hasn't Ajinkya Rahane and his men provided an outstanding response to that Adelaide humiliation as Agarwal turns on the onside on the bump, fielded at short leg. I'm trying to think of the more meritorious performances from touring teams in this country of recent times. And it's not just the turnaround of the result.
I think one of the best chases that almost happened was the Australia-Pakistan Test match of a few years ago.
That was a here, yes.
On this ground, where out of nowhere they nearly stole it. Set 400 and
fell 39 runs short. 3 slips on a gully and a short leg. Cummins to Agarwal, defends down the offside, and we will have a drinks break on that. A chance to assess with the final hour of this thrilling test series upon us. India needing 328 to win is 4 for 259. 69 runs required in the final 15 overs of the series. Punt is 51 not out. Agarwal is 9 not out. Don't go anywhere on ABC Sport. It's been a pleasure to have you with us throughout the series. Why would you leave us now with 60 minutes of finally the outcome to play out in front of our ears in the next hour or so? With drinks on the field, we'll take a short break and go to the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Rachel Hayter. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, has expressed interest in Queensland's proposal to quarantine returned overseas travellers at mining camps instead of city hotels. New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian says coronavirus restrictions will not be eased until testing rates are much higher. Rescuers in China say they've spoken to a group of gold miners trapped underground for more than a week. And Foreign Minister Maurice Payne expresses concern over the arrest of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. ABC News.
Hey there. Yes, you. Wondering why you thought camping was actually going to be fun this time? Well, do we have something for you? Pack up the tent, drive 6 hours home, get comfy, hit play on iView, and thank us later. because the ABC has the latest dramas, comedies and movies ready to stream.
And it's you and me in the summertime.
The best summertime streaming is available now on iView.
Grandstand Cricket, 60 minutes in 60 seconds.
Line again, and he has a go. And he's got a good piece of that. Thank you for 6. He's hit it over long on. So that missed stumping may be costly. As Pant decided, as line tossed up, yep. Mid-on's up, I'm taking him on. Well, Stark bowls short, and it's cut. And cut for 4.
He's on 48, Labuschagne, well flighted, cut by Pajara, down towards third man, Green in pursuit, 4 runs.
Cummins is coming in, and Pajara's forward, and he's beaten a pill for LBW. That's close, out. Oh, it's hitting the top of the leg stump. Top of the leg stump, and Pajara is out, LBW.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
The final drinks break of this Test series between Australia and India. 15 overs remain in the Test match, remain in the series. Australia needs 6 wickets. The more likely target seems India, chasing down 69 runs for victory. Quentin Hull and Dirk Nannis with you at the GABBA on the national broadcaster. India 4 for 259, chasing 328 with the dangerous Rishabh Pant unbeaten on 51. He has not just got overdrive, he's got an overdrive that world cricket doesn't really have an explanation for. He's one of the most powerful hitters in the game. He seems like the key at the moment to an unlikely Indian victory here, and Mayank Agarwal is on 9 after earlier today India resuming at none for 4. Lost Sharma for 7, Gill for 91, Rahane 24 and Pajara 56. Wickets falling at 18, 132, 167 and 228. We saw the outright talent of Gill on display, falling just short of a century. The tenacity of Pajara, 211 balls and almost as many bruises as he's scored 56 runs before being dismissed. And a little cameo from the captain, Rahane, who scored 24 from 22 balls. And that was perhaps, Dirk, just a little indication that this is an Indian team that will want to make a dash for glory in this match. And it seems like they've timed it beautifully. 6 wickets in an hour for Australia. Well, Nathan Lyon's got the ball. Wouldn't that be some story if he could conjure something magnificent here in his 100th Test match? The last hour of the series begins. Lyon around the wicket. Bowls to Agarwal. It bounces and he pumps it in a controlled manner to Wade at cover.
I just think India have done an exceptional job regardless of what happens in this last hour. They've done a great job of getting themselves into a position that they can launch. The ball is firmly in India's court. They can drive this game however they want. If they lose a couple of wickets, they can shut up shop. But
it's the one slip around the bat. Agarwal works it off his hip through mid-wicket. A long chase for Harris, who's out at deep square. He cuts it down in the shadows of the Western stand. They come back for 2. 67 required at 5 for 261. And just thinking of the teams who have recently come to Australia in one Test series, Virat Kohli's team of 18-19, the last team to do so. South Africa's had quite a good record of recent times coming to Australia, but not too many touring teams can beat the Aussies on their own patch. Lyon down the leg side, swept hard for 4 by Agarwal. Down to the right but deep backward square. He moves to 13. 63 required at 4 for 265.
from an Australian tactical side of things, it's going to happen at some stage in this hour where they're going to go defensive, ultra defensive, and try and ask India to play outrageous shots.
Line around the wicket. Agarwal checks his shot, strokes it to Labuschagne at backward point.
Because once an Australian wins out of the equation, you want to try and save the test to get it to a draw as a bowling side with ultra defensive fields so that you don't lose the test.
Punts on strike at 57. Line around the wicket, and he cuts, and it's taken by Marnus. No run.
I guess that's exactly what the Test Championship is all about, to create this alternate interest in these.
Lyon whirs away, and that's left alone by Rishabh into the gloves of his opposing keeper, Payne. So that ends the over from Nathan Lyon. Just the 2 wickets so far in his 100th test. One in the first, one in the second. He has 1 for 62. And India chasing 328 is 4 for 265.
Yeah, and the Test Championship, I think this is an unintended consequence. You want it to create interest in dead rubbers, but this is anything but. To think at the end of such a gripping series, there's always also one eye on this Test Championship and opportunity of going to play in the final at Lord's.
So Cummins is going to continue from the Vulture Street end. 2 slips and a short leg. The catching man, Gully there as well. Cummins bowling to Agarwal, who defends it down the pitch to mid-off, and Labuschagne does the fielding. So not only Virat Kohli going home, Ishant Sharma unable to come, but Mohammad Shami injured, Umesh Yadav injured, Jasprit Bumrah injured, Ravichandran Ashwin injured.
It's extraordinary.
All of these key names among a few others that have fallen by the wayside for India, but they've found 11 willing and capable. Here's Cummins bowling to the right-handed Agarwal, stands tall and defends. We're going to have to refer to Ian's greater depth of knowledge of the history of visiting teams in this country to try and find a comparable performance from a touring team to triumph here, should indeed India win the test.
The thing that makes this extraordinary is the injury. And you have teams who are maybe down in a test or down in a series and come back and win.
Cummins to Agarwal, beaten outside the off stump. There's an appeal for a catch behind. Not out. They're thinking of the review. Everyone went up. The cordon went up, the bowler went up, and Tim Payne says, yep, let's go to DRS. Umpire Oxenford said not out. Didn't hear anything in the stump, Mike.
Director, we have a review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. And it's a fair delivery. Come out front on, please.
What do you think, Dirk?
Seemed a regulation play and miss. Yep. Nothing we really heard. No reaction from the batsman.
Yeah.
Definitely a good ball.
Toss the bat. We're coming out offside hotspot, please.
Nothing on hotspot.
Nothing there. We go to our RTS to confirm that.
So should this be
running through? Running through. Keep running through. Yeah, nothing there. Okay, we'll go back on field, please.
It will be dismissed, and Australia now only has one challenge.
You can stick with the original decision and not out. Thank you.
Agarwal survives. They certainly did go up quite as a group, the Australians, but with our benefits of the wonderful stump effects microphones, I didn't hear anything.
The threshold as a fielder, though, disappears in the last hour of a game. You're not reasoned in your appeal, you appeal for everything.
Certainly the couple of the Australians were high-fiving. Steve Smith and Matt Wade thought that it was out. But no. Good call from umpire Oxenford, standing in a GABBA test because of the new regulations in COVID times. Cummins runs past him, bowls to Agarwal, drives in the air, caught by Matthew Wade at cover. What else would you expect from this series? Add more flour. The plot thickens yet again. Agarwal has gone for 9. India is 5 down, 63 from their victory target.
Where to from here? Goes for the big drive. Probably a little bit shorter than the ones he's been able to boom straight past Pat Cummins. And the simplest of chances to Matthew Wade, just lobbed to him at that shortish cover.
Agarwal out for 9, and now, well, we've got Washington Sundar on debut coming out to bat. Batted brilliantly as a part of that 123-run stand with Shardul Thakur. He made 62 himself. So the aggressor in punt is still there.
Keep going.
But now just 5 wickets in hand.
Rishabh Pant just keeps going, and the guy down the other end gets him on strike. And I think India's fortunes live and die by what Rishabh Pant does.
Patrick Cummins, 20.4 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 38. What a cricketer.
What an athlete.
So the left-handed Washington Sundar showed that he was very, not only gritty, but technically capable with that maiden test innings in the first innings here. But it just, with a very new ball, still gives Australia a little bit of a sniff. Perhaps all 3 results are back on the cards. Cummins charging into the new batsman. It's on his hip, and Sundar defends it just short of the leg gully.
Can't be. Can't possibly be.
There's enough time
for Australia to pull a win off here. Would be absolutely remarkable.
13 overs left after this.
One committal, man. There'll be 13 overs and that's it.
Just hear the umpire, Bruce Oxenford, having a chat to Rishabh Pant there about the fact there are 13 overs to go. Punts at the non-striker's end. Cummins has 4. Bowls to Sundar and he defends it. Cummins picks it up on the hop in his follow-through. 5 for 265 at the end of the over, with Pant on 57 and Sundar yet to score.
Oh, you start wondering how long you bowl Pat Cummins for. He can't bowl for the whole hour.
Why not?
He's good, he's not Superman.
Well, that's what your fraternity do, don't they? Test match to be won, series to be won, trophy to be won.
He will need a little break at some stage. Probably can't expect him to go a 12-over spell to finish the test match, but give him a few overs off, get someone else on. Mitchell Stark's been a little bit wayward, but...
Line around the wicket. One swings and misses. He tried to belt that over the roof at the Stanley Street end. It goes into Payne's glove.
Well, what I like about that swing is he's not really half-hearted, is he? It's going to the moon.
Long off and long on are on the rope. Deep points out, deep backward squares out. The slip's an only close catching man, and Lion Bowles punt leaves that one. Third is in the infield, backward point cover, mid-wicket, the other fielders for Nathan Lyon. 398 test wickets, probing for another milestone in a milestone test for him. Around the wicket he goes. Punt defends. In stark contrast to the big whoosh of early in the over, that was a defensive prod to Wade at cover.
To think that Rishabh Pant's position in their side was questioned, and even that he didn't start, it's quite a remarkable selection.
And Lyon forced the breakthrough. Rishabh strokes it along the ground too long off, and he'll take a single.
The advantage of having that X-factor player in your side who can turn games on their head. It's important that you don't have them the whole way down the order. But you want that mix in your side.
62 runs to win for India. 12 and a bit overs to go. 12.2 overs left. Now with Sundar on strike, Silly Point is brought in. Mid on comes up. Long off is still out. Deep backward square is still out. Line around the wicket to the left-hander. He drives in the air to mid-off and takes a single because it hits the deck before rolling to Stark, who does the fielding. Another run, chips away.
Good
Washington Sundar's off the mark.
Good intelligence there from Sundar. Matthew Wade was in this silly mid-off type position. He didn't want to just push at the ball. He really did try and hit that hard, but take Matthew Wade out of the equation.
Punt, reverse sweeps and misses. Line around the wicket. Punt trying to slap it through point on the reverse sweep. Payne took off the bails, but the Indian batsman was still planted in his ground. 12 overs left. 61 runs required for India to win. 5 wickets for Australia. Andrew Moore and Kristen Beams take up the commentary.
Grandstand Cricket. Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
I can't keep on losing you.
Is victory slipping away from India? 61 to win off 72 deliveries. Australia has 72 deliveries to take 5 wickets. Pat Cummins has 4 for 38. In he comes, bowls, and Sundar whips him away through square leg. They'll get one, they'll come back for a second as Harris, under the helmet, goes back to field. Washington Sundar to 3, 5 for 269, 59 for India to win. Welcome back, Kristen Beams.
Good to be back. I'm not sure I've ever seen a reverse sweep in the last hour of a deciding session of a test match and a series. So that might be the first time I've ever seen that.
Not a shot to play when you're playing for a draw. Indicates a positive thing as to where India's heads are at. With 21-year-old Washington Sundar. He's had a memorable debut thus far. Cummins in. Sundar drives upper sleeve, but short of Labuschagne at mid-off by about a metre. The tension is palpable, and it's very exciting and fun to watch, Kristen.
Well, maybe being such a young player and new to the team, you don't have that sort of fear. You don't have a lot of experience to draw on to say, well, if I'm batting in the last hour, what does that mean? What should I be doing? He seems like he's playing really free-flowing, Washington Sundar, so maybe that's a good thing in this situation, and Punt's the one who's definitely going to try and take them down.
62 off 144 balls in the first innings, and Washington Sundar plays it to backward square leg. Harris, diving save, good stop. Potentially saved at least 2. No run, 5 for 269. Rishabh Pant, is he the key to all of this? He's 58 off 113. He grew up on T20 cricket. The pressure and tension, it's a different beast here at the moment. But who knows? He can be really destructive, but so too can this ball with the red rock in his hand right now.
Yeah, and Dirk spoke briefly before around how many overs can he bowl in this spell, Pat Cummins, and I think that's going to be really key. I think they might want him to come back for one little burst if required as well.
Washington Sundar awaits. Cummins bounces him. Plenty of movement after the ball went over Sundar's ducking head, but no real threat to the batsman. Dot ball, 5 for 269. 68 deliveries left, 59 to win. Australia needs 5 wickets. India, a draw will give them, or let them keep the Border Gavaskar trophy. There's 3 slips. There's Warner at first, Smith at second, and Wade really at a 4th slip. Green in the gully. There's a point, mid-off, mid-on, backward square and a fine leg. For Cummins to Washington Sundar, who drives, and he beats mid-off. That ball's racing away for 4. And as Jimmy dubbed him, the Washington moves to 7. India 5 for 273, 55 to win.
That's a really nice shot, confident shot. Overpitched slightly by Pat Cummins. He's leapt all over that, played the ball late. No chance for the fielder to get that, and that's the sort of shot that you're looking for if you're trying to win the game. It'd be easy to defend that ball. There wasn't a lot in it, but the intention is clear from India. Game on.
Just short of 6 o'clock, Australian Eastern Daylight, 5 o'clock in Brisbane. The test still in the balance. Cummins to Washington Sundar, bouncer, and he has to sway out of the way. 11 overs to go. India is 5 for 273, 55 to win. Punt is 58. Washington Sundar is 7. And Pat Cummins, 22 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 44.
Oh, I like the predictable bouncer as well. You know, you expect that. Drive the ball down the ground, you know you're going to get one that's a little bit shorter. And I think they're just going to have to work through the plan to Washington Sundar as well in terms of getting that right with the length. I think you want him on the front foot, but I think mixing lengths will be really important to make sure he's not settled on his feet. And for Nathan Lyon, this is the big intriguing battle for me. Is he going to take him on?
Lyon to punt. He's in, outside off, spinning so far away that Payne couldn't handle it. But what I really like for the most part, now there's been a few blemishes, for the most part, Punt has really done well at picking and choosing what he's going after.
I think he has on line. He's been pretty good on line so far.
In he comes around the wicket, floated up, swing and a miss. Payne can't handle it, nor can Smith at slip, but there's no run as Smith knocked it down. That was a cow corner shot, that one.
That was a T20 cricket shot, that one. He's gone after it.
And you don't often in a T20 run chase face a wicket that can spin like that.
No.
There's not too many cracks in those pitches. Line to punt, flatter, quicker ball outside off stump, cut straight to weight at cover, no run. Right off the toe of the bat. Rishabh Pant stares at it now. 3 dot balls.
He's better when his pace is just under the 90s. He's mixed pretty well. I think he's more of a chance when he's under 90 kilometres an hour.
55 to win off 63 deliveries. Line bowls to punt, well flighted. He hits the ball up in the air. Where's it going on the bounce? To Cameron Green at deep point. Just 1 run. Nathan Lyon's day, week, month of frustration continues. A miscued stroke, but Punt survives with a single to move to 59. India 5 for 274. 54 to win off 62 deliveries.
Oh, that's the heartbreak. He's done everything right. He's chucked it wide. It's a bit slower in the air. 1 bounce to Green. When you feel like it's not going your way as a spinner, it seems like those sorts of things happen quite regularly.
So 2 balls of the over to go, just 1 run from it. 10 overs after this remain. India need to go over 5 and over to win. 5 wickets left. Lyon to young Washington Sundar. And this ball is flatter, quicker outside the off stump. Cut away for a single to Cameron Green. And Rishabh Pant was slow to take off. Forced to hurry along a little bit with the long arms of Green, sending the return to Tim Payne. Washington Sundar, I tell you what, he looks a lot calmer than Mayank Agarwal did before him. He's 8, 5 for 275. 61 balls left, 53 required. Last ball of the over. Punt on strike. Lyon in. Rocking back. Cutting. Can't beat the field. It's knocked down by Labuschagne. No run. Good over from Lyon. 2 off. 10 overs left. India 5 for 275. 53 to win. Washington Sundar 8. And Rishabh Pant 59. After the series we've had this year, my money's on a tie, says Hacks in the Truck in Adelaide. Where are your percentages at? When I last asked you,
yeah, what was that?
You had 30% India win, 20% Australia win, 50% a draw.
Yeah, well, Australia's come probably well out of that equation now, giving them 5 or less.
Okay.
India, if they don't lose a wicket, so at this point in time, giving them 30 still. What does that leave me? 65 for the
65
draw.
for the draw.
65 for the draw, yeah.
It's tantalising still, though, isn't it? 53 to win off the last 10 overs of the series to determine the Border Gavaskar Trophy.
Well, and if they don't lose a wicket now and they are chasing, I don't know, 30 off not many overs, with Punt out there, he can actually play that sort of one-day cricket style.
Cummins continuing, giving Yeoman service. Bowls cut away by Sundar. Diving save at backward point by the Goat. Saves runs, maybe 4 of them. Dot ball. 5 for 275. 53 to win off 59 deliveries. That was nicely played by Washington Sundar. Another metre to Lyon's right, and that might have been a boundary.
I think it's all about making sure you don't leave too many overs for the rest of the batting lineup to survive. So I think that's maybe how they can work it through, India. You say, well, we'll go at a higher run rate than what you would normally do in Test cricket, but we'll make sure that there's not too many overs for our tail to face.
Cummins Bowles, Sundar gets a short ball that he works off his hip to square leg, and Harris comes around to field. No run. He played that well, Washington Sundar. Short delivery. Cummins 4 for 44, bowling his 23rd over.
He technically looks pretty good, and he does look technically better than Agarwal has so far in this series, and that's a really nice sign.
He looks really calm, Beamsy.
Yeah, nothing faces him. He seems pretty well organised in the balls he wants to play and the ones he doesn't. And he's coming up against some very good bowling as well, so you'd expect to jump around a little bit with a short ball.
53 to win off 58. Cummins to Sundar. No run. Pushed to cover. Wade comes into field. Dot ball. Only one India team has won out here in a series, and that was 2 years ago when they beat Australia 2-1. I'm sure this group, considering everything, the loss of Kohli to go back home after the first test where they were embarrassed, bowled out for 36, to bounce back the way they did in Melbourne, to win by 8 wickets, to somehow show the intestinal fortitude and skill to fight out a draw in Sydney, and here with so many changes, extraordinary. Cummins bowls on the drive, Sundar goes to mid-off, set off for the run, but that might have been a bit of youthful exuberance because it went straight to Labuschagne at mid-off. And the calmer head of Rishabh Pant said no.
That was nearly there. I've played a really good shot, and I'm gonna run off it, which you would expect from a young player. But he's made really nice contact with that ball, and the fielder at mid-off is actually sitting deeper for that reason, and that's also a nice compliment to Washington Sundar as well, as it'd be easy to have those fielders up or push them wider and say, we want you to try and hit us straight down the ground.
Hunt never moved. Bouncer, he plays this not very well as he tried to work it off his hip or higher, and the ball trickles away on the offside, so he can't get Cummins away. Not many can. There's 55 balls to be bowled. There's 53 to win. Australia needs 5 wickets at 5 for 275. Brenton from Brisbane, that reverse sweep by Punt reminds me a lot of a particularly memorable switch hit by Ben Stokes. Indeed. Steve says, Andy, has this Aussie attack been exposed as new ball bullies? I think that's harsh on this attack, although they've struggled to win in the 4th innings in the last 2 tests for sure. Cummins bowls to Sundar, bouncer, he can't play that one. It's well over his head. So that's a maiden over by Pat Cummins. 9 overs left, 5 for 275, 53 to win off 9 overs, which means 53 to win off 54 deliveries. The next man in, as we can see on a monitor, Shardul Thakur. He can hit a big ball. I don't know about a heavy ball, but he can hit a big ball.
And there's no way known he's not nervous. I think in that situation, you sort of want to be a part of it, but not really. I think you're happy for the batters at the crease to get the job done and, enjoy the spoils without having to be out there yourself.
Hearing Jimmy and Washington in one sentence is a weird one for me, Andrew, as that is my name, Jim Washington, otherwise known as Big Jim. Good on you, mate. Thanks for the text, 0467 920 222. Nathan Lyon around the wicket to Punt. 53 to win off 54. Oh, big swing, no ding from Punt outside off stump. Lyon turns around to politely ask Paul Wilson, did he hear a noise? Paul says no. Sorry, goat.
Was that one of your standard little sledges, that? Big swing, no ding? Is that one of yours?
Not a sledge, no. I was not good enough to sledge anybody. Might not have stopped me back in the day. Not a lot of sledging going on, though, in the under-16Bs at the Epping YMCA. Here's Nathan Lyon. Coming in around the wicket, Punt. Oh, beaten. A ball that jumped on him. And Payne did well to take that. So all of a sudden, the balls left and the runs required are in favour of the balls left. There's 52 balls to go and India need 53.
Yeah, at some point they've got to be very clear in their decision. The maiden in the last over suggests that they're not willing to push it right now.
Line to Punt. He goes on the drive through cover where there's protection for Line. Green is there, 1 run only. Punt is 60 off 121. India 5 for 276. 52 to win off 51 balls. And now Washington Sundar back on strike. There's a slip. Third man's coming up. There's a point. Or just a fielder just backward of point. And Cameron Greeny go out, you could hear Tim Payne saying. He's back near the point boundary. There's a cover long off on the offside, and on the onside of mid-wicket, deep square leg. Here comes Lyon, bowls to Sundar, who's driving straight back to the bowler. He can't get the ball away. Washington Sundar at the moment, with 8.2 overs left in the test and in the series. If India was to score a remarkable win, an historic win at the GABBA, they need to score 52 of 50. Lyon bowls and Sundar goes back and cuts it, and he hits it to Cameron Green at deep point for a run. So he's 9, 5 for 277, 51 to win, 1 ball left in the 92nd over with 100 to be bowled.
And they're going to get no rope from Australia here in terms of the field. They're going to protect boundaries here, which is going to make that more of a challenge for them if they do have any intent.
Can Punt at least keep the strike? He goes back and he cuts. No, he can't. Oh, he does. It's a misfield by Labuschagne. So he'll get a run down to Cummins at third man. Rishabh Pant moves along to 60, and it's 5 for 277. 8 overs left, 50 to win. Kristen Beams.
Oh, you're a brave person from here, I think, if you're willing to have a crack at that. But it has been a good contest. Pant has looked so good, and as has Washington Sundar, and sure plenty of conversation now around the risk and reward of the field placings at the moment. A few more conversations between Tim Payne and the bowler. You expect that. It looks like it's going to be Cummins again.
Well, why
How many
not?
overs in this spell so far? It's
wearing him into the ground.
It's an unbelievable day of bowling, let alone how many overs are in this spell. And
It's a good question, though, for Rick Finlay. Rick, how many overs has Cummins bowled in this spell? 23 in total, 4 for 44.
6.
Okay.
Yep.
So possibly another 4.
if anyone could do it.
He remains the most likely. 2 slips and a gully for Rishabh Pant on 61. Can he go over Cummins? Go after him. Cummins on his way. Bowling from the Vulture Street end, and Rishabh Pant gets a bouncer well over his head, and he just ducks underneath it. There was naught he could do about that one. 47 balls left, 50 to win for India. Or 5 wickets for Australia.
It looked like he did want a little piece of that. I think his mindset is still attacking, and whether he's just going to say, well, you know what, I'm just going to keep playing my natural game, or switch the intent of his thinking to be more of that of a 50-over game, maybe. There's still 1 slip and a gully in play, so there's still enough for Australia if they can get the ball through. And there's a third man, so I think they will. They've got 3 out, 2 on the hook and a third man, so the short ball will be used.
Cummins to Punt, and he's forward, turning this away around the corner down to fine leg. There should only be 1, and there is, as Hazelwood picks up. Punt 62, 5 for 279. Well, this is the last over for us, Beamsy, and I just want to thank everyone involved in the summer of cricket. Have done lots more than we initially anticipated, with all the one-days in Sydney and Canberra and the T20s and the WBBL straight out of the footy season, and now getting the opportunity to be part of the broadcast for 3 of the 4 tests. It's been very difficult. Now, head of sport Nick Morrison, our head of content Timmy Verrill, head of ABC Radio Judith Whelan, have been very supportive and quick to react to ensure that you can hear the test matches as they unfold. Despite the circumstances, Sundar a drive in the air. Bounces just short of Marnus Labuschagne, and there's no run. And it's a really great crew on air and off, and it makes it the most fun you can have over the last few months. So thank you to everyone involved. To the voice of summer, Jimmy Maxwell on down. It's just been a pleasure to be involved with. And Beamsy, what a great series.
It's had everything, this series, and it's a very different series than I thought it was going to be the day that India got rolled in Adelaide. And yeah, it just keeps giving and giving.
Cummins to Washington Sundar. He runs it away square on the offside. Can't get a run. So Washington Sundar 9 off 20. 5 for 279. There's 44 balls left in the test, and India needs 49 to win. Where can Australia find a wicket? Is it purely on the shoulders of postman Pat?
Well, and he's still bowling 140 plus clicks an hour, and it's just impressive bowling to see that sort of pace still charging in the last session. I've been very impressed with him throughout the whole series, but especially today. It's very hot there, no doubt.
Cummins bowls, Sundar gets a bouncer and he launches into a pull shot. The ball sailing high. It's 6. The Washington goes long. He's 15. 5 for 285. 43 to win of 43 balls. Just when you think you know where this game might be headed, something happens. That was a great shot.
It was an excellent shot. There wasn't a lot wrong with the ball. It was a setup. They're trying to get him to play that shot. To play that high. It's about shoulder height. And he's just got inside of that beautifully. Got himself out of the way. He definitely wasn't going to get hit on that ball. He got well out of the way, and that's a great outcome for India. You keep it close with that run rate.
7 overs to go after this, 43 to win. Washington Sundar's on 15. Here comes Cummins. He bowls and Sundar launches this away on the offside. Thickish outside edge. It's going to run away through third man for 4. Washington Sundar, 10 runs off 2 deliveries. India 5 for 289. Sundar 19, punt 62, 39 to win of 42 deliveries. Beams, it's been a pleasure. Good luck with the birth of the bow in the coming months with Sal, and we'll catch you soon.
Thanks, Maury. Thanks for having me.
Coming up, the voice of summer, Jimmy Maxwell with Stuart Clark.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
The Washington hasn't played a first-class game for 3 years. Was in the under-19 team 4 years ago. And this kid has the mettle for the top game. He's taken wickets. He's made a half-century. Is he going to score the winning runs? Here comes Lyon. Bowls to Pant. Pant leaves it outside the off stump. 39 to win, Stuart Clark.
Afternoon, Jim. Afternoon, everybody. I can't work out whether they're going for these or not. Every time I think they're not going for them, they hit a 6 and a 4 or 2 4s or something like that, play a ridiculous shot, then I go, wow, and then they block and let the next one go.
Lyon comes in and he goes around and under this. It's a bit of a one-day T20, but it's 4. Premeditated, he got across his stumps and took that from outside the line of off and hoiked it over the keeper's head towards fine leg. And all of a sudden, India have got a burst. 3 4s in 4 balls.
Well, he played lap sweep, didn't he? That's if anyone's been watching the BBL at night, you see a lot of this. I wasn't expecting to see it here. He got down on one knee, nice and low, and just flipped it away over Payne, where the leg slip would be, and away it went. Didn't even bother running.
He's 66. Lyon tries again, and he swings across the line. He's thumped that out to the boundary for 4. They're just waiting for the moment to strike, it seems. They got to this point, and now with 6.3 overs, that's 39 balls left. They only need 31.
I'm speechless. He's just got down on one knee and just swept it away. And it's raced away. This field is scattering everywhere. There's men running out the deep backward square. There's a deep long on. They can just knock it around here for singles, and all the fielders are out. They don't even have to try and hit the ball anymore.
This is going to be an extraordinary conclusion if this keeps going. Australia, the only way they can stop it is to get a wicket. Pant 70. Lyon comes in and bowls, and he chases that wide of the off stump and gets a single out to deep cover. What do you do if you're in Payne's position? How can you create a wicket? Just be patient and wait for a mistake?
I don't think you can do anything but bring the fielders up. There's no point leaving them all back because they need 30 off 38 balls, and they're both in one-day mode now. They can just knock it around single by single. The man at deep point, okay, I can leave him out there and stop a 4, but not so much when Washington Sundar's on strike, because he's a bit more traditional. But when Pant's on, you've got to leave him up and buy yourself a wicket.
5 for 298. Lyon goes in. Washington Sundar leaves, and it's missed by Payne. That's Byes. It's gone straight through him. It just scuttled a bit outside the line of the off stump, and it went through.
I think that's come out of a footmark, Jim.
He's bowled skidded, didn't it?
He's bowled a traditional off break, which hasn't spun. It's actually gone the other way, out of the footmark. Yeah, it's actually an off spinner that's just come, because it's a big like a dish, it's hit the outside and gone straight the other way. Tim Payne's, nothing much he can do about that.
Like an unintentional leg break, Doosra. 5 for 302. They get closer. Lyon tosses up and he drives thrashingly through the covers. And out there is Cameron Green running around. They take one and they're back for 2. Despite his very good bounce return to the bowler's end. This has been a huge over for India. And they've taken 15 runs with 4 byes included. 15 runs coming from the over. I'm fearing that Lyon will have to wait another day to get his 400th. And I don't know how Australia can stop India from winning this. 6 overs, that's 36 balls left and just 24 runs needed.
Well, I don't know how Australia can stop this either, Jim. I can't disagree with you there. You're having a little bit of meeting going on at the moment. You've got Pat Cummins, who's bowled his absolute heart out. I think Josh Hazlewood's going to get the ball. He's talking to Tim Payne. I think they're not quite sure what to do here because they're torn. They drop all the fielders out. India will just pick up singles, 1, 1, 1, 1, and the game will be over. They bring all the fielders up, and both of these batsmen have shown the intent and the ability to hit the ball over the top. It's a really interesting question here for Tim Payne. Josh Hazlewood has got the ball in hand. He'll give his hat to Marnus Labuschagne to hold on to.
Well, someone needs to take a hat trick at this point. They certainly need to get one or both of these batsmen out because they're on song and they're playing with the confidence, the self-belief, and that has been the extraordinary thing about how India have come back in this series from the humiliation of Adelaide. They seem to have enormous self-belief.
Unbelievable self-belief. And I tell you, people, T20 cricket's got a lot of knockers in the world, and at different times I've been critical of what it's doing to the game. Conversely, when you look at T20 cricket, there's no way 15 years ago this score would have got chased down, or very, very rarely, or would we have got to a position where guys were playing shots in the final 6 overs of the day, or 8 overs of the day, to all parts of the ground. So T20 cricket is here to stay. It has changed the game forever. And what it has done more so, it has given players confidence that they can chase anything down, no matter where and how and who.
Now Hazlewood bowls to Pant, and Pant pushes through it quick, and as it's aired into the covers, and they might get an overthrow. They do. So the pressure on Australia there, as that little underarm toss from cover from Wade went past the stumps, and they got an extra run. So it's not only Pant he's panting, we're all panting watching this. And he's moved to 73, and India need just 22 runs to win. And they've got plenty of balls, and they can just measure this off now. They don't have to play any exotic shots. They just have to play normally.
Well, there's a single pretty much everywhere at the moment with fielders being out. Knock it around. There's a single anywhere on the onside if Josh Hazlewood gets too straight. If he gets wide, I'm sure Pant will throw his hands at it.
Hazlewood goes in, Pant plays around his pad. There's 1, there may be 2. It's gone in between the men at backward square, and they come for a second and make it. Although the throw's pretty good, Pant scampered, and they were home for 2 more. So the target is 20 from 34 balls.
Good throw in the distance. Pant had to dive to make his ground.
Direct hit would have had him.
Direct hit would have been very good. Would have been very good for the... it would have been close. I think he might have just got there, but he's not electric between the wickets, Pant, but certainly quick enough to get there. Realised early when he got it around the corner that Hazlewood... I think Stark or Cummins, who's fielding on the boundary down there, is a long way back. Just a slight change in the field. I think they're bringing up Point. There's no point leaving them all back because he will just get a single to any part of the ground. You may as well let him get him in 3 overs rather than 6. What's the difference?
So the pressure on Hazlewood to come up with a bomb. He moves in to Pant. Pant is across and taking it off his stumps. He wants 2 more, but he's only going to get 1 this time, as it's fielded by Harris coming in from backward square. 5 for 309. Pant 76. Washington Sundar on 21. We are watching potentially one of the greatest Indian Test victories of all time. There's no doubt about that. This has been a brilliant series, as good as any of the great series that we've been able to enjoy over the last how many years it is that you may have been watching and listening to cricket. A bit like 2005. Maybe for some locals, a bit like 1960, when there was a tie on this ground. And the roar of the crowd suggests there are lots of people here. Well, there aren't really. There's only 5,000. But there are quite a few Indian fans, and they are reveling in it. They've been partying more and more as India surge towards a magnificent victory. They're not quite there yet, but they're on the way. Now Hazelwood around the wicket, and as Sundar plays it, this comes off his body. It's gone down through the slip cordon towards the boundary for 4. And they are leg byes, off the body. It doesn't matter what they're off. They're all runs, 15 needed.
Jasprit Bumrah is smiling on the sidelines. He's watching on. He's always smiling. He's always happy. Jim, I was there in 2005 in England playing county cricket, and I also was the guy that, when Glenn McGrath tripped on the ball, came into the sort of squad to potentially replace him. And I was playing county cricket, and it was the biggest series of Test cricket I'd ever seen or been involved in, and never seen anything like it before. But watching this series and the ups and downs and the ebbs and flows of this series, it certainly is up there and rivaling it.
Hazelwood bowls, defended by Hunt back down the wicket. They've done the job now, really. 15 from 31 balls. And in the space of a couple of overs, they'd surged to a point where it's just a matter of tickling them here and there, and the game's over.
Yeah, Banner, you're right. Tickling into the gaps for nice singles, get up and down the wicket. I think Part's struggling a bit. He looks like he's got a bit of a sore leg or something, but he's got enough in him to get home. He's just calling for gloves as we speak. Have a quick drink, calm himself down.
Hazelwood again around the wicket. Last ball of this over. He comes up to Punt. Punt's beaten by beauty. Straight through him outside the off stump. So that's the number. 30 balls, 15 runs, 5 for 313. The target 328. And Rick Finlay might have a little statistical gloss for us on this Indian performance. Rick.
Well, actually looking at the number of sixes hit in a test at the GABBA, 11 so far. The record's 13. We've got enough runs to see that record broken if they're game enough to take it on.
I'm sure they are, Rick. I'm sure they are. I just had a text message from Len Pascoe, the great Len Pascoe, who's watching on from afar.
I hope Lenny's all right.
He's going. He's a little bit, a few health issues there, Len, but Pascoe's making divots in the green.
Well, you'd be entitled to have a bit of heart palpitation if you've been following this all day. This has fluctuated. It's sort of never really been with Australia since the second wicket partnership, has it? That took the game away from them, and then maybe they were coming back with a wicket or two, but India seemed to have a hold of either certainly a draw, but now clearly a win. Now it'll be Sundar Pant to face. He drives out square of the wicket on the offside. They scamper through for only one to Pant. He moves to 77. 14 needed for this amazing victory that India are going to achieve. I don't think there's any doubt about that at this stage. And Nathan Lyon is toiled away throughout this match. It's been a very tough series. He's only taken 2 wickets in the game. And unless something extraordinary happens in the next few minutes, he'll be stuck on 398 test wickets. He's bowling again, and Sundar's back and cuts it well out to cover. A firm shot for a single. 13 runs needed. 28 balls left.
It's just ebbed and flowed all day. You've got to give some credit to Ajinkya Rahane, Ravi Shastri, the whole Indian setup, the backroom setup that have installed confidence in these guys who, some of them never been here before.
Lyon goes in and Punt tries to cut, misses, skidded through a bit. There's been a bit of rough for him to bowl into, but It hasn't produced a result.
And that's why I can't believe they haven't bowled Marnus into those foot marks. That's the bit I'm really a little bit surprised about. Wicket's flat, there's no question about that.
In goes Lyon, and he swipes this away with a horizontal hammer out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Will it be stopped? Yes, just inside the boundary. Out there by Hazelwood, and they get 3 at the Doddle. 3 runs. So we're down to 10 needed from 26 balls. Another good heave-ho from Pant, who's 80.
Looking at all the Indian players, we're getting pictures now sitting on the sideline. Siraj, he hasn't even got his lights on. He's not even worried about batting.
That's how confident they've been.
They've been confident for the moment. Pant controlling, talking to his other man, talking to Washington Sundar. Stay with it here. Yeah. Get one, let me on strike, I'll hit a 6.
Now we're back with the Washington Sundar. Lyon bowls, and he plays a reverse sweep. He's bowled. He's bowled. He tried to take that off his stumps. Well, that was unnecessary to play that shot at this stage. But it's given Lyon a much-deserved wicket for his toil. He's now on 399 test wickets with 10 needed to win. And Washington Sundar can't believe it that he's played that shot and got out. Lined up to 399 and 200 in Australia.
He actually dragged it back on with his gloves, but not a good shot that. I'm not quite sure he could have defended that, knocked it in the gap for a single. He certainly batted well, got India in a position to win this match, but unfortunately, right at the time when he probably could have done something with a little bit more sense, did the wrong thing. He's made 22. He's bowled by Lyon. As you said, he's 399th wicket. The interesting part about all this, Jim, is the last 3 can't bat. So if they lose another wicket, Australia are back in with a chance to win this game. That's the bit I cannot get. If I'm the Indian, if I'm Rishabh Pant, I'm saying, mate, just block it. The last 3 cannot bat.
That's why that shot was preposterous.
Natarajan, he was holding the wrong end in the first innings.
Well, it's Taka who's coming out, who made 67.
He can bat. So
he's taken 7 wickets, scored 67, and he may well hit the winning runs just to top off his final round performance. He's probably up for man of the match anyway. Well, 6 for 318, 10 needed, 25 balls left.
But when you got the game in the bag, sitting there it is. I've got hold of it. Brilliant. And you go out and do that. He could get one that rolls on the ground. Shardul could have a brain fade and try and hit one into the stands and miss it.
Could still finish in a tie, Stu.
The 3rd tie in the history of Test cricket, Jim.
West Indies, Australia. India, Australia. Australia again. Wishful thinking.
All men around the bat too. Australia, they can still sense a victory here. They know the last 3 can't bat.
Now Lyon bowls, and back he goes and defends. That ends the over. So he's on 399 test wickets, 31 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 85. A day of frustration, toil and massive fatigue for Lyon once he puts his feet up after this performance. So 10 runs needed by India for a famous victory here at the GABBA. And there are 4 overs to go. Who's going to bowl now?
It's going to be Hazelwood again. He's got the ball in hand. So Tim Payne, I'd imagine, is going to give Rishabh Pant a single here. He'll try and get Rishabh Pant off strikes. He'll only need 9. Won't matter where he hits it. I think the men will all go out onto the boundary. And then they'll have a red-hot crack at Shardul Thakur and the last 3. Mohammad Saini played some shots in the first innings, but he could have been out any ball. Saini didn't look all that comfortable.
So Pant's got to keep his head here. Hazelwood comes in around the wicket to him, and it's short, and he bashes it away for 4. He followed that short ball. It was like Roman Kanhai. It was the falling hook shot to deep backward square, and there are men back, but he split them, and the ball flew away to the boundary. And Pant moves to 84 and India within 6 runs of victory.
Oh, well, forget about what I said. Just let him face up. He'll hit 2 balls for 4 and the next one for 2, and that'll be it. That's a short ball at the body. He was sort of half ducking, pulling, and then just got a nice piece of bat on it, rolled his wrists and fielded down there. He ended up on his backside after playing the stroke, but it's been, what a knock it's been here by Rishabh Pant.
The falling pull shot. 6 needed. Hazelwood around the wicket coming into Pant, and Pant swings at this. He's hit it straight up in the air. Who's going to catch that? Nobody. That was a ridiculous shot. It landed in front of Wade. It went nowhere. It went into the sky. I couldn't find out where it had gone, nor could a fielder, and that's why he got away with it.
It just went where Point was.
Shot.
Where was Point? Point was out on the boundary. It just went up in the air. Nothing doing. It was a dreadful shot. You called it correctly. It was a stinking shot. And it went straight up in the air and it didn't go to anyone.
He would have gone straight down Point's throat, but there was a deep point and cover was back. Wade eventually picked up the crumbs and Pant got down to the non-strikers, and he's just got too excited about winning this game, and he was going to finish it off in one heave-ho.
Well, the adrenaline is pumping in Rishabh Pant's body. There's no question about that. Shardul Thakur, it's not often you say that the bloke coming out is the calming influence on the guy that's standing in, but I think in this sense, the most calm person out there is Shardul Thakur.
And he's on strike. Hazelwood comes in, and he takes it off his pads. A nice stroke around the corner for 1. He wants 2. He's on his way back. The throw comes in and he makes it.
That's well run.
They'd only need 3 runs. And they've got, the balls are irrelevant, really. 21 balls to score 3 runs. Tim Payne will have to bring a lot of the field up to at least keep this game tight. But India are all but home now. Pant's coming down and he gives Thakur a tap on the backside with his bat.
You've been waiting 4 test matches for that, Jim, haven't you? 4 test matches and finally, in the final over of the game, you got it out.
6 for 325. Hazelwood goes in, Thakur hits it in the air. Where's that one gone? To hand? Yes.
Oh, no.
He's out caught. He's hit a stinker on the onside. Lobbed a simple catch to Nathan Lyon. He was trying to flick that away for a boundary for the winning runs, and he's been caught. Thakur's been caught off the leading edge, and it's now 7 for 325. It's hard to believe this. This is a comedy.
It's undescribable what's going on here. The game's basically won. All he's got to do is block it, and I don't know what that was. That was a bottom-handed ramp scoop flick over the top of mid-on that went straight up in the air. After hitting a lovely leg glance for 2, he could hit it was the same ball. He could hit another 2. The scores would have been tied. Anyway, he exposes Navdeep Saini, who's got a groin injury. He can't run.
So did the batsman cross?
I don't think they did. Saini's facing.
7 for 325. India only need 3 runs, but there's a kind of mad nervousness in the room at the moment.
By the bloke batting.
Well, they're worried about what I was saying yesterday. They're all going to go
strangle down the leg side.
Strangulation. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
This is great. This is so good watching. Oh, Mohammad Saini's gone out and got his pads on. Well, he's comfortable. Where's Natarajan? He'd be the nervous most man out there. Pant's on strike, because, they did cross.
Pant's on strike with 2 balls left in the over and 3 runs left to win.
I tell you what I want to see, and only for the sake of the game, I'd love to see Pant get out here. That would make the game. Just not because I want to see him get out. I don't wish him any ill will, and I don't want to see, I just would make it so interesting with the last 3 in, needing 3 to win.
Hazelwood's going to bowl from the Vulture Street end. Pant, he's so full of hot breath, he's going to do it in 1 hit. Hazelwood goes in, and he tries to follow a ball down the leg side and flick it to fine leg. He just wants to get this over with. So he could play a ridiculous shot.
The problem he's got now is with 1 ball to go, the last 3 could actually get out next over.
Yeah.
Because they can't bat.
So he's got to find a 1 and be on strike, or hit a 4. I think he's going the latter personally.
I think he wants to finish it in one hit.
I'm looking at Natarajan. There's the most nervous man on earth.
3 needed. 1 ball left in the over. India 7 for 325, and Richard Pant is about to explode at this ball, I think. Hazelwood goes in and he gets a full toss and he drives it through mid-off. It's going down towards the boundary. It's going to go for 4. It's all over. India have won. India have won magnificently. You could say this is one of the greatest wins India have ever had in their Test history. They've won by 3 wickets. They've chased down a score that's never been achieved on this ground, and they're out there hugging and carrying on with delight, the whole of their squad, and there's a lot of people in their squad, and they're all bursting onto the ground. This has been a fabulous Test match and a wonderful finish to the game. India win by 3 wickets. Pant is the hero, even though it looked like they were going to explode with wickets at the end. They somehow fell over the line, and that is a 2-1 victory to India, who retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy with the most extraordinary run chase here on the final day. Congratulations to India, who've won this game thrillingly by 3 wickets.
Yeah, what a victory it was that by India. Ajinkya Rahane, he's the happiest man. He's not a man of a lot of emotion, but he walks there. He's hugged pretty much all his teammates and all the players in his team. Ravi Shastri in the background, Jasprit Bumrah just walking out into the field. But the man of the moment, it's got to be Rishabh Pant. What an innings that was. 89 off 138 balls. There are different stages throughout his innings where I thought, no, he's not going for these. Yes, he's going for these. He played some of the most insane shots you've ever seen. He's played some of the best shots you've ever seen. He mightn't be the world's greatest wicketkeeper, but I'm telling you what, when it comes to run chases and batting, he's at the top of the tree as far as wicketkeeper batsmen go from a batting point of view. India, absolutely outstanding. They've won by 3 wickets, chasing down 329 in the 97 overs. A couple of overs to go for the Australians. Well, Pat Cummins bowled his heart out. Nathan Lyon, Mitchell Starc, Josh Hazelwood all bowled their heart out, but it wasn't enough to get Australia home in a victory, in a day where a lot of us came today thinking, well, really only Australia could win. India are going to have to bat really, really well.
Could Australia have done anything different to win this game?
Oh, look, the wicket was pretty flat and there was not a lot on offer. I think they're fairly tired and jaded, some of the Aussie quicks. The only thing I would suggest is I would have probably bowled Marnus Labuschagne a little bit more and into the rough, and maybe I think they got their tactics wrong straight after lunch, where they went with short pitch bowling rather than pitching the ball up and trying to induce an edge from Pujara and Shubman Gill. I know it brought a downfall. I know Shubman Gill got out to the spinner, but look, on a wicket that was pretty benign and pretty flat and not a lot on offer, they toiled hard, but it just wasn't their day, Jim.
It's been an extraordinary performance by India. We thought at one stage after tea that they'd be contenting themselves with just saving the game. But as long as Pant was there, they had a chance to win it. And they've done it, and done it brilliantly in the end. We're going to go to grandstand at Stumps with Andrew Moore and hope to get some interviews on the ground with the presentation of the Border Gavaskar Trophy to follow all of this. Well done, India. And thank you very much for what you've done to the summer. A summer that looked impossible at one stage to stage with these 4 Test matches. And it's turned out to be one of the great 4-match series that we've ever seen. Andrew, over to you.
Grandstand at Stumps after witnessing India score an historic victory over Australia. 7 for 329. Rishabh Pant has hit the winning runs with 18 balls to spare in the series. India wins by 3 wickets. They win the series 2-1. They retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy. It has to be, if not India's greatest ever Test victory. Given all the circumstances of the injuries, it has to be right up there. No Indian team had ever won a series in Australia until 2 summers ago, and now they've repeated the dose in 2020-21, winning the series by 2-1. India was set 328 to win from 100 overs, and they resumed today on none for 4, and they lost Rohit Sharma early. Caught pain bowl Cummins 7. Went to lunch at 1 for 83. Then Shubman Gill, who batted superbly, was caught at slip by Smith off Nathan Lyon for 91. Ajinkya Rahane caught pain bowl Cummins for 24. Gill was superb, by the way, 146 deliveries, 8 fours and 2 sixes, as the Indians go to their supporters waving their own Indian flag, and it's being held up by the star Rishabh Pant. So Gill 91, Rahane caught pain bowl Cummins 24 at tee, 3 for 183, needing 145 of 37 overs, with Cheteshwar Pujara on 43 and Pant on 10. Pujara battled, he got hit everywhere, including the kitchen sink, before he fell LBW to Cummins for 56 from 211 deliveries and 7 fours, 4 for 228. Mayank Agarwal caught at cover by Matt Wade off Cummins for 9, 5 for 265. They headed into the last 15 overs, by the way, needing 69 to win. Then Washington Sundar looked like he might win at the 21-year-old. Before, with 10 runs required, he went the reverse sweep and was bowled by Nathan Lyon for 22, but he shared a 53-run partnership with Rishabh Pant, and 10 were required. Shardul Thakur, most likely player of the match, threw his wicket away, holding out to mid-wicket to Nathan Lyon off Hazelwood for 2, 7 for 325, and then Rishabh Pant, a boundary down the ground to win it. And Pant, who did not start this series as India's keeper, hasn't he made an impact? 97 in the second innings of the SCG draw, and a match-winning 89 not out of 138 deliveries, 9 fours and a 6. Navdeep Saini didn't face a ball, 29 extras, including 18 buys, 7 for 329. Mitchell Stark, 16 overs for 75. Josh Hazlewood, 22 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 74. Pat Cummins, 24 overs, 10 maidens, 4 for 55. Cameron Green, 3 overs early and no more, 1 maiden, none for 10. Nathan Lyon sits at 399 test wickets, 31 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 85, and Marnus Labuschagne, 1 over for 4. India wins the series 2-1. They win the test in the most thrilling fashion by 3 wickets. Former Australian captain Ian Chappell, what about that?
Well, that's one of the most well-deserved laps of honours I've ever seen. I reckon we always think you've seen everything in the game of cricket, but a couple of, the reverse sweep from Washington Sundar, you can't believe, with the game on toast at that point, you think. And what's more, Rishabh Pant at the other end put up one finger. I'm sure he was saying to him, just get a single.
Yes,
we don't have to do anything stupid, I think was what he was trying to get across. Well, he didn't get that message across. And then Thakur, who played so calmly in the first innings and played so well, played a ridiculous shot. But it was, it had everything, including a lot of comedy.
We came to the final day of the series, Chappelli, with everything in the balance. Deep down, I think Australia winning might have been the favourite. Draw, second favourite. India creating history and scoring 328 at the GABBA, which no team had come close to doing ever before. The highest ever run chase, 236 at the GABBA. Now it's 328.
And what about the tie? That actually came at the end there. That was an outside chance, but Jim and I were talking about famous victories along the way during the day, and the tie, we sort of talked about the tie at the GABBA, but I think I said, well, you can forget about the tie, but it was in the equation in the last 5 or 6 overs. Absolutely amazing day.
What did you say about numbers 9, 10 and 11 for India, Stewie?
Well, I can't bat. what's his name, Natarajan, he's holding the wrong end, like when he came out in the first innings. But the silly part is we just tried to hit him with the ball rather than bowl it at the stumps, and we just India just exposed those three, and that was the bit I was looking at the whole day when I was watching the game, that, you know, if they can just get to those three, then I think it could happen quickly. The problem is they couldn't, and in fairness to Rishabh Pant, he just, once he got himself in, and look, he had some brain explosions at different stages. It just didn't get him out, you know, and not to mention like the second last over where he tried to play this big enormous drive and it just went in a gap where there was no fielder for no apparent reason. But he rode his luck, and that said, when he got a chance and when he did play some nice cricket shots to different parts of the ground, and he took it, he basically turned the innings towards the end into a T20 game where he got it down, he needed a run a ball, and all of a sudden he went reverse sweep, cut shot, one slog sweep, and all of a sudden the game was gone.
Ian, I think yesterday you were talking about some of the best series you've seen, and I think you nominated the 60-61 tied Test series, Australia-West Indies, and the
2005 Ashes,
over in the UK.
Oh, you've got to throw this one in.
Where does it rank now?
Oh, it's got to. Well, there's your top three. Put them in whatever order you want, but this has been and I mean, you said it early in the day, this series deserves a clear day on the last day, not to be rain affected.
That's the other thing. Like at 48 hours ago, we're talking about 90% chance of rain ruining the final day. Last night, we looked at the forecast as we left here thinking, no, it's going to be ruined by rain on the last day. But we had a sun shower for about 10 minutes in the final session, and that was it. And we did get the day that we wanted, not the day that the Australian cricket team wanted. And we've got 40 minutes to unpack all of this. Some stations may leave us at the top of the hour, and others will stay with us. We'll take the presentation, we'll get reaction. I think Quentin and Dirk Nannis will have an interview on the boundary rope as well. But how highly do you rate this Indian performance, Stewie, when you consider, and I feel like a bit of a broken record, but it needs highlighting that Virat Kohli left after one test, and many pundits thought because of that, even before the series started, even before India was bowled out for 36 on day 3 in Adelaide, that would mean a 3 or 4-0 win for Australia. Then they lose Mohammad Shami in that test with a broken arm. They didn't have Ravi Jadeja available for the first test. Then he missed the last test. Rohit Sharma not available till the third test. Ishant Sharma, who's been clearly their third best seamer in the last 18 months, didn't come. Umesh Yadav was injured in the Boxing Day test. So they didn't have any of them, and for this test they didn't have Ravi Ashwin, Jadeja, their best bowler, Jasprit Bumrah, and Vahuma Bahari was ruled out with a hamstring injury. It is extraordinary that they've won this series, or did we undersell their depth?
Well, I don't think we realised, Andrew, how much depth they actually had. And, you know, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, that the IPL is just unearthing cricketers, and in a population of not millions but billions, there are lots and lots of good cricketers that play, you know, they play Ranji Trophy, they're exposed to the biggest stage all the time, and they play in high pressure situations, which they have become used to. And we've said it and we keep saying it, they've got great resilience. But still, I still sit here now and never thought in a million years, with Virat Kohli going home and all the injuries and all the changes that you've just talked about, could they beat Australia at the Gabba, where Australia have this imposing record? That's the first test they've lost since
88.
And to one of the great teams of all time, that West Indian team.
That had Marshall and, you know, Ambrose and all those great players.
Greenwich and Haynes and Richards.
And they got dusted. Australia have been dusted by Mohammad Siraj, Navdeep Sahni, Natarajan, you know, and
Thakur,
Sundar, and a couple of guys we've never heard of batting in the top order. Shubman Gill, it's his third Test match, scored 90 and looked like a world beater. Ian said it there. It's in the top 3 best series of all time. I was around, and I was in the series in 2005, and I lived, you know, part of it, and I was in England, and I saw the hysteria. Well, I agree with you. This is right up there with that series.
I'll just say we've been having a lot of off-air discussion about man of the match.
Yeah.
It's gone to Rishabh Pant. Now, I voted for Shardul Thakur about half an hour ago. I have no qualms with that, because that innings has won them the game. And we can unpack so many other individual moments. Marnus Labuschagne's 100, Thakur's 7 wickets and 67. Hazelwood a fifer, Mohammed Siraj a fifer, Shubman Gill's 91, and Pujara's out and out courage.
This is a better win for India than their one here 2 years ago.
Yeah.
A better win. Well, they've beaten a stronger side for starters.
With Smith
and with lesser equipment.
Unreal.
Well,
Player
supposedly lesser equipment.
Player of the series, Pat Cummins. I'm not sure anyone will disagree with that. 21 wickets at an average of 20.04. Ajinkya Rahane, the Indian captain, is about to speak along with Rishabh Pant and also Tim Payne. Let's get to, I believe, Ishigua for the post-match presentation.
Rishabh Pant, congratulations to you. 89 not out.
Thank you so much.
It's been a tough couple of months for you. You missed the first test match. 97 at the SCG. You nearly won it there, but you do it here at the GABBA. What does this mean to you?
I think this is one of the biggest thing in life right now, and I'm happy that all the support staff from the team and all the fans over here supported me a lot, even though I was not playing in the starting matches. But it's been a dream series. I can say that after not playing the first test match, I've been practicing hard and everything pays off because we won the series.
3 for 167, 56 overs bowled. You came to the middle, and what was the plan? What was the thinking?
See, the team management always backs me and tell me that you are a match winner and you always have to go and win the match for the team. That's the only thing I keep on thinking every day, that I want to win matches for India, and I'm happy that I did it today.
And how was the pitch playing for you? You looked a lot more disciplined in terms of knowing which shots to play and when.
Yes, it was a fifth-day pitch and the ball was turning a bit, and I thought I have to be disciplined with my shot selection. And if you won the match, everything pays off well. I think everything went so well for us, so I'm happy now.
Incredible stuff, Rishabh. Congratulations once again. You can go and celebrate with your team.
Thank you so much.
Much deserved. A phenomenal performance from the Indian wicketkeeper. Can now welcome up the player of the series. Well, he will be disappointed. Pat Cummins, 21 wickets, an average of 20. Pat, you left it all out there today. Just how difficult is this to take?
Yeah, it's good hard day of Test cricket today. I thought, Rishabh and the whole Indian side played fantastically. Really took the game on and deserved the win.
How was the pitch playing for you today in terms of being able to take those wickets?
I would have liked the Cracks to play a few more tricks than they did, but it was a pretty good wicket. Felt like if you bowled well, you're in the game. If you're a little bit off, it was pretty easy to, free-flowing runs. So pretty good wicket.
Well, this will be disappointing for you and your team. Your efforts have been phenomenal throughout this series. Are you pleased with the way you went about things?
Yeah, not too bad. There's always, areas you look to at the end of a series. I thought, today and in Sydney, the game was there to win on day 5 and just didn't take enough wickets. But, overall, pretty happy.
Well, thanks very much for your time, Pat. Congratulations on the player of the series, and well done on your efforts throughout. He kept coming at India right the way throughout this test match and throughout this test series. Now to Tim Payne, the losing captain. A roller coaster test series, a roller coaster test match, plenty of emotion. What are you feeling right now?
Oh, absolutely disappointed, no doubt about that. We come here to win the test and win the series, and it's probably a little bit of a trend the whole series, to be honest. I think in the key moments, whether it was bat, ball or in the field, we were found wanting and completely outplayed by a really disciplined, really tough Indian side who fully deserved this series win.
Will you look back in hindsight and think about how aggressive you were with the bat in your second innings, but also with the ball in India's first innings?
Oh, look, I think there's lots of things we can look back over the whole series and do better. There's no doubt about that. But look, what's done is done. We'll go through it, no doubt, as a group. But we've got to look forward now. We've got a big series coming up in South Africa. As I said, we've been outplayed by a better side in this series. But there's going to be some areas that we need to improve. There's no doubt about that.
What were the considerations for you when it came to yesterday? All eyes were on the declaration, but you hung out there. What was the key thing from your point of view in terms of how many runs you needed, how many overs you needed?
Well, I think we got about what we wanted in the end, to be honest. We wanted to set a bit over 300. We obviously had to dangle a bit of a carrot because we needed to win the Test match to win the series. And last night, we might have had 20 overs at them in some favourable conditions had it not rained. But as I said, I thought, again, India turned up today. Their batting group put their bodies on the line. They wore balls in the head, arm, chest, and just kept soldiering on. So, again, full credit to them.
A couple of moments for you. Day 5 of a Test match. You're having to captain, you're having to rotate your bowlers, figure out who the wicket takers are going to be. How hard is it to do your job behind the stumps in that situation?
It's part of the job, isn't it? You've got to try and get it all right. Sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. But again, I just want to give credit to India. I thought our bowlers today, again, threw everything at them, tried their absolute hearts out. And unfortunately, things didn't go our way. But as I said, I think India have outplayed us for majority of the series and fully deserved to win the series.
Tim, all the best in the next series coming up. We believe it will be South Africa, but obviously there's still a lot to happen for that to go ahead. But well played to you and your team, and all the best with what comes next.
Thank you. Cheers.
Now time to welcome up the winning captain, Ajinkya Rahane. Ajinkya, you've been bruised, you've been battered, but what an unbelievable Test match. You've shown incredible heart. What does this accomplishment mean to Team India and the people back home in India?
It really means a lot to us. I don't know how to describe this victory, but I'm really proud of all the boys. Shown character, attitude, especially after Adelaide Test match. We decided that we are going to fight really hard. We know Australia, they're a very dangerous team, and we just wanted to give our best, not to think about results. But yeah, as I said, that I don't know how to describe this victory. Really proud of each and every individual.
You came out with intent. Rishabh Pant spoke about wanting to play within 10. It seemed clear after the lunch interval that you wanted to go for the target. At what point was a run chase on for you today?
When I went in by conversation between me and Pujara was, Puji to bat normal, but I wanted to play with an intent, and if we get close to the total, then we know Rishabh and Mayank can actually get the total for us. But I think it was all about intent after lunch. But credit to Pujara, the way he batted on this wicket, he was struggling initially, but the way he handled that pressure was magnificent. But again, Rishabh, Washington Sundar was really good in the end.
Ajinkya Rahane, the Indian captain. Some listeners are departing us now. Thank you. We'll continue with all the reaction on ABC Sport Digital and via the ABC Listen app until 7:30 Australian Eastern Daylight if you want to stay with the broadcast.
Contributed with the bat.
Absolutely. Taking 20 wickets was the key. That's what we actually opted for 5 bowlers. We knew that if we want to win the Test match and Test series, I think 5 bowlers will be the key. Washington Sundar brought that balance instead of Jadeja. Unfortunate that Jadeja got injured in last Test match. So Washington Sundar got that balance for us. But intention was clear to play five bowlers, and all credit to them. Siraj played 2 Test matches, Saini won, Shardul Thakur won. Washington was his debut Test match. So I think the way they handled the pressure and expressed themselves was really good.
And what about that turnaround after Adelaide? 36 all out. You score 100 in the Boxing Day Test match, and it feels like a significant turnaround. Did that just give the team belief to take on this Australia side?
Yeah, as I said, after Adelaide Test match, we didn't discuss about anything, about what happened in Adelaide. We just wanted to play our game and play with good attitude, show good character on the field. And as I said, we were not thinking about the result. We just wanted to express ourselves as a team. And I think it was all about team effort. If you see, each and every individual contributed during this from Melbourne Test match, and that was the key moment for us. And I'm really happy for that.
Ajinkya, congratulations once again. You can go and fetch the trophy. 2-1 in this series. You've won it fair and square with some wonderful performances. We thank you and to the rest of Team India for your efforts on this tour, not just on the field, but off it as well.
Thank you. And also I would like to thank our fans who actually came here and supported us. It really means a lot. And from Indian teams, we just want to give Nathan Lyon a signed jersey for his 100th Test match. So.
Well done.
Nathan.
Oh, they're making a presentation, giving Nathan Lyon a shirt for his 100th Test in a very nice gesture. And a handshake between Ajinkya Rahane and Nathan Lyon. All the Indian team members have signed that shirt to add to Nathan Lyon's memorabilia. His 100th Test, and a very nice gesture, and Nathan Lyon thanks the Indian team. India's won this by 3 wickets with 18 balls left in the Test to win the series 2-1, and Ajinkya Rahane lifts the Border Gavaskar trophy. Big broad smile on the skipper's face. And he calls over his teammates, who all deserve a touch of this trophy. 20 players used in 4 Test matches. T. Natarajan is holding it up. What a moment for him. Mohammad Siraj. He's in there. India the chant. Shardul Thakur, you can't wipe the smile off his face. Pujara, who's somehow still standing. And the trophy is being held high by T. Natarajan. Isn't that brilliant? Washington Sundar, a smile that would light a room. Jasprit Bumrah next to him. He played his part for India, missing this Test with injury. Ian Chappell, these are quite emotive scenes, and it's just puts in context what they've had to do to get to this moment, to lift the trophy. It's a shame because of the COVID restrictions that Alan Border and Sunil Gavaskar can't present the trophy. But Ajinkya Rahane won't be thinking about that right now. Neither some of these younger players. Shubman Gill, what a tour he's had. He's currently got the trophy in his hands. Chappelli, the captain of Ajinkya Rahane. Virat Kohli captained the first Test. They were humiliated on that third day in Adelaide when they were rolled for 36. Rahane has the calmness about him, very different in personality to the great Virat Kohli. And he came to the crease in India's first innings in Melbourne at 2 for 61. They had rolled Australia for 195. No one had looked like getting 100 in the series, and he scored 112. What did that tell us about him, and what did you see in his captaincy? Because his record now is 5 Tests as captain, 4 wins and a draw.
Yeah, well, I had the good fortune to see his captaincy against Australia already in India, and I was very impressed with it. So I wasn't all that surprised about what he did in Melbourne, what he's done since, and I think that last little moment there just sums up Ajinkya Rahane. What did he do? Yeah, sure, he went and picked the trophy up, and straight away he gave it to T. Natarajan.
Yeah.
And there'll be a team photo that could be up in the BCCI rooms, wherever it is, and it won't have the captain with the trophy in his hands. It'll have a guy who was the net bowler playing on debut, who's right in the thick of things, holding the trophy up. And to me, that's some